المتمولين لا ولا شيء إيه. ahorita pasó.
انزين.
Recording in progress.
There'll now be time for silence, prayer, or meditation. Thank you. You may take your seats. What's wrong with that? Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. May I take this opportunity and remind the members of the rules that applies in the House, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103. Before we could proceed with our sitting, I would like to take this opportunity and welcome our Acting Minister of Police, Umqwathi. Hayi kuyakufanele agqithi tata. Oh, he's already the minister. Okay. Hayi bese ndiqualifyile kaloku ndithi kuyakufanela tata. And also the Deputy Minister of Police, who's always here with us. We are going to be joined lately with oh yes, by the way, there's two of you, yes, and as well as Deputy Minister Matale as well. You're welcome. And later on, we are going to be joined in by the Minister of Employment and Labor. I would also want to take this opportunity and welcome the MECs, the special delegates, as well as the SALGA representatives to the House. I have been informed, honorable delegates, that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice, except the motion on the order paper in the name of the Chief Whip. May I then take this opportunity and afford the Chief Whip time to give us the motion.
Ke a go leboga modulasetulo wa ntlo ya Kgaledi province ya bosetšhaba and also express a word of greetings to all honorable members and the leadership of the Presidium. A special word of gratitude to Honorable Minister of Police, Honorable Mantashe. Honorable Chairperson, I rise to move a notice of motion, a motion that the Council resolved that Rule 2181, which provides inter alia that the consideration of the bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have lapsed since the committee report was tabled, be suspended for the purpose of consideration of Division of Revenue Bill number B15 of 2025. I so move, Honorable National Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. We are now proceeding to the voting on the motion. I shall put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. But before we vote, can I get a sense in the House per province if there is any province that would want to make a declaration at this point in time? You may indicate by show of hand, and I will note you as such. Is there a province? None. Thank you very much. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. I will start with the Eastern Cape.
Chairperson and honorable members, the Eastern Cape, the province of the legends, do support.
Enkosi, Nkosi yam. Free State.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Free State support.
Thank you, Missy. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng supports.
Thank you. KwaZulu Natal.
Chairperson, the province of KwaZulu-Natal will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Limpopo province supports.
Mpumalanga.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The province of Mpumalanga, the province of the rising sun support.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The largest province in the country, the Northern Cape supports.
Thank you very much. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Bokoni Bophirima ko thusa le rwele, we support.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Western Cape.
Honorable Chair, the best run province in the country will support.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate. The voting is now closed, and accordingly, all provinces unanimously, they voted in favor of the motion as tabled by the Chief Whip. Thank you very much. We are now proceeding to the first order of the day, which is the consideration of the Division of Revenue Bill, which is a Section 76 bill, and the report of Select Committee on appropriation thereon. I am told that the chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Lekwase, will be presenting the report on behalf of the committee. I now invite Honorable Lekwase to do that.
Modula stilo wa ntlo, motlatsa modula stilo wa ntlo. Maloko a kgethegileng le maloko a leruri a ntlo ya di province. Tona kgolo le bo motlatsa tola kgolo ba ba leng teng ba gaetsho ke a le dumedisa. Honorable Chairperson, it is my pleasure and privilege to table before the House a report on the Division of Revenue Bill, which is Bill 15 of 2025, on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations. It is important to note that, except the MK Party, the committee unanimously adopted the report. Upon the referral of the bill from the National Assembly to the NCOP, the committee, together with provincial portfolio committees on finance and treasury, received a briefing from the National Treasury on the 11th of June 2025. Honorable Chairperson, permanent delegates briefed their respective provinces on the 1st and the 2nd of July 2025, and the committee received provincial negotiating mandates on the 9th of July 2025 and the final voting mandates on the 16th of July 2025. Chairperson and members, in compliance with Section 72, subsection 1 and 2 of the Constitution and Section 9, subsection 5B of the Money Bills Act, the committee ensured that public participation process was conducted on the bill. To this end, advertisements calling for public submissions were published on the parliamentary website and in print media in all 11 official languages. Honorable Chairperson, in response, the committee received public submissions from the Congress of South African Trade Unions, Breadline Africa, Rural Health Advocacy Project, Section 27, Equal Education and Equal Education Law Center, and TB Accountability Consortium. All stakeholders made oral representation.
Honorable Lekwase, can I just disrupt you a bit? If you may take your seat. Front table, can I be assisted? I can't time the speaker. My screen is blurred.
I was happy.
Okay, can I be assisted with another gadget? Yeah, but I must see. How would I know that she's... You guys, please help me. I need to do this. I know he's going to forget. So give me something. Ngizoyibamba ngomthandazo. Honorable Khwase, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was happy because I would stick to my speech until the end without disruption on the time. Chairperson, all stakeholders made oral presentation to the committee on the 25th of June 2025, and National Treasury responded in writing on issues raised by stakeholders on the 27th of June 2025. In accordance with Section 214, subsection 2 of the Constitution, Section 10, subsection 4 of the Intergovernmental Fiscal Framework and Relations Act number 97 and 99 of 1997, the committee consulted with the fiscal must implement an incentive-based funding model. This model should link future transfers to compliance with spending plans, timely reporting, and measurable service delivery outcomes. The National Treasury should urgently develop and publicly communicate a clear timeline for the implementation of the revised PES formula. The process should include broad stakeholder consultations, and it must align with measurable service delivery indications. The timeline and framework must be in place by 2026 MTEF. The National Treasury should, within 6 months of the adoption of the report by the House, develop a transparent and rule-based framework for the use of contingency reserve funds. The framework should limit access to genuine emergencies and include pre-approved protocols and climate risk factors. We further recommended that the National Treasury, together with provincial treasuries, should, by 2026 budget process, co-develop a rural equity allocation framework or subcomponent within the PES formula. This should explicitly target historically underserved provinces and communities in critical sectors such as in health and in education. The National Treasury and the Department of Corporate Governance and SALGA should, within 60 days of the adoption of this report by the House, develop an intergovernmental protocol to address unfunded mandates. The protocol should clarify functional assignments and ensure appropriate fiscal support for constitutionally assigned functions. The National Treasury and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities should institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting across all spheres of government by 2026 MTEF. All departments should be required to include gender disaggregated targets in their budget documentation and report annually on inclusive development progress. We further recommended that the National Treasury and the Department of Basic Education should ensure that a dedicated grant for learner transport is introduced within the 2026 MTEF and that the ECD infrastructure grant component is refined to address current challenges raised by stakeholders. Additionally, a review should be conducted on the ECD per child subsidy to ensure that it meets essential nutritional, safety, and developmental needs. Honorable Chairperson, the committee further recommended that the National Treasury, in consultation with the Department of Basic Education, explore funding mechanisms to support the phased implementation of BELA Act across provinces. This should include a clear costing framework and, where necessary, the introduction of a conditional grant to ensure uniform compliance and capacity building, particularly in under-resourced provinces. The National Treasury should expedite its review of conditional grants aimed at simplifying and consolidating overlapping and fragmented grants by 2026 budget to enhance coordination and reduce administrative burdens. Transition plans should be communicated clearly to all affected departments and provinces. The National Treasury and Provincial Treasuries should, by the end of 2025-26 financial year, develop and implement a support strategy to expand access to infrastructure finance for capable non-metro municipalities. This should include easing entry requirements and providing technical support to rural municipalities. National Treasury should develop an objective and transparent criteria for all additional allocations made outside the PES formula. This criteria should be tabled before Parliament for scrutiny ahead of the 2026 budget to promote accountability and sound fiscal governance. We further recommended that the relevant sector departments such as Department of Human Settlement, Department of Health, and the Department of Basic Education should clarify intergovernmental roles and responsibilities in shared functional areas such as housing, health, and early child development and align budget allocations accordingly. This reform must be reflected in the 2026 MTEF to avoid duplication, improve implementation efficiency, and realize value for money. The National Treasury, the Department of Corporate Governance, and Provincial Treasuries should, by the first quarter of 2026, expand technical support programs focused on project preparation, procurement planning, and implementation, especially targeting provinces and municipalities that constantly return unspent infrastructure funds. We further recommended that National Treasury and Stats SA should, within 12 months of the adoption of this report by the House, develop and fast-track a joint strategy to improve the accuracy of municipal revenue frameworks by aligning assumptions with actual billing, collection trends, and demographic data. The FFC, PBO, and SALGA, with support from National Treasury, are requested by the end of 2025 to establish an independent performance review mechanism to assess the impact, inefficiency, and equality of conditional grants related to infrastructure and service delivery across provinces and municipalities. The outcome of this review should inform future conditional grants framework to achieve spending efficiency. The FFC, PBO, and SALGA, with support from National Treasury, should, by the end of 2025, establish an independent performance review mechanism to assess the impact, efficiency, and equity of conditional grants related to infrastructure and service delivery across provinces and municipalities. The outcome of this review should inform future conditional grant framework to achieve spending efficiency. The National Treasury and the Department of Corporate Governance and the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent should, by the end of 2025-26 financial year, develop targeted support programs for municipalities struggling with access to free basic services. These programs should address outdated indigent targeting mechanisms, improve grant design, and enhance local revenue management to ensure that vulnerable households are not excluded from essential services. We further recommended that the National Treasury and the Department of Public Service and Administration should strengthen consequence management and enforce mechanisms across all spheres of government, particularly in relation to conditional grants performance and infrastructure delivery. By mid-2026, a national framework should be tabled to guide disciplinary action, performance contracts, and audit follow-ups for non-compliance and underperformance. The National Treasury and the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation should improve the credibility and responsiveness of intergovernmental budget process by strictly adhering to statutory consultation timelines with the FFC and other constitutional stakeholders. Compliance with these timelines must be tracked and reported to Parliament on an annual basis, starting from 2026-27 budget cycle. In conclusion, Chairperson, I wish to thank all members of the committee stakeholders, members from the media houses, the public, and the committee support staff, and recommend that the House adopts this bill without amendments. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lekwase. That then concludes the debate. I now put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. Before we shall proceed to the voting, is there any province that would like to make a declaration? Honorable Ngumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my humble greetings to your good self, ministers present here, deputy ministers, MECs, honorable members. Chairperson, as Mpumalanga, we support the tabling and adoption of this report because of the 2020-25 Division of Revenue is a thoughtful bid which can transform the lives of our poor people across different provinces. Chairperson, positively, this bill transfers 767.8 billion to provinces, comprising of the provincial equitable share of 633.2 billion and the conditional funding of 134.6 billion. We welcome this transfer since we mark an improvement from transfer in the previous financial year, with the provincial equitable share increased by 32.7 billion from 600.5 billion in the 2024-25 financial year to 633.2 billion in the 2025-26 financial year. Chairperson, overall, this transfer to provinces enable positive yet insufficient above inflation increase to Provincial Department of Basic Education and Health. For example, transfer to basic education increase nominally by 6.7% to 346 billion, whereas transfer to health increased nominally by 296 billion over the 2025 medium-term expenditure framework. Chairperson, the transfer to basic education must not be used to pay ghost workers, as it was in the case in Mpumalanga. In addition to this transfer, Chairperson, basic education and health are provisionally allocated 19.5 billion and 20.8 billion, respectively, for safeguarding about 5,500 educators posts for facilitating the employment of 800 doctors who have finished their community service, while safeguarding 4,700 health posts and addressing shortage of medical goods, services, and aquals. Chairperson, while transferring to basic education massively scale up public investment in early childhood development and the National School Nutrition Program, this transfer, Chair, remain woeful, inadequate to reversing austerity-driven public disinvestment. Moreover, transfer to basic education and health are inadequate, given to the provincial equitable share formula continue using outdated poverty and demographic data, resulting in transfer distortion that fail to reflect the current population movement and service delivery needs of provinces. Hence, we strongly recommend that Treasury must urgently update the provincial equitable share formula. Lastly, while the reversal of the VAT hike,
Honorable
Chairperson, as in Mpumalanga, we are in support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a hand of Honorable Khadebe.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished members of this esteemed House, today I stand before you with the full authority and weight of the Free State Province vested in me, as we cast our vote in support of the report of the Select Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill. The Division of Revenue Bill is more than an appropriation of resources. It is the lifeblood of service delivery, the blueprint for equity, and a commitment to social justice. Our support for this bill, Honorable Chairperson, is a testament to our steadfast belief in equitable society where national resources are distributed fairly, empowering every province to meet the pressing needs of our communities. The robust process observed from the comprehensive briefing I delivered to the Free State Legislature on the 2nd of July 2025 to the inclusive public hearings which followed reflect the unwavering dedication to transparency, accountability, and particularly participatory democracy. Through these engagements, we have ensured that the voices of our citizens are not only heard, but are at the heart of the decisions we make. Honorable members, the Free State Province mandate is very clear. unambiguous and resolute. Through consultation, deliberation, and consensus, our province has determined to support the division of revenue bill without any proposed amendments. This mandate is compelling affirmation of the trust and hope our people place in the legislative process. By supporting the bill, we are unlocking the resources necessary for the sustainable development, service delivery, and poverty alleviation. Honorable Chairperson and delegates, let us proceed, united in purpose and conviction, to pass this bill and thereby strengthen the very foundations of our democracy. Let the record reflect that the Free State Province stands firmly for progress, for accountability, and for equitable sharing of the national resources. The Free State votes in favor of the division of revenue bill for today, for tomorrow, and for generations to come. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Radebe. Those were the only declarations that were made with regards to this budget vote. Honorable delegates, I now put the question before the House and request the provinces to vote. I will now start with the province of Western Cape.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Western Cape will support.
Thank you very much. Northwest.
Thank you, Chairperson. Northwest supports.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Northern Cape supports.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mpumalanga support.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Go dumedishe mdulasetulo re Limpopo re amogela re support.
Re a leboga. KwaZulu Natal.
Sibonga isihlalo isifundazwe saKwaZulu Natal sawesekumbona.
Siyabonga. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng supports.
Thank you very much. Free State.
The Free State unflinchingly and equivocally support.
Thank you very much. Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape, Nkosi yami.
Kunesihlalo.
Or bofuna ukunikezela kumqwathi.
Yes. Iphondo lengcwele libamba ngazo zozibini liyakuxhasa.
Enkosi siyabulela.
Right.
That then brings us to the closure of voting, and accordingly, all provinces have voted in favor of the report. Thank you very much. We are now proceeding to the second, the third, and the fourth orders of the day, which is the policy debate on budget vote 28, as well as the policy debate on budget vote 24, and policy debate on budget vote 21. I call upon Honorable Mantashe, the Acting Minister of Police, to open the debate.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, Deputy Ministers Castle Matale and Dr. Poli Bushielo, honorable members of the NCOP, all of you, National Commissioner of the Police, General Fani Masemula, and all the generals present. The Director General of the Civilian Secretariat of the Police Service, Tulan Subui, Executive Director of Independent Police Investigating Directorate, Tikeli Dinka Singh, leadership of the various stakeholders in the sector and civil society, fellow South Africans. It is an honor for me Jalo ka letona le tshwere Mkobobo. Department in Esponis to present budget vote of the Southern Police Services, vote number 28, Civilian Secretariat for Police Services, vote 21, Independent Police Investigating Directorate, vote 24, for the 2025-26 financial year, before the honorable members of the NCOP. We do this at a time when the leadership of the police is under intense public scrutiny, following grave and damning allegations that have been brought to light. And these allegations are deeply concerning, and we welcome the announcement by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa of a Judicial Commission of Inquiry to thoroughly investigate the matter raised. We await the commencement of that process, which will lead to full accountability, transparency, and justice. Very important principle that if you are accused, you have a right that you acquire immediately to actually clear your name, respond to the allegations. So this appointment of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry affirms that principle. However, the serious nature of these developments must not detract from our constitutional responsibility to account to the people of South Africa, particularly in relationship to the resources allocated to their safety and security. The over 60 million South Africans deserve and expect that the department remains focused on its core mandate as per Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. That is prevention, combating, investigation of crime, and the protection of lives and property. So that is the focus of the department, and we must not move away from that. Honorable members, the 7th administration has outlined 3 strategic priorities which serve as the compass guiding all departments, including this department. And these priorities, along with the vision of the National Development Plan 2030, have directly informed both our annual performance plan and our strategic plan. As the Southern Police Services, we are fully aligned with the broader developmental objective of our government, because there can be no development without safety, and no safety without an efficient police service. The Minister of Police, we have refined and adopted a clear and focused priorities for the 7th administration. Our strategic policing priorities are as follows. We reduce murder rate, reduce illegal firearms, dismantle drug networks, fight gender-based violence and femicide, dealing decisively with illegal immigration, reducing organized crime, reducing gang violence, clamping down on illegal mining, tackling corruption within the SAPS itself. That is what we have put there as our priorities. And to deliver these, we have identified a number of critical enablers that will underpin our crime-fighting strategy. There are adoption and enhancement of technology to improve detection, rapid response, and data analysis. That is number 1. Number 2 is to strengthen crime intelligence, enabling us to act proactively, not reactively. Capacitating and upskilling our detectives to lead the charge in solving complex and violent crimes. Improving forensic services to ensure swift and credible investigation and prosecution. Improving fleet management, ensure our officers can respond efficiently when communities need them most. Upgrading our infrastructure, including the number of condition of police stations. Improving working and living conditions of our police officers. Recognizing morale, dignity, and adequate resources are essential for performance. Obviously, one of the issues that we're discussing is that we cannot do this effectively and efficiently by allowing the police service to deal with its own contradictions in the public space. Media is for something else. Contradiction in the department must be sorted in the department, not in the public space. Honorable House Chairperson, this budget is about attaining the type of policing we need. One that is effective, efficient, and responsive and professional. The budget allocated to the South African Police Services will be spread across the various programs in support of the identified priority. The South African Police Service has been allocated 120 billion 890 million rand for 2025-26. That is 120,890 billion rand. That is the overall allocation to the police services. And specific allocation is 219.2 million for securing G20 conference scheduled for November 2025. 400 million for 2026 local government elections. 34.8 million to support costs associated with appointment of additional deputy minister. Furthermore, 150 million has been shifted from SAP's operational budget to the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation over 2 years to support its partnership with Joint Initiative on Crime and Corruption. A compensation of employees remain the primary cost driver, accounting for more than 80% of the vote. And I want to add there that sometimes when we talk of employees, 80%, one of the things we don't appreciate is the nature of the department, that in policing, employees are equally a product. Because it is the quality of policing that determines the quality of the product delivered by police. So when we say 80% go to employees, it's not a wasteful expenditure, it is a necessary expenditure for the quality of the service delivered. Employees are equally a product. Therefore, of that, the category of expected to grow on an average of 5.5% over the MTEF, while operation items such as goods and capital investment will grow at a more modest average rate of 3.6. Visible policing will account for more than 53% of the total vote, while detective services will represent 20% of the vote. That talks to the point I just made of the persons themselves being the product, not something separate from the product of policing. Now, we have repeatedly mentioned that there are 4 provinces where crime is concentrated. These are Gauteng, KZN, Western Cape, and the Eastern Cape. It is clear that identified high crime zones in all 4 provinces require intelligence-led, targeted deployment of specialized units to combat criminality over and above operational channel. These named provinces have been prioritized in the allocation of baseline budgets. This includes additional 85 million rand to support the top 30 plus 5 high conduct crime stations. Community engagement will be supported through an allocation of 28 million for community policing forums, which will be used to provide essential resources such as torches, reflective jackets, and cones. A further 8.5 million rand is allocated for community interaction activities, including izimbizo and awareness campaigns. During 2024-25 financial year, the SAPS recorded notable progress in addressing extortion-related crimes across the country. A total of 2,417 incidents of extortion were reported nationally, resulting in opening of cases, case dockets, and arrest of 1,054 individuals, including 7 juveniles. Of the reported cases, 117 were finalized through non-prosecution, while 1,752 remain under investigation to determine procedural viability. 6 cases resulted in guilty verdict, leading to the conviction of 14 individuals, and 1 case was finalized as not guilty. 529 cases are currently on the court roll. Now, in 2025-26 financial year, the South African Police Service will implement a series of targeted initiatives to combat the growing threat of extortion. These measures aim to strengthen intelligence and investigation capacity, improve community engagement, and enhance operational coordination across sectors. Gender-based violence and femicide remains one of the most pressing challenges facing our nation. Approximately 1.6 billion rand will be spent on baseline activities related to GBV and F response, including 1.5 billion for family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses, 40 million rand for youth and vulnerable group awareness campaigns, and an additional 50 million allocated to province to strengthen GBVS responses. In the 2025-26 financial year, the South African Police Service is intensifying its effort to reduce the incidence of financial impact of civil claims instituted against the department. A comprehensive set of initiatives has been introduced to strengthen accountability, improve operational oversight, and enhance legal risk management. At the core of these efforts is a continued operation of National Steering Committee on down management of civil claims and at the head office level, complemented by provincial steering committees. These structures are tasked with monitoring and addressing the key cost drivers associated with civil litigation, ensuring that accountability is maintained across all levels of the organization. In parallel, SAPS is implementing a targeted strategy to reduce legal costs. A key component of this is the strict enforcement of recovery of legal costs for plaintiffs in cases where the department has been successful. This includes initiating the attachment of plaintiffs' property where appropriate. Normally, State Department ignore when they are given a judgment and given the costs. This should be followed through strictly. To address system challenges of management of state litigation, SAPS is collaborating with the Office of the Solicitor General to establish a dedicated task team, and this team is mandated to identify existing challenges, develop practical solutions, and provide strategic recommendations to improve litigation outcomes. Furthermore, SAPS is working with the Office of the Sheriff to draft standard operating procedures aligned with the State Liability Act. These procedures will provide clear guidance on the handling of writs and of execution, ensuring consistency and legal compliance. The current Visible Policing Division has been restructured to enhance proactive policing, increase visibility, and better utilize our specialized units. As such, there are now 2 separate divisions, namely the Visible Policing Division and the Operational Response Services Division. We can confirm that the appointment process of the Divisional Commissioner of Operational Response Services is at an advanced stage. This will enable us to meaningfully fight crime in the streets and in settlements such as in the Cape Flats. Infrastructure investment will be supported through an allocation of 670 million rand for the construction and upgrading of police stations, An additional 20 million rand is earmarked for procurement and conversion of vehicles to expand the availability of mobile community service centers, while 45 million in addition to baseline allocation will be provided to provinces for day-to-day maintenance of police stations. The SACP continues to advance its modernization agenda through the strategic deployment of technology aimed at enhancing operational effectiveness, investigative capacity, and public safety. Technology will play a central role in modernizing policing with investment earmarked for the deployment of drones, body-worn cameras, other digital tools to support crime prevention and detection. A new acquisition process has been initiated to procurement of body-worn cameras, variable dashboard cameras. This is PS plans to procure and deploy 450 body-worn cameras and 200 vehicle dashboard cameras during the 2025-26 financial year. The procurement of and deployment of 17 surveillance drones will provide SAPS with enhanced aerial surveillance capability. These drones will be used during large events and rescue operations, offering real-time situation awareness, live video feeds, and ability to document crime scenes, such as marches and public gatherings. This capability will also support investigation and capturing photographic and video evidence. Strategic partnership remain a cornerstone of the SPS transformation agenda. To this end, we have actively sought innovative partnership, notable with Business Against Crime South Africa. Together, we are undertaking several transformative projects. Honorable members, we are also addressing internal matters that directly affect the functioning and credibility of SAPS. We have introduced a set of human resources measures aimed at restoring morale, discipline, and professionalism within the ranks. And that means the question of fighting it out in the media must come to an end. These policies will address that issue. These include improved requirements, processes, recruitment processes, and leadership development and career pathing, because to build a credible police service, we must start from within. So the credibility of the police service is at the heart of the initiatives that we have started. In terms of personal incentives, the SSBC agreement has resulted in an increase in the SAPS services allowances from 700 to 950 per month for operational personnel, with an annual CPI adjustment beginning 26-27. Because my time is running out, let me rush off to say there are a number of successes. The two deputy ministers will add to what we have presented, and these successes achieved by the Assam Police Services. Honorable Chairperson, we do want to take this opportunity to thank the hard-working men and women in blue who risk their lives on the daily basis in service of citizens of the Republic of South Africa. In conclusion, let me remind all of us that a safer South Africa is possible, but it will not be achieved by police alone. It requires partnership, unity of purpose, and unwavering commitment of everyone in this House and every citizen outside. Let us move with agency, purpose, and resolve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are now proceeding to the next speaker on my speakers list. The next speaker is the chairperson for Select Committee on Security and Justice, Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by congratulating the acting minister and our two deputy ministers. And I want to acknowledge that the minister got the briefing because he touched on a serious issue that we normally speak on, the compensation vis-a-vis the services. So at least you have inducted Honorable Gerik that police are a product. So you have dealt with one of the issues that I was going to touch on. So the handover has been properly done. We acknowledge that. The National Commissioner, MEC is present today, SALGA, CSPS Secretariat, IPIT Executive Director, CPFs and honorable members and fellow South Africans. I would like to greet those as well who don't look away when crime is happening next to them or close to them in their street. The committee, during its deliberation on budget vote, APP, strategic plan, unanimously supported the budget vote. We welcome and support the 120 billion budget allocation for police, civil secretariat, and IPIT. At its anchored by the National Development Plan, aligned to the ANC manifesto commitment, which include intensifying the fight against crime, strengthening our response to gender-based violence and femicide, keeping our homes and streets safe, protecting our borders and creating employment opportunities. Chairperson, I want to say to you and the honorable members and fellow South Africans, this budget speech actually carries the ideas and recommendation of the committee. The whole committee, GNU, led by the ANC, these are the ideas of the committee in terms of what is it that we would want to see happening in terms of the society of subs. Honorable Chairperson, the South African Police Service has an important role to play in fighting crime, gender-based violence and femicide, and ensuring that we realize the 2030 NDP vision, ensuring that all our communities are safe. In 2025-2026, SAPS receives a main appropriation of 120 billion, which is a nominal increase of 7.2 billion or 6.4% compared to the previous financial year. We know that an additional amount of 5 billion has been allocated over the MTEF, which includes additional funding of 4.4 billion over the MTEF for cost of living adjustment. Additional 219 million for security during the G20 event that will be hosted in 2025. Additional 400 million for security during the local government election in 2026, as the minister could have elaborated. Additional 34.8 million over the 3-year period for cost relevant to an additional deputy minister. We are happy to note the following in respect of the department spending focus: capacitation of DPCI, detective services, functionalities pertaining to cybercrime and specialized unit, use of technology to enhance policing, drones, body-worn cameras, etc. Honorable Chairperson, I want to indicate to this House and fellow South Africans that we have the champion in our committee, Honorable Billy, who speaks passionately about the body-worn cameras. So as this service will be implemented, you must know that we have the champion of this in our committee. Gender-based violence focus and additional emphasis on FCS units. We also note the focus on resourcing and capacitation of police stations. We hope that rural police stations are prioritized. We are pleased to note that the concerns related to police vehicles will be receiving attention. And on this one, we are not shying away from the fact that our local people, business people, must get these opportunities. SAP should prioritize capacity and resources towards addressing gangsterism and extortion in the provinces mostly affected by the crimes and increase personnel and equipment to improve efficiency of specialized units. Fellow South Africans, I would like to indicate to yourselves that in terms of how SAPS prioritize these cases, as the committee, we have been fully clarified as well in terms of the classification. So bear in mind that we have carried your visions and your views as people representing 9 provinces. So we won't be leaving anyone behind as we do our work as the committee. The committee commended SAPS for the inclusion of lifestyle audits, as Honorable Mantashe could have spoken about professionalism. So we believe that lifestyle audits is one of the tools that would actually ensure that there's accountability and there's transparency within the system and there's consequence management. SAPS should accelerate the rollout, as well as I said, in terms of dashboard cameras, drones, and modern communication infrastructure, and allocate sufficient funding for technology procurement maintenance, including forensic laboratories upgrades. SAPS should prioritize resources allocated, personnel, vehicle, equipment to rural and high contact crime stations, and expand the establishment of mobile police stations and community service points in underserviced areas like where I come from in Brandfontein. SAPS should urgently address all forensic backlogs and adhere to its timeframes of the end of August 2025 for the completion of the backlogs. In terms of the Independent Police Investigation Directorate, within the current environment of high crime, fraud, and corruption, IPID's role in investigation, its work with other law enforcement agencies of the utmost importance is ensuring that there's independent oversight of the South African Police Service and the Municipal Police Service, and to conduct independent and impartial investigations of identifying criminal offences allegedly committed by members of SAPS and the MPS and make appropriate recommendation. Minister, we have emphasized the fact that as IPID do their work and CSPS, they must make sure that they don't leave local government behind, because all these people, they belong somewhere, and surely those law enforcement agencies can assist us a great deal. More importantly, on the role of SAPS, the implementation in terms of the recommendation on IPID, we have noted that they have actually received a main appropriation of 428 million in 2025-2026, which is a nominal increase of 58 million. The department receives an additional budget allocation of 126 million over the next 3 years. The number of personnel will increase from 387 in 2025-2026 to 421 in 2027-2028. The committee noted the high backlogs that IPID is trying to address by implementing the backlog reduction strategy. A total of 14,463 active cases were carried over to the 2025-2026 financial year. IPID also implemented a strategic shift, which includes the reorganization of the program to introduce dedicated forensic, quality assurance, and research business unit. We note and welcome the fact that the Directorate is intensifying its contribution to fight against gender-based violence and femicide, in alignment with the objectives of the National Strategic Plan on GBV. To bridge the gap between policing, oversight, and rural communities, the Directorate is implementing its access and awareness on rural strategy. The committee also observed that IPID reported a low number of investigators in Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and we welcome IPID's proposed mechanism to address this by appointing retired detectives. And I want to tell the fellow South Africans that IPID, they have a youth strategy that they will be implementing. So you need to apply and check those opportunities. They are made for you. In terms of IPID recommendation, we have emphasized on the issues of transparent recruitment that is actually covering all the demographics. We must not only see people like myself and you, Honorable Mantashe. We need to see even those who are being read in those senior positions of IPID, because we have realized that mostly of those who are in higher position in IPID are of the color like me and you. So we would want to speak and see transformation happening in this particular space. We have as well encouraged IPIT to ensure that they must apply the youth employment services of the president into their program, and they have taken that particular advice. In terms of civilians, Secretariat for Police, they play a critical role as the custodian of civilian oversight, policy development, and accountability within the policing sector, and therefore contribute towards crime prevention and reduction in significant ways. The CSPS received a main appropriation of 172 million in 2025-2026, which is a nominal increase of 16.3 million compared to the previous financial year. The committee observed that the CSPS will focus on key policy initiatives such as the implementation of national policy and integrated crime and violence prevention strategy, which aims to bring the sector closer to realizing a safe and secure environment. On this one, we hope that the issues of CPFs will be addressed, and I hope that they are listening so that they can follow through whatever the commitment and undertakings that will be made today in terms of ensuring that their work comes to light and they are being resourced. CSPS must identify and prioritize underperforming community policing forums for targeted training and support and increased resources allocation to CPF structures. As I said, the committee encourages the CSPS to speed up the processing of the SAPS amendment bill to address the current challenges in relation to CPFs. The committee reiterates its supports for collaboration and functional CPF structures in the fight against crime. CSPS should expedite the procurement and rollout of body-worn cameras, establish clear protocol for the data storage and chain of custody to ensure that court admissibility, and roll out training to police officers on the use of maintenance and of body cameras and related technologies. CSPS must strengthen in relations with SAPS and IPIT to ensure that recommendations are implemented timelessly and effectively. Appropriate disciplinary action must be taken against police officers found guilty of offenses to ensure that an ethical and professional police service capable of building trust with citizens. On this one, Honorable Minister, actually when we had our engagement with the society, one of the members, Honorable Kotel, have actually defined police officers who are criminals as criminal police officers, so that they are distinct from those that we know that they are still abiding to the Constitution. CSPS must work with SAPS to ensure that there are effective crime prevention strategies in place to address water mafias and construction sabotage and extortion. The Select Committee on Security and Justice encouraged the integrated, collaborative, multi-sectoral approach within the justice and crime prevention cluster, from planning, implementation, and evaluation, and monitoring to respond to the challenges of budget constraints. As the ANC, we support Budget Vote 28, Budget Vote 24, Budget Vote 21, on the basis that we know that our people will be employed, will deal with the issue of poverty, and deal with the issues of inequality, as we ensure that we professionalize the space, as we ensure that we institutionalize policing rather than lawlessness by those who are supposed to protect us. I want to commit to the South Africans at large, women, LGBTQIA plus society, persons with disability, people at the rurals, our elders and children in this country, that we do have men in blue who can still protect them and make sure that they are safe 24/7, 365 days. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are now proceeding to the next speaker on the list, Honorable Mukai. He's joining us through the virtual platform. Oh, he's back in the house.
Okay. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Acting Minister, and the two DMs, honorable members, and fellow South Africans, good day. In his book, Things Fall Apart, the revered novelist and poet Chinua Achebe reminds us, and I quote, "There is no story that is not true," close quotes. These words echoed deeply for me as I sat glued to my screen 2 Sundays ago, watching in horror as startling and serious allegations were made by KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. That moment was just more than alarming. It was a serious wake-up call for all South Africans, and particularly for us as members of parliament. However, Honorable Deputy Chair and members, I will pause on this matter for now and return to this issue later in my debate. I want to turn my attention on the Community Policing Forum. The Democratic Alliance is deeply concerned about the inadequate funding allocated to community policing forums across the country. The Department of Police indicated that a meager 28 million rands will be shared amongst the 9 provinces for this current financial year for CPFs. In the 2 previous financial years, the department allocated an amount of just over 70 million rands respectively for CPFs. This funding was mainly used to support the CPF boards with essential operational items such as laptops, minimal protective gear, and other basic resources. Without adequate funding and sufficient resourcing, these structures become less effective and unable to support SAPS in crime fighting and strengthen community policing relations. As a result, it gives rise in many cases to vigilantism and mob justice in communities as citizens have take the law into their own hands as they see the CPF as toothless and ineffective. Essential frontline and key budget line items are reduced while more money is poured into accommodating politicians. It is further worrying that the department's budget for Program 5, Protection and Security Services, which includes VIP protection services, increased to just over 4.3 billion rands in this current financial year. Honorable Chairperson, let me bring this home. There are currently 1,154 police stations across South Africa, with each having an attached community policing forum. Now, this means when the 28 million is to be divided among all the CPF bodies in the country, it would amount to a mere 24,263 rands per CPF for the entire financial year. And I want that to sink in. That figure is shockingly low, barely enough to cover basic operational needs, let alone support meaningful community engagement or safety initiatives. While some might not even see a cent from those figures, expecting CPS to function effectively on such a budget is not only unrealistic, it is also and undermines their role as a vital link between communities and law enforcement. It is important to note that CPF should not be seen as synonymous with community policing, but as one way to enable cooperation between police and the people they serve. Research indicates that community engagement can have a major impact on levels of safety and better police and community relations. Chair, I will turn to my other issue, which is the procurement of vehicle repair parts. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, there is a serious problem in the procurement of parts for the repairing of the SAPS vehicles. This matter is particularly close to my heart as it directly speaks to the functionality and effective operation of visible policing, which is crucial to crime prevention and the safety of all residents of this beautiful country. I have raised this matter on numerous occasions with the leadership of the police in various platforms, including the debate on the State of the Nation address earlier this year. I spoke at length and directly to the President. Sadly, there is no movement and progress in this regard. Let me make it simple here today. The process and subsequent turnaround time for repairing damaged and broken down SAPS vehicles are cumbersome and lengthy. As a result, vehicles are left standing on bricks and gathering dust either at police stations or government garages where they do not belong. These operational vehicles should be out on the streets, chasing criminals and ensuring that civilians are kept safe and preventing criminal acts. These vehicles are already limited and scarce. And allow me to state it categorically, it is not the shortage of mechanics to repair vehicles. Rather, it is the system the SAPS is employing in their supply chain management process, and this must be overhauled as a matter of urgency. And I will not rest in this quest to ensure the safety of the residents of our country and all those entering our shores. The centralization of procurement to Pretoria must be urgently addressed to allow police stations to procure parts and repair vehicles as quickly and conveniently as possible through their respective provinces. The lengthy administrative processes required to procure just a single part for a SAPS vehicle is more threatening to the safety of residents than it is allowing due protocol. And we know crime undermines efforts for economic growth and the creation of much needed jobs. And Chair, let me go back to the point that I raised earlier on. The current debacle and the scandal rocking the high echelons of the SAPS is not something new. We have seen this movie before. Signs have been there and glaring for all of us to see. The abuse of the Crime Intelligence Fund, also known as a Secret Service account, has been detailed quite extensively. And we have demanded accountability and consequence management to be enforced on numerous accounts. Today, the police minister is on special leave. Senior officials of crime intelligence face criminal charges, including the head of the very division that is tasked with intelligence gathering, Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumar. We have seen this, Honorable Chair. Richard Mdluli, the late Jackie Silebi, may his soul rest in peace, Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs, and the list is just endless. This screams of a systematic and deep-rooted corruption within the ranks of the SAPS. The Mkwanezi revelations speak volumes and is telling of the leadership instability and a serious threat to our national security. Police capture is real. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, while we welcome the judicial inquiry and the parliamentary committees established to investigate these matters, South Africans and the dedicated, hardworking men and women in blue cannot wait yet for an expensive process while trust in policing collapses even further. A commissioner is only as good as the willingness to act on its findings, and sadly thus far, track record has been poor. Speedy action is imperative against the guilty, and the Zono Commission cost taxpayers billions, yet few of its recommendations have been enforced, and we are yet to see any senior officials or politicians in prison. The DA will not accept a years-long process that gathered damning evidence only to deliver zero accountability. I thank you. Thank
you very much, Honorable Mahai. My greetings to the acting minister, deputy ministers who are here in the house. Welcome, and also General Masamula and your team in the leadership of SAPS. Welcome to the NCOP again. We now move on to the next speaker to participate in this debate, and that is the Honorable van den Berg, who has 5 minutes. Honorable van den Berg.
Geagte voorsitter, waarnemende minister, eerbare collega's en mede-Afrikaners. Dis met 'n swaar hart en 'n gevoel van dringendheid dat ek vandag hierdie begroting bespreek. Die Noord-Kaap, wat ek verteenwoordig, 'n provinsie wat groot is in geografie, maar beperk in hulpbronne, is baie afhanklik van 'n doeltreffende en verantwoordbare polisiediens om die veiligheid van ons gemeenskappe te verseker. Tog word ons fokus nou ondermyn deur die kommerwekkende gebeure rondom die onlangse skorsing van polisieminister Mchunu en die onderlinge striwelinge onder die topleierskap. Hierdie aandag afleiers belemmer ons vermoë om die polisie se jaarlikse prestasieplan met 'n oop gemoed te beskou. The 2025-26 budget, as tabled, allocates funds towards the following as a testimony to what is regarded as important by the department. 290 million in security, for the G20 conference, but only 20 million for mobile community service centers. 400 million for the 2026 local government elections, more than a year away, and available to possible misuse for electioneering, but 18% less for the K9 dog units. 203 million on awareness campaigns, but very little for forensic labs and equipment like rape kits. At least now, 150 million is redirected to the Directorate for priority crime investigation to combat organized crime and corruption. Ironically, organized crime and corruption is the problem that's haunting the SAPS leadership right now. We have to ask, are we combating or funding organized crime? 670 million is set aside for police station infrastructure. But will an average of R500,000 per station be enough to make a difference? 1,254 police stations? And we have to ask, will the money not go to the urban police stations and then leave the rural areas behind even more? The effectiveness of this budget hinges on leadership stability, as well as the absence of political interference, both of which are currently not the situation. As verteenwoordiger van die Noord-Kaap, kan ons nie ignoreer hoe hierdie onrustigheid in die polisiemag ons gemeenskappe raak nie. Ons provinsie staar unieke uitdagings in die gesig. Uitgestrekte afstande, onderbefondste polisiestasies en stygende voorvalle van geslagsgebaseerde geweld en ook georganiseerde misdaad. Die begroting beklemtoon die modernisering van die SAPD deur tegnologie en die verbetering van moraal deur beter werwing en aansporings, soos die verhoging van die dienstoelaag van 700 na 950 rand vir operasionele personeel. Maar hoe kan ons vertrou dat hierdie planne uitgevoer sal word wanneer die leierskap moontlik oneerlik is? The allegations of political interference in police investigations, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, point to a troubling pattern where party loyalty appears to supersede the rule of law. General Mkonazi's claims that case documents have been stored at SAPS head office since March with no progress on arrests suggest a deliberate effort to shield politically connected individuals. This is not an isolated incident, but part of a broader history of political interference that undermines the independence of our police force. The citizens of South Africa deserve a police service that operates without fear or favor. Justice should not be swayed by the whims of political elites. Ter afsluiting, geagte lede, die 2025-26 begroting bied 'n padkaart om polisieering te versterk, maar hang van leierskap sonder skande af. Laat ons fokus op die bou van vertroue, die verbetering van infrastruktuur en die uitvoering van geregtigheid. Die mense van die Noord-Kaap en Suid-Afrika kyk na ons en hulle eis 'n polisiediens wat hulle belange dien. Laat ons bo hierdie chaos uitstyg en ophou om cowboys en kroeks in die polisiegange en Letuli-huis te speel. Ek dank u.
Thank you very much, Honorable van den Berg. We now move on to the next person, Honorable Member to contribute, and that's Honorable Zulu. Honorable Zulu, you have 9 minutes. Okay,
thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Greetings to Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members, and the people of South Africa. Good afternoon. Over 120 billion, that's the amount the SAPS wants for 2025-2026 financial year. Yet our nation remains in fear, with criminals controlling our streets and communities being left to fend for ourselves. Last year, SAPS spent 105.47 billion, and this is what South Africans got in return. 27,494 murders in 1 year. That's 75 funerals every single day. Contact crimes increased by 2.43%, not decreased as SAPS had promised. Crimes against women rose by 3.9%, crimes against children by 2.57%. The DNA backlog surged to 141.190 cases, keeping rapists and murderers free to walk amongst us. Members of the House, that's not law enforcement, that's chaos. How can we believe that throwing 120 billion at this department will magically fix a system rotting from the inside? Let's talk about real provinces, real communities. In Namakwe, Eastern Cape, 16 million was allocated back in 2012 to build a police station. 13 years later, it's rain looted and left abandoned. Our officers are forced to work in free prefab shacks with no phone lines, fetching water in buckets just to flush toilets. Crime is soaring there because there are no resources, no vehicles, no security. In Gauteng, telecom towers, North Coast subs over 1 billion to buy plus another 200 million in refurbishment. Yet in February 2025, it was condemned as unsafe, leaving the building shut down while millions continue to be wasted monthly on security guards. To protect the empty walls, that's 1.2 billion of taxpayers' money burnt to ashes. In the Free State, Park Road Station started in 2016. After 3 different contractors, it's still incomplete 8 years later. In Limpopo, Makweng Police Station has been under construction since 2024, 11 years delay and continuing. Meanwhile, criminals operate undisturbed while stations remain unfinished shells. SAP speaks of visible policing, yet in province after province, police vans are gathering dust in workshops. Eastern Cape, 26.5% of patrol vehicles out of service. KwaZulu-Natal, 26.8% grounded. Northern Cape, nearly 24% of detectives' vehicles unusable. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, how can we expect visibility when our officers can't even get out of their yard? Our people dial 10-111 only to hear no vehicle is available. Meanwhile, the SAP's draft budget shows that vehicle repairs and fleet renewals continue to suffer under cost cutting even as violent crime explodes. Chairperson, I want to address the so-called plan to resolve our forensic crisis. In the 2024-2025 fiscal year, SAPS allocated 2.9 billion to forensic services, which resulted in only 25,000 forensic reports being produced. Meanwhile, a DNA backlog ballooning to 141,190 cases, a disgrace for justice. Now, in the 2025-2026 annual performance plan, SAPS claims it will improve output to 100,000 reports, which barely any significant increase in the budget. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, how is this even possible? Forensic labs remain broken with critical DNA machines out of operations since 2022 because maintenance contracts lapsed and were never renewed. Evidence lies piled in corridors, risking contamination. Staff are overstretched and drowning in paperwork. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Cybercrime Intelligence claims 100% targeted achievement, yet 191 assassinations took place national in 2024-2025. Political killings continue, especially in KZN, where councillors, activists are being hunted down. Extortion syndicates rule Cape Flats controlling construction industries in Gauteng. The AGSA bluntly reports there is no return on investment in subs. Intelligence systems is an intelligent service that boosts on paper while communities bleed from unchecked criminal power. Deputy Chairperson, we must address political interference and corruption. On 13 May 2025, our Chief Whip, Honorable Mokoena, demanded accountability about allegation of political interference relating to the Mkhwanazi investigation in KwaZulu-Natal. Instead of transparency, our Chief Whip was mocked and ridiculed in this very house. Yet today, as we debate this budget, the very same minister sits on special leave facing allegation connected to very issue our Chief Whip tried to expose. How can we fund a department whose leadership stands accused using police resources to protect political allies instead of ordinary people? Deputy Chairperson, the MK party does not reject this budget out of malice. Wait, don't rush. There is no hurry in South Africa. We reject it out of loyalty to our people. We honor the dedication of our police officers, but how can we clap for them when they are forced to work in collapsing stations, use broken labs, patrol with vehicles packed with workshops, serve under leaders tainted by scandal? The MK party rejects vote 28 because the safety and dignity of South Africans cannot wait another year. We will not defund failures. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu, Makeba. Honorable delegates, before I introduce the next speaker, I want to today welcome a new member to the NCOP who was sworn in this morning from the Northwest Province, the permanent delegate representing the EFF, the Honorable Montusi Montwedi. Could you please rise so we get to see who you are? Honorable member, we welcome you to the NCOP, and I'm sure you'll add value to the affairs of this honorable house. Now, I go on to the next speaker to participate in this debate, and that's the Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. S.P. Moshwele. Deputy Minister, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Acting Minister of Police, and also the Minister of Coal and Oil, Honorable Gwede Mantashe, Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Kassel Matali, other Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers in attendance, MECs also attended, members of the NCOP, members of the Select Committee on Justice and Security, National Commission of SAPS, General Masamula, and the top management, national heads of entities, DG Sibui and Civilian Secretariat, and May Tlatseng, the Executive Director of IPIT, SALGA and Labour Movements, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Tobe. Let me take this opportunity, Chair, to say, you see me wearing these dark glasses. I just did my operation in my eye. So I'm avoiding the light, but because duty calls, I thought I have to honor this and come and make this presentation. It is an honor to rise before this House today to table the budget vote for an institution essential to maintaining credibility, accountability, and integrity of policing in a democratic South Africa, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID. IPID is a necessary partner in building a professional, transparent, and human rights-centered policing culture and ensuring that no person in uniform is ever above the law. IPID's role is to ensure that members of the South African Police Service and municipal police services adhere to legal standards, and in instances where they are not, IPID must exercise its legislative mandate to correct the situation. Chairperson, IPID derives its mandate from IPID Act, which empowers it to investigate death as a result of police action, investigate alleged police brutality and torture, address corruption within SAPS and municipal police services, and ensure criminality accountability where officers are found guilty of wrongdoing. Honorable Deputy House Chairperson, IPID have been allocated a budget increase as compared to the previous financial year. The core program, investigation and provincial coordination, is allocated 844 million, 68% over the 3 years term. The allocation includes 622 million over MTEC period spread in all the provinces. The allocation criteria is based on the case intake, size of the province, number of investigators, distance travel within the provinces like the Northern Cape, case complexity, and number of case backlog. This allocation will focus on the 4 high crime provinces, Gauteng, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Eastern Cape provinces. To this effect, a total number of 63 investigators were trained in 2024-25 financial year on basic firearm, minimum information security standards, cyber forensic, first aid, and corruption investigation. House Chair, for the financial year 2025-26, IPID have identified 6 key priorities to fulfill its mandates. The first one is the reduction of the backlog cases. IPID have enlisted the expertise of 25 retired and seasoned investigators to contribute to reduction of backlogs. Key appointments has also made in provinces of Gauteng, Northern Cape, and Mpumalanga, with effective from 1st July 2025. This initiative will focus on the investigation of backlog cases that includes death in police custody, death as a result of police action, discharge of an official firearm, rape by a police officer, assault, torture, corruption, and any other matter. IPID is also tasked with addressing the challenges posed by the insufficient presence in the provinces. In this regard, we are going to use the district development model to be able to secure offices, but also to be able to integrate our work in terms of whole government approach. We are also prioritizing the gender-based violence and femicide cases in accordance with the President's declaration that GBVF constitute a national crisis. It will be continued to be prioritized. A zero-tolerance approach will be adopted, and all perpetrators will be brought to book without any hesitation. In the 2024-25 financial year, 92 cases of rape were finalized, 21 departmental convictions were secured, and 11 criminal convictions were also secured. And furthermore, our investigators will be upskilled on the investigation of sexual offenses to increase the convictions. We are also going to establish the Forensic Investigation Unit. The in-house forensic investigation capability is crucial for improving the quality of investigation. This includes the recruitment of financial data analysts, cyber forensic experts, crime analysts, and the procurement of a forensic electronic system to foster a comprehensive approach to enhance investigative quality and efficiency. We are also going to establish a call center where members of the communities can be able to log in their complaints 24 hours, 365 days in order to access IPIT. Honorable Deputy Chair, we are also going to develop a new case management system. The existing case management system have been upgraded to facilitate the categorization of gender-based violence and femicide cases. In this financial year, a new case management system will be developed to enhance and improve monitoring capabilities to secure data security. The new system will also improve the integrated performance reporting within the JCPS cluster, ultimately contributing to improved operational efficiency. We are also, in an effort to improve our performance, have signed memorandum of understanding with various training institutions to enhance the competencies of our investigators. The institutions that will assist with this planned intervention for the year 2025-26 include the Crime Scene Management and Fraud with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE, Cyber Forensic First Respondent, Procurement and Corruption with the Special Investigation Unit, SIU, SACETA, providing funding for the training of investigators on the internal investigation course, and also executive development program and risk management for senior management. In signing this MOU, it is at the core of the integral component of the Independent Police Investigation Directorate strategy to consistently prioritize the growth and development of its personnel in order to effectively implement its legislative mandate. And IPIT continues to conduct impartial investigation of identified criminal offenses and misconduct by members of SAPS and MPS, and further make appropriate recommendations and referrals in line with the IPIT Acts. In conclusion, House Chair, the Minister of Police is fully committed to fighting crime within our organization and municipalities in collaboration with all law enforcement agencies, and will work tirelessly to rebuild public trust and much needed stability within our organization. We will also continue to stamp the authority of the state without fear or favor. In doing that also, currently in this current year, we will be training 5,500 police trainees, and they are already receiving training in various SAPS academies. And we've also advertised for the recruitment of 5,500 police trainees starting between January and February 2026 through the introduced online electronic recruitment system. And also the TPCI, the Hawks, have advertise internal posts and external posts in order to attract experienced detectives and offering growth. And in that regard, we will be able to deal with the issues of crime in our country. And we call on all of you to join us as we try to deal with the criminality, because it's for the benefit of all of us. Thank you very much, Deputy Chief.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for being in the House. In spite of your high operation, we appreciate your commitment to service. But I must add that your sunglasses are rather stylish. Thank you. We now move on to the next contributor to the debate, and that's the Honorable Phala. Honorable Phala, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair of the session. Greetings to the Minister, Acting Minister of the Police. Greetings to the Deputy Ministers. The National Commissioner of Police, General Masemula. The officials who are here, the IPIT and the Secretariat are present. Honorable members, Shabasari Shusa South Africa, Tobe. Honorable Chair, before I start with the debate, I would like to mention very important constitutional mandate which deals with security services, Section 198 of the Constitution, which reads as follows. The following principles govern the national security in the Republic. The national security must reflect the resolve of South Africans as individuals and as a nation to live as equals, to live in peace and harmony, to be free from fear and want, and to seek a better life. The resolve to live in peace and harmony precludes any South African citizen from participating in armed conflict, nationally and internationally, except provided for in terms of the Constitution or national legislation. The national security must be in pursuit in compliance with the law, including the international law, and the national security is subject to the authority of Parliament and the national executive. The second point which I want to mention here, Honorable Chair, is Section 205, subsection 3 of the Constitution as well, which speaks about the protection of our country and to maintain law and order by the police. Honorable Chair, as we debate the implementation of the vote 2025-2026, SAPS faces several challenges in executing its mandate. The first one, which is I will reflect here, is crime trends. We say crime remains a significant challenge in South Africa, with high levels of violent crime, robbery, car hijacking, gender-based violence. While the increase in the budget provides some relief in tackling these issues requires more ongoing work, community engagement, and collaboration across the levels of government. The other point is the issues of the resource constraints. We say the police are under pressure due to resource constraints, especially in rural areas. There's a need for a better allocation of resources to address underfunded areas, such as rural policing, and improve police visibility underserved communities.
I'll ask the technical team to please check that and mute that member. Thank you very much, Honorable Pala. You may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The other point which we are concerned, we say ensuring that police officers act within their integrity and professionalism is central to the mandate of SEPS. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate must continue to monitor police conduct and ensure that officers are held accountable for any misconduct. Prevention of crime. We say this is South African Police Service most fundamental responsibility, and it encompasses strategies such as community policing, crime intelligence gathering, and crime prevention patrols. The goal is to prevent criminals acts before they occur through combination of proactive policing strategies. This is in line with the African National Congress call to strengthen the fight against crime and corruption and build a safer communities. We have noted with much concern the main crimes that are confronting the policing services, that being gang violence, drugs, extortion, murder, and illicit flows of firearms. With regard to gangs and drugs, gang violence and drugs continue to burden and put our communities under severe pressure. The existence of gangs who often create a shadow power within communities and instill a culture of instability need to be dealt with in all its manifestation. We acknowledge the track. We say in terms of we acknowledge that the track bust and arrest under Operation Shanyela, but we maintain that the fight against drugs, especially in the areas like Western Cape, require more dedicated and specialized units for it to be destroyed completely within those network cartels. The issue of extortions. With the crime intelligence must able to detect and prevent extortion crime. We have an emerging threat of this trend, which is as well destroying our communities. The crime extortion must be taken very serious as it undermines the growth of our economy and disrupt peace and order and create a climate of fear and instability. As we welcome the 2025-2026 budget priorities, as they are very important and crucial in the effective policing plans. The first one being the personnel cost. We have noted that the bulk of SEP's budget, approximately 68%, is allocated to training and capacitation. The personnel cost, which includes salaries, benefits, and training of SEPS officers, with over 200, plus minus 200 personnel in the ranks of SEPS, remain one of the largest government department in terms of human capital. The allocation is essential as it ensures that SEPS can maintain the presence across the country. In terms of the capital expenditure, vehicles and equipment, one of the most pressing issues faced by the SEPS is aging fleet police vehicles. One area, Honorable Chair, is the crime intelligence and forensic. We say another key area of focus in 2026 budget is the strengthening of crime intelligence and forensic capabilities. Intelligence gathering is critical to prevent crime and dismantle organized crime. The community policing and crime prevention programs are very important as well, Chair. We say the National Crime Prevention Strategy and specialized units are very critical. The National the National Crime Prevention Strategy remains a cornerstone of SEP's work. The strategy involves combination of prevention and reactive measures to reduce crime, particularly violent crime. Specialized units like tactical response teams, sub-specialized task forces, and the Hawks are critical to implement this strategy. Honorable Chair, we say the 2025-26 budget allocation for South African police represent a crucial investment in the future public safety and security. The funding will enable to continue its SEPS to continue its work of crime prevention, investigation, community engagement, while enhancing its capacity in critical areas such as forensic and intelligent technology. The success of SEPS is to manage this budget accordingly and implement the priorities which have been mentioned, manage its resources and strengthen its partnership with the community by holding SAPS to high standard and efficiency. We can ensure that budget serves the South African safer for all its citizens. The African National Congress is calling on men and women in blue to honor the South African police emblem, to honor the South African service oath of office as outlined. As outlined as follows: to uphold the Constitution and the law of the Republic, to serve and protect the people of South Africa, to act impartially, honestly, respectfully, transparently, and accountably, to maintain ethical principles and standards, utilize resources responsibly and effectively, contribute to the development of the country, serve the country with honor, and honor the trust which has been bestowed on you by the South Africans. The African National Congress support this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pala. We now move on to the next contributor to this debate, and that's the Honorable MEC from the Free State, MEC for Community Safety, Roads and Transport, Honorable Mbalula. Honorable Mbalula, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the House. Greetings, Minister, Deputy Ministers present, honorable members, the leadership of SARS under General Masemula in the House. I rise to contribute to this critical debate on the budget vote 28, 21, and 24, relating respectively to the South African Police Service, the Civilian Secretariat, and the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. I do so not merely to tick boxes, but to affirm the political will of the African National Congress, the movement of the people to deliver safety, dignity, and development. We are not here just to approve numbers. We are here to ensure that budgets are instruments of justice, not just ledgers of expenditure. We are here to speak for those who cannot afford private security, for those whose children walk long distances to school, for those rural women who has no station nearby, and for the community who lives in fear each night. Deputy Honorable Chair of the House, in the Free State, the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport has tabled a 3.7 billion budget for 2025-2026. And under the harsh weight of constrained finances, we have still recorded a 3% reduction in serious community reported crimes, with trio crimes by 12.8%, property crimes by 12.5%, and the progress in curbing stock thefts throughout targeted rural operations like those led to the arrest of a land farm murder suspect. This is proof that when budget meets political discipline and community partnerships, the results are tangible. These are not abstract percentages. These are safer streets, recovered livestock, and lives reclaimed from violence. As Kwame Nkrumah said, open quote, "The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others," close quote. This profound truth by the Pan-Africanist Kwame Nkrumah reminds us that leadership is not about power, but about purpose. It is this conviction that guides the Free State provincial government. In the partnership with the South African Police Service, we are not merely fulfilling a mandate, but we are committing ourselves to the daily, tireless service of our communities. But we must remain vigilant. As a country, contact crimes have increased in the Free State by 1.1%, largely driven by assault and sexual offenses. It tells us that policing must be preventative, not reactive, and that justice must reach homes, it must reach schools and taverns alike. Deputy Chair, Honorable Chair, we are proud to report that Integrated Violence and Crime Prevention Strategy has been signed by the Provincial Executive Council and will be officially launched in the second quarter of 2025-2026. This strategy ensures that our approach is not national rhetoric, but local action shaped by ward-based safety plans and community voices. Deputy Honorable Chair, the war on gender-based violence and femicide is not a media campaign, but it is a generational struggle. And as the Free State, we have answered this call with victim-friendly rooms in all our police stations. Secured landmark convictions has also happened in the Free State. One of our award-winning police surgeons, Ntombi Peter, and the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Unit achieved 5 life sentences and 337 for 32 rapists. We have also launched 158 awareness campaign in partnership with the Premier's Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Task Team and the South African breweries to address alcohol-fueled crimes. Yet, rising sexual offenses remind us that justice must not be procedural, but it must be personal. We call for the GBV prevention in schools and more psychosocial support in townships where trauma continues to fester in silence. Honorable Deputy Chair, our borders are porous as the Free State because we border 6 other provinces. As a result, 490 rural safety campaigns were conducted. In rural subs seized 12 million worth of illicit cigarettes, arresting a foreign national. Stock theft hotspots like Heilbron, Welkom, Koppies, and Beltfontein have been increased, or patrols have increased in those, leading to arrest in some instances. These operations prove that rural crime is not a secondary concern, but it is a frontline and national sovereignty. Honorable Deputy Chair, we cannot build a safer South Africa with an equitable budget. The equitable share formula fails to account for among the following: that the Free State's low economic activity due to mine closures is a problem for us. Its strategic location as a province bordering 6 provinces, including Lesotho, yet receiving no additional PRMG benefits despite heavy traffic and transit burden on our routes. The current formula treats unequal provinces equally, and that is structurally unjust. We urge Parliament and National Treasury to review the PRMG and equitable share, because without reform, provinces like ours are being set up to fail. Deputy Honorable Chair, from the 3.7 billion departmental allocation, 2.0 billion comes from the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant. Only 25% may be used to rehabilitate as set out in the DORA. Yet 55% of the provincial road network requires urgent rehabilitation, not maintenance. These are old roads weakened over time, overloaded by freight, and neglected due to budget constraints. We call for the PRMG threshold to be reviewed, or our roads, and by extension, our communities will collapse. Honorable Deputy Chair, in the last financial year, the department achieved 96% of all crime prevention and SAPS oversight targets, 92% compliance in Q1 of 2025-2026, and full project reporting as part of the government program of action. These are not just bureaucratic achievements. They are declaration that the Free State is doing more with less, but that cannot continue forever. Honorable Deputy Chair, among other things or challenges we face are the following: a budget shortfall worsened by absorbing unfunded mandates, inability to maintain critical services like vehicle registration authorities, over expenditure and compensation of employees, and inadequate tool of trades that hinder productivity. Unless these structural issues are addressed, the cracks in our system will become chasms. Honorable Deputy Chair, we reaffirm the call for ring-fence IPIT budget, mandatory quarter reports for civilian secretariat, empowered community safety forums. As the NCOP, we cannot allow provinces to be oversight shells without funding. Oversight is not anti-police, but it is pro-accountability. Honorable Deputy Chair, in the Free State, if I may continue, our Provincial Secretariat has recorded victories: a 3% decline in community-reported crimes, a 12.5% reduction in property crime, and 490 rural safety campaigns have been undertaken. But we also face challenges from the equitable share formula that punishes landlocked provinces to underfunded CPFs and limited youth crime prevention programs. In conclusion, let us be reminded that these budget votes are not just physical exercises. They are moral declarations. They are the heartbeat of our democracy. They speak to the kind of society we are shaping, one whose safety is not a privilege for the wealthy, but a right for every citizen. To the child who must cross a broken road to reach school, this vote must promise safety. To the woman who gathers courage to report the abuser, this vote must promise protection. To the officer in blue who stands guard with limited resources, this vote must promise support. And I believe it does exactly that. Let us not forget that budgets are not just numbers. They are the architecture of justice, the unfolding of dignity, and the instruments of liberation. As the jazz legend Jonas Gwango once said, I quote, "To be an artist is not a belief in life," close quote. So let this budget be our collective composition.
Thank you, MEC.
I thank you, and we support the budget.
Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, honourable members, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable members, the next participant in the debate is the Mpumalanga MEC for Community Safety, Security and Liaison. Honourable MEC, you will need to help me with the pronunciation of your surname, please. I think it's Mati, but I'm not sure. It could also be Macy. Please, if you can proceed, you have 10 minutes, MEC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. My surname, the pronunciation of my surname is Masie. Masie. House Chair, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, the Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Les Govender, Acting Minister of Police, Honorable Gwede Mantashe, Honorable Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Kassel Matale, and Honorable Dr. Paul Bushiela, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, National Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, the Police Provincial National Commissioner, and then Civilian Secretariat, Provincial Executive present here, and fellow delegates from other provinces. Honorable Chair and members, this session occurs on the eve of the day where the whole world will observe the International Nelson Mandela Day. We celebrate Nelson Mandela International Day every year on the 18th of July to shine light on the legacy of a man who changed the 20th century and helped shape the 21st century. The 18th of July each year is a moment for all of us to renew with the values that inspire Nelson Mandela, values such as absolute determination, deep commitment to justice, human rights and fundamental freedom, profound belief in the equality and dignity of everyone, every woman and man, a relentless engagement for dialogue and solidarity across all lines and division. Nelson Mandela was a great statesman, a fierce advocate for equality, the founding father of peace in South Africa. In times of turbulence, Nelson Mandela shows us the power of resilient oppression, or of justice over inequality, of dignity over humiliation, of forgiveness over hatred. As the world take forward the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and strive to overcome new sources of adversity, let us recall the lesson of Nelson Mandela's life and the essential humanism that guided him, quote unquote, for to be free is not merely to cast off one's chain, but to live in a way that respect and enhance the freedom of others. Standing between life and death at the dock in what famous become the Rivonia trial in 20 April 1963, Mandela made a profound statement which he say, open quote, "I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony with equal opportunities. It is an idea which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if need be, it's an idea for which I am prepared to die for." Close quote. Honorable House Chair, the province of Mpumalanga noted the development surrounding the police minister. On this note, may I take this opportunity to welcome the appointment of Minister Gwente Mantashe to take care the Ministry of Police until the takeover of the responsibility by Minister Feraz Katalia. It will be amiss for me to not to plead with the leadership of the police and security cluster to remain to maintain the required decorum in the action and pronouncement so that the crime fighting effort of the security cluster is not weakened. Mpumalanga province has a long-standing physical and infrastructure such as construction of police station in Mariti, Akonhoek, Moloto, and Sovokani. It is my hope that this will be expedited to ensure that police service are brought closer to the people. The same with the establishment of the forensic science laboratory, as its establishment will ensure that the resolution of cases which require forensic analysis are accelerated and justice is served. The current Police Service Act deem participation in community police forum as a volunteer service. taking into consideration that crime fighting is becoming a permanent service due to evolution of crime manifestation and increase unemployment. It will be prudent that in the current financial year, the SAPS Act be amended to ensure that volunteers are incentivized for their service. The amendment must be also cater for legally provision for the project like crime prevention warden. One of the wishes which I think is a concern among all the provinces in the development of police station. Mpumalanga is experiencing a rapid population growth. Thus, community establishment are expanding as a result. This imposes strain to police station to render appropriate service because of vastness of the police station precinct. There are still police stations that are inadequately developed. Thus, they require public works for their maintenance. Chairperson, a well-established police station, particular with dedicated gender-based violence desk, victim-friendly room, offer crucial benefits to victims of GBV. These include immediate support, protection, and access to specialized service like trauma counseling, which can prevent secondary victimization and promote healing. Furthermore, the functioning of police station can improve the documentation of GBV cases, leading to better investigation and potentially increase the livelihood of justice and reparation for survivors. It also our hope that the budget will also alleviate the high overhead cost as a result of the provincial environmental fleet that have a high mileage. They are always in and out of the repair workshop to ensure a profession police service. It is important that the Independent Police Investigation Directorate, the IP, is capacitated. We have witnessed an IP which has a long turnaround time for conclusion of cases that are brought to them. The IP was established to ensure that no police will be saved from accountability for their unethical conduct. I hope this budget will cater for their resources need. On the other hand, IPIT must find a way to balance the quagmire between enforcing police accountability and police officer who perish in the hands of criminals while holding legally tool of trade to protect themselves in public. The Civilian Secretariat for Police Service has an important role to play in terms of the provision of the Section 206 of the Constitution. This role includes to monitor police conduct, to oversee the effectiveness and efficiency of the police service, including receiving reports to the police service, to promote good relationship between the police and the community, to access the effectiveness of visibility police. The budget of the Provincial Secretariat must be improved to ensure that provinces are able to perform their responsibility. This will include the provision of the financial and human resource. Mpumalanga Provincial Crime Prevention Strategies approved by the Provincial Executive Council in 2024-2025 financial year involve various initiatives aimed at reducing crime and improving safety. Key components include deploying crime prevention warden, strengthening of South African police service, and implementing community safe. Therefore, Mpumalanga support the
Thank you very much.
The budget 2024 presented in the House.
Thank you, MEC Masia. Your time is up. We appreciate your inputs and thank you for correcting my pronunciation. I realized I was in the wrong province initially. Honorable Farmer, you've not been called yet. If you can just resume your seat for a moment, please. Honourable members, as usual, we have a number of people in the gallery, and I'd like to thank them all for their attention. I think especially welcome to some members of the National Assembly who have joined us to come and see how things should be done, and that is the Honourable Van Zyl, Honourable Knott, and the Honourable Van der Walt. You are most welcome in the chamber or in the House. Thank you very much indeed. With that, honourable members, it's now the opportunity for Honourable Farmer to take the debate forward on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance. You have 5 minutes, Honourable Farmer. Thank you.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour, the God we so desperately need as a people. Today I rise with pride on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to make our position crystal clear. We fully support budget votes 28, 24 and 21 because the safety of our communities, the integrity of our police and the trust between people and law enforcement cannot be negotiated, postponed or turned into empty promises. Chairperson, we must be honest with ourselves. Crime in this country is not just the statistics on a PowerPoint. It is the fear in a grandmother's heart when she walks to collect a grant. It is the fear in a child's eyes walking past gangs to get to school. It is the frustration of good officers forced to work in a broken system where criminals too often wear the same uniform meant to have their backs. This is why these three votes must work together like three pillars of one mission. 1, a police service that serves the people. 2, an independent police investigative directorate that cleans out the rot. 3, a civilian secretariat that keeps the whole system honest, accountable, and people-centered. Honourable members, our people deserve visible policing, not ghost patrols. We want more boots on the ground, better training, and a culture where good officers are backed up, not let down. The days of subs members working with old broken equipment must end. The money we allocate today must buy safety tomorrow. But that alone is not enough. A police badge must mean honor, not a shield for criminals who wear it to extort bribes, protect syndicates, or abuse the powerless. That is where IPID comes in. We fully support this budget because an independent, well-resourced IPID is the people's watchdog. It must follow the facts, fear no rank, protect whistleblowers, and deliver real prosecutions, not dusty case files. Chairperson, the Civilian Secretariat is the glue that binds it all together. Without proper oversight, corruption grows roots. Without community trust, crime flourishes. The Secretariat must ensure every province has real community policing forums that work, not just signboards on a municipal wall. However, the strategy of involving commoners to strengthen the eyes, ears, and hands of the police in community policing forums seem not to have been subjected to a proper planning process. The moment a community member involves him or herself in matters of police, a target is painted on their backs for criminals to attack. That's why no means of protection or training is provided to ensure that these individuals have some degree of knowledge in keeping themselves and their families safe. Yet they are expected to hold every station commander to the standard that we serve at the people's pleasure, not the other way around. Honourable members, the Patriotic Alliance manifesto is clear. We stand for safe communities, clean government, and real accountability. If you betray the badge, you betray the nation. That is why our support for this budget is not a blank check. Every rand must build trust, put criminals behind bars, whether they sit on street corners or in office at the police station. We call for more honest cops, real partnership with communities, technology that puts eyes and ears on every corner, and stronger protection for those who speak out against crime inside the system. Chairperson, when our people see a police vehicle, they must feel safe, not suspicious. When they report a crime, they must see follow through, not excuses.
And when our children look at the uniform, they must see something to respect, not something to fear. The Patriotic Alliance stands for action, not talk. We support these budget votes because they hold the tools to make our homes safer, our streets safer, and our faith in our police service stronger. To every honest officer, we stand with you. To every corrupt officer, we are coming for you. Let this House pass these budgets today, but tomorrow let us demand results, safe streets, safe homes, and safe futures for our people. The PA support these votes because our people deserve protection they can trust. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. Honourable members, the next participant this afternoon is the Deputy Minister of Police, Honourable Matale. Welcome, Honourable Matale.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session, the Chair of the NCOP and the Deputy, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Acting Minister of Police, Honorable Gwede Mantashe, Deputy Minister Dr. Bushielo, members in attendance, MEC of the Free State, Mr. Mbalula, and MECs that are on the virtual platform, delegates from provinces, the Director General of the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, Mr. Sbui, the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, General Masemula, and the management present here, Executive Director of IPID, Men Tatseng. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. It is an honor and humility for me to once again be afforded an opportunity to deliver my inputs to this budget vote under the auspices of the South African Police Service amidst a multitude of challenges facing us at this juncture. Some of these challenges are of serious concern and are a threat to our safety and security, while some are of a socio-economic nature, but the inability to adequately address them will ultimately make them a safety and security problem in one way or the other. Honorable Chair of the session, I think it will be amiss of me not to comment on one or two issues that some honorables made here. One of the issues is the assertion that commissions are a waste of time, they are not productive, they are very expensive. Clearly, such comments, Chair, are misdirected and ill-informed. I think the Honorable Member Mukai, who stood here to make this, he was awake when the commission was appointed and when it deliberated on the things that was before it. But when it concluded and action started to unfold, he took leave of himself and the realities of this country. It's a fact that the commission costed us $1 billion, but it's also a fact that more billions were gained out of the work of this commission. And that you will say is a wise investment. If you invest $1 billion and you get in return more than $1 billion, it was a good business decision. And I think that is a reality. It is a reality that before the commission, there were men and women who were working the street who has committed wrong. And today, as we gather here in the NCOP, there are some who are undergoing court proceeding, including honorable members of other houses that are appearing to account for what they have done. This is a clear indication that commissions work, and we must support the decision by the President to appoint this commission to deal with what we are currently faced with. And we are confident that that commission will do its work. We must applaud the President, we must applaud Minister Mkunu for having suggested to the President that he is willing to take leave of absence so that the Commission can do its work and he can clear his name. Let's allow him to do that, and all those who are implicated and those who have information, we must support them to go and appear before the Commission and state their case. The truth must be established. It is incorrect. Maybe I should say we should appreciate your concern, Honorable Mukai, but we must assist you that please direct your energies somewhere else, because the decentralization of fixing vehicles in subs has already begun, and we have briefed you in the portfolio committee of what we are doing. So you don't need to do everything possible to ensure that this happens. It is happening. The issues that were raised here by the Honorable Zulu about the problems that started in 2012, 2016, I think Honorable Zulu should also accept that and appreciate what we are doing. Yes, indeed, there are these problems, and we are fixing them. And you know fully well yourself that the founder of your institution was at the center of this. There are no political interference in policing work. Police do their work without fear or favor, and they will continue to do so. What we are confronted with currently is a challenge that we must deal with, but it's a challenge that is going to yield a new beginning for the South African Police Service. And we are looking forward to that particular new beginning. In most cases, when the new are about to be born, it's not an easy process to be born anew. It's very difficult, but it's necessary for that to happen, particularly when you look at the South African Police Service, given the fact that as we did transformation, today we're standing here, we're still dealing with the problems of the non-statutory forces since 1994, which is about integration, which has not yet been completed, showing you that clearly it's not going to be smooth sailing, but it's a necessary path that we are going to go through to ensure that indeed transformation takes place within the South African Police Service. In order for us to do the work that we're supposed to do as the Civilian Secretariat for Police on the mandate, the department is allocated a total budget of 172 million for the 2025-26 financial year. This is an increase of 16 million from the adjusted budget of 155 million for 2024-2025 financial year, and include an inflation adjustment and a 9 million additional funding for the compensation of employee. This increase is for the filling of the 2 posts of Deputy Directors General and their support staff, as well as the cost of living adjustment for 2025-26. The macro-organizational structure is being reviewed in order to increase capacity in line with the departmental strategy and mandate. Funding will be needed in the next MTEF process to fund the organizational structure and the necessary mandates of the department. Chair, this is as a result of what we did within the Civilian Secretariat to reposition it to a level where it is necessary. As we speak today, the department is now led by a Director General instead of a DDG, which was the case previously. And this resulted in the restructuring, hence we're talking of the 2 additional DDG posts that must be filled. In fighting crime, we are fully aware and understanding that this needs the whole of government, the whole of society approach. That is why we developed
the ICVPS strategy, which has been adopted by Cabinet to ensure seamless and coordination reporting on this strategy. A national committee has been established comprising of the JCPS departments and other key stakeholders. The work of this committee will be reported to FOSAD, Cabinet and other key structures outlining key achievements and challenges in the fight against crime and violence in the country. Although the CSPS is a national entity, the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service provides for the establishment of provincial secretariats to support and align their mandate with the mandate of the CSPS. The provincial secretariats are therefore established by MECs for safety in various provinces and fall within the provincial departments of community safety to which they are accountable. It is also not correct on the issue of the CPF that we don't care about those structures. We do. And for the first time, we allocated an amount of 70 million, but because of financial constraints, this year is 20 million. We are mindful of the fact that more still need to be done. That's why we assist with this matter within the MINMEC meetings where we resolve that we should standardize what Gauteng and Gauteng are doing within the CPF. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Chair, for allowing us to be part of this deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honourable members, I'm not sure whether that disturbed there we go, thank you. Honourable members, the next speaker at the podium is the Honourable Godsell, speaking on behalf of the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister, Deputy Ministers, fellow South Africans, members, but most especially the men and women in blue. On the Cape Flats, the sound of gunfire is not always met with a flash of blue lights and a wail of sirens. The people here live in fear every single day. As gangsters rule their streets, caches of firearms are smuggled brazenly, and crime intelligence is about as ironic as an Alanis Morissette song. They fear for their lives, and they fear for their children's lives. And more they fear the silence of those who were elected to protect them. They fear the political will of the powers that be have waned. Just the other day, during the human rights debate in this House, the chairperson of the Select Committee for Security and Justice delivered a moving speech. She spoke of the Cape Flats. She spoke of Mitchell's Plain, Lavender Hill, and Manenberg. And she spoke as if she's been there. During this debate, the ANC lamented the gang violence, the drug war, the trauma, and rightly so. To quote from the chairperson's speech, Lavender Hill has been under lockdown due to gangsterism. There is something we need to do collaboratively. These are chilling and powerful words, words of empathy and solidarity. And for a moment in March, Honourable Chair, I believe that there was an all-round political will to fight crime. But the most chilling part of Honourable Mananiso's speech was not her words. It was the silence and the contempt that followed. The ANC wept for Lavender Hill on Tuesday, but they rejected them on Wednesday, when the DA brought a motion calling on this House to do exactly that, to act collaboratively and stand with the people of the Cape Flats. Yes, Honourable Nonkunyana, when the DA stood up in this House to call for more resources for the anti-gang unit, the ANC, through its whip in the Security and Justice Committee, voted against it. The very person who oversees discipline in the meetings where we are briefed on gang killings, collapsing intelligence, and exhausted men and women in blue who are begging for help. And why? Was it perhaps to protect someone? Chairperson, political will is defined as the demonstrated commitment of political leaders to take action and implement policies in the public interest, even when doing so may be politically difficult, unpopular, or inconvenient. Policing in the Western Cape is presided over by Lieutenant General Tembisile Patekile. His legacy includes overturning dismissal sanctions for corrupt officers and placing them back into the very communities who need protection the most: Lavender Hill, Mitchell's Plain, Manenberg. On 13 May, the Minister of Police undertook to this House that extraordinary measures were underway to help fearful communities on the Cape Flats. As he sets off on his paid holiday, there are still no extraordinary measures and not a word from Patekile. Where is the political will that we saw a smattering of on Human Rights Day? Despite the crisis on the Cape Flats and the national threat of extortion and gang syndicates, the SAPS APP and budget remains silent on any expansion of the anti-gang unit. There is no dedicated staff establishment, no ring-fenced funding, and no measurable targets. Honourable members, budgets and APPs mean nothing if there is no political will to implement them. Earlier this year, the DA conducted an unannounced oversight visit to National Government SAPS K9 unit in Cape Town, following complaints about severe resource shortages. We found only 49 personnel, half of the approved 98, and over half of the 75 trained dog handlers in Cape Town and surrounds were out of dogs or without dogs. All of this in a metro that is plagued by gang violence and plagued by a drug trade that fuels daily bloodshed. The situation is so dire that Lieutenant General Patekile had to rely on a civil society organization to donate 16 dogs, of which only 6 were found medically fit. These dogs completed basic training months ago, yet SAPS has still not sent them for specialized certification in narcotics and explosives at their Roodeplaat Pretoria unit. Their handlers, who are passionate and ready, have been waiting since May. Other stations receive training at Roodeplaat K9 Academy, but not the K9 dog handlers and not their dogs. Why, Honourable Minister? Where is the urgency? So we ask again, if even trained dogs and their handlers are left idle in the middle of a gang war in the Cape Flats, what does it say about the political will to fight crime? K9s are force multipliers. So why would SAPS management not fix this critical component? Instead of devolving policing powers to functional, successful governments like the City of Cape Town or the Western Cape government, the people responsible for keeping communities safe are fighting, but not to keep the community safe. They're fighting to keep their secrets hidden. Honourable Chairperson, I'm happy to report, and the committee chair alluded to it earlier, that following pressure from the DA during the APP presentation, the Select Committee formally recommended that SAPS prioritise gangsterism and extortion by increasing personnel and equipment in specialised units. Yet, despite this, no dedicated budget line or fixed establishment has been created for the anti-gang unit. While the minister got fired, others scrambled to cover their tracks, including Kat Matlala, whose penthouse hosted the now ex-minister, as well as Becky Kele, and whose VIP firm protects Julius Malema's wife. Malema, once loud on everything, is now silent. But silence isn't neutral. It's convenient. Sometimes it's also complicit. And if the EFF silence is convenient, the PA's conduct is calculated. Alongside their National Coloured Congress allies, they obsess over attacking the City of Cape Town and the LEAP officers and the Western Cape Provincial Government, ignoring the SAP senior management's blatant failures. Why? Maybe because effective crime fighting threatens their interests? Perhaps that's why on 27 May, Honourable Farmer objected to a simple DA motion expressing sympathy for families shattered by gang violence on the Cape Flats. Chilling, but revealing. Budgets must make a difference. APPs are the roadmap of a safer street.
Point of order, Chair.
Of course.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. If we can have the point of order. What is your point of order, Honourable Farmer?
I stand on Rule 61(1)(b).
Yes, proceed, Honourable Member.
The honourable member is naming me while telling a lie that I objected to a motion that was never tabled. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Farmer, I seem to remember, please take your seat, Honorable Gotzel. I seem to remember that there was a motion presented in this House to which you objected. There was a series of them. Well, okay, that might be a point for debate. We would have to go back and check the Hansard and respond to that in due course. But as far as I know, it was the one that you rejected. But I will undertake to do that and we'll clarify in the House. Thank you.
This is a lie.
I don't believe so, but thank you, sir. We will double check to make sure we will get to the bottom of the truth. Honorable Gotzel, please proceed.
The Hansard, Honorable Farmer, and you're about as irrelevant as an Astra on a motorbike. APPs are the roadmap to safer streets. But the truth, Honorable Chairperson, is that a budget means nothing without the will to implement it. So, in considering the question as to whether to support this budget and APP, this House must ask itself, do we have the political will to implement it? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gotzel. Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Gotzel. Honorable members, the next debater debates on behalf of the United Democratic Movement, and today again, that is the Honorable Peter.
Mhlali ngaphambili ohloniphekile kumphathiswa welisebe lezokhuseleko negqiza ahamba nalo kumalungu alendlu ahloniphekile nakubemi bonke belelizwe mandikhahlele nditsho ndithi ndibambe lingatshoni mqwathi umzila ohamba kuwo uthande ukuba mtyibilizi ngoko ke chula kunyathela amehlo esizwe akuwe mandidakase ndixela udada ludada edamini umgaqo siseko welilizwe awuloxwexwe kuphela ngona mthetho omkhulu wokulawula thina sizwe sonke ugunyazisa elisebe lokhuseleko likhusele abemi belilizwe ngokuthi lihloniphe umthetho lulwe ubundlobongela ngokungenaloyiko kwanokuhlobana kodwa namhlanje ngakumbi kwiphondo leMpuma Kapa iEastern Cape ke ukutsho siye sakungqina ukunqatshwa kwesi sigunyazisi elo gunya lokukhusela abemi belilizwe liye laba ligunya lokunyashwa kwamalungelo abemi belilizwe eli gunya lijike laba kukungqikiva laba kukudlwengulwa yaba lubulawo lwabemi belilizwe kuqhogenwe nezigilamkhuba abemi belilizwe baphila impilo exhalabileyo hayi abemi belilizwe kuphela nenkonzo yesipolisa uqobo izigilamkhuba zingena kumakhaya ngamakhaya ilanga lihlabe umhlaba zimki inkomo abantu balaliswe bengondlelanga bambi babulawe ngokungenalusini xa ephuma esiya empangelweni amapolisa ajonga phezulu kumveli ngqangi ukuba ingaba likhona na elinye ithuba lokuphila abazi nokuba baza kubuya bephila na senzeni na isizwe mphathiswa sibulawa nje abemi belilizwe bavathe iqaqa kuba kungekho mthetheleli ukuba khusela mabasonge izandla na mphathiswa bafe bengenzanga nto na senzeni isizwe mphathiswa uphina wena kule ntlekele singathemba njani isizwe izolo oku ubume phambi kwesizwe uthatha isifungo uvuma ngomlomo ukuba uyakubakhusela bemi belilizwe le nyikitya yolubulawo ingaka awuyiboni na wena liphi na ithemba lesizwe xa sibulawa kwangamapolisa abesanda ukuma phambi kwesifungo izolo ukuwa kwenkonzo yepolisa ingaba ithetha ukuthini na oko ayithethi ukuba ukhuseleko lwabemi beli lizwe alukho na umzekelo ngophilayo phaya eMthatha izigila mkhuba zaya kukhuthuza isikhululo samapolisa ingaba oku kubonakalisa ntoni na kubemi beli lizwe umzekelo wesibini phaya eDwesi police station ingcango zivalwa emini maqanda ilanga lihlabe umhlaba ngenxa yoloyiko nokhuseleko lwamapolisa kwisigaba seminyaka emihlanu ibutho le-IPID lwafumana ngaphezu kwe-4,400 yezikhalazo ngokungqamene nenkonzo yesipolisa apha kweli phondo leMpuma Kapa kuphela kwezolonke lona lafumana 15,000 yezikhalazo kodwa nangoku azikho izisombululo ndiyafuna ukuthi kweminister qula kwedini konakele when the National Party was about to fall the same behavior of what your government is doing typical example the National Party were deaf your government is deaf the National Party were cruel your government is cruel your state is falling kodwa yonke lonto ixhomekeke kubemi beli lizwe ngako oko iUDM iyayixhasa le budget vula indlebe urhulumente vula indlebe enkosi
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. Passionate as always. Honourable members, the next speaker speaks for the Economic Freedom Fighters, and it's the Honourable Gericke. Honourable Gericke, 15 minutes.
Goeiemiddag aan ons chairperson en aan die ministers en aan al die kollegas. Ek begin in Afrikaans om te sê ek is 'n boerling van die Weskaap onder 'n DA-regering vir die laaste amper 20 jaar. Nou die DA moet hom skaam om vanmiddag hier te kom staan en hande swaai oor misdaad, terwyl die DA vir 20 jaar regeer en hulle faal om die sosiale omstandighede van agtergeblewe mense te omskep, sodat misdaad kan verminder, want julle belange lê in die wit gemeenskap en nie by die tradisionele agtergeblewe gemeenskappe nie. I want you to put that in your pipe and smoke it. Chairperson, it is a given that SAPS is failing in its constitutional mandate to prevent, combat, and investigate crime. And this failure is no longer just a political issue. It is now scientifically proven reality. Independent data from the AG, from the ISS, and from other institutions paint a picture of an underperforming and a discredited police force. Chairperson, colleagues, we have witnessed a couple of days ago how a senior police officer made damning claims against senior politicians in the police service. Those claims were followed up by President Ramaphosa in a subsequent media conference days later and culminated in the suspension of the police minister. The president then appointed a new minister to act in the place of the police minister. The EFF wants to state categorically that, as a party, we do not support the appointment of the new minister. We submit respectfully that his appointment is in breach of Section 91(3)(c) of our country's constitution. Our constitution is unambiguous when it states that the president may select no more than 2 ministers from outside the assembly. We are thus saying that the suspended minister is effectively still a cabinet minister, enjoying ministerial perks and privileges. The country wants to see true leadership and action against those who are implicated in corruption and crime, and people are sick and tired of the soft approach of shifting ministers from one position to another when they are implicated. The president and his GNU partners must understand that our Constitution is sacrosanct and cannot be ceded to protect and retain cronies in our governing system. There must be consequences to those who regard themselves above the rule of law, and it is a very dangerous recipe for disaster and anarchy. Today, we discuss a very critical item pertaining to the law and order in our constitutional democracy. The EFF wants to draw the attention of the House to the reality that communities are in pain and agony of a system that fails to meet its constitutional obligation in Section 205(3), whereby the police must prevent, combat, and investigate crime, maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic property, and to uphold and enforce the law. Instead, what we are faced with is police who, instead of protecting our people from criminals, are themselves not distinguishable from the criminals they are meant to be fighting. SAPS and some of his senior leaders are colluding with criminals, it is said and reported many days now, whilst the South African society is suffocating from crime. The police have been captured by the criminal interest of the gangsters they report to. It can therefore not be business as usual when our streets and communities are being held ransom by thugs and criminals. This is happening on a daily basis in communities across South Africa. And in response to the failure of the police to deliver services, the general public is forced to listen to politicians cooking up statistics and presenting strategies with no intention to implement and deliver and uphold the constitutional mandate of SAPS. And this is visible when we see how media statements are being manipulated. In this latest report we are dealing with now, we are made to believe that the perception of communities apparently gauged satisfaction with police responsiveness. How can this be possible when resources and logistics are almost non-existent in provinces like Limpopo and in poor and vulnerable communities in the Western Cape? How can it be possible when crime and corruption are swept under the carpet and when the Cape Flats and Mitchell's Plain have become the murder capital of South Africa? People in need of protection from the police must wait for hours before they arrive. This is the reality that we face. And this afternoon, the EFF speaks the language of the people. We are not coming here with high words and academic words and so on. We speak for the people, the working class and the poor. In Khayelitsha, Langa, Philippi and Guguletu, communities are many times left in the hands of brutal thugs and gangs and have no recourse whatsoever to protect themselves. In Soweto and El Dorado and elsewhere, our people are subjected to vigilante groups that sow havoc at clinics and hospitals when foreigners want basic health care for their children, yet those people call themselves Christians. We have not heard of one of those self-appointed politicians giving God's people the runaround just because they are black and foreign. We have not heard that police have laid charges or arrested them on the scene. This is how lawless our beautiful country has become under the rule of the GNU. We are now surprisingly informed that hotspot in this report, that hotspot areas will have an integrated crime and prevention strategy in place. In this regard, let me inform the House that the EFF is vindicated because this is part of our strategy as has been presented to the general public during the recent elections and throughout the existence of the EFF. The EFF is advocating for very long that resources should be concentrated in highly dense areas, that foot patrol by the police be introduced, and more boots on the ground in those communities. The EFF remains resolute on our stance to establish a dedicated task force to deal with gangsterism, the construction mafia, and extortionists and syndicates. The country has persistently heard that the criminal justice system will be strengthened and upgraded. This is said when powerful, high-profile gangsters or extortionists and rapists are being acquitted in courts because of poor and weak investigation and prosecution. Court cases are falling through the cracks because of this phenomenon and at the embarrassment and humiliation of the victims. Visible policing must be taken seriously by the ANC and the ANC's GNU partners. It is an insult to the vulnerable and poor communities when a meager 2% is allocated more for visible policing this year. It means that we won't see a difference in the strategy of policing. This is by far the most important constitutional imperative to keep all communities safe. And this effectively means that the country will not receive better policing, as this is not even an increase of 2% in comparison with the budget of last year. Detective services are under-resourced and under tremendous pressure, as many detectives must investigate hundreds of dockets without proper support and resources. Chairperson, I invite you to my own hometown to come and witness how some detectives are dealing with over 600 dockets at a time. So how can there be service and justice when a situation like this is prevalent in our policing system? Our schools in the Western Cape have become breeding grounds for youngsters to be recruited as gangsters. Yet there is no plan whatsoever to safeguard teachers and learners who have the right to learn and work in a safe environment. The EFF is very serious when we demand the normalization of services of the forensic backlog at laboratories. We continually hear that the forensic laboratories are out of order. The service is almost non-existent and people wait very long for the service. Meanwhile, victims are suffering and must face those perpetrators on a daily basis in their communities. This budget, Chairperson, is allocating 4 billion rand towards protection and security services. Now just listen to this. The EFF will ask for a forensic investigation on this allocation because we want to know who and what are being protected and what security companies are being contracted to render the service. This is an absolute exorbitant amount, given that poor and vulnerable communities are prisoners in their own homes. Community policing, Minister, is extremely important to the EFF. Those who serve voluntarily on CPFs and neighborhood watches must be compensated for their hard work and commitment to safer towns and cities. All provinces must budget to incentivize those civilians who fearlessly serve their communities without the rewards. Chairperson, the IPAD also stands ineffective and has been captured by the police to protect their criminal ways. IPAD must rid itself from the perception that they are politically compromised and side with those in power. Country needs an independent watchdog that serves with integrity and diligence. There are still too many deaths and torture in police custody, according to the report. And although it is notable that in certain provinces where cases have been concluded and dockets handed over to the NPA, there still exist delays in the process of prosecution. This is particularly applicable in the province of the Free State, where IPAD has handed over many dockets. The Civilian Secretariat for Police must urgently establish its footprint on a national level. They are an organization that must be accessible to all communities, but they operate only in certain pockets of areas in South Africa. And therefore it must be budgeted and they must be enabled. The general public needs this organization to ensure accountability and transparency. As I conclude, Chairperson, the time has come to introduce alternative policing strategies to keep our country safe. Traditional policing and rural safety must work hand in hand to keep people safe in far-off rural areas, and resources must be allocated to assist them as well. Chairperson, our struggle for this freedom was too bitter and expensive to surrender to incompetence, cronyism, and favoritism. The EFF will remain a powerful, smart, disciplined opposition in this country to protect the interest of the masses. No retreat and no surrender. Forward we shall march to the people's government. In that country where the EFF will govern, there shall be houses, security and comforts. Therefore, the EFF rejects this budget vote of the South African Police Service. Chairperson, lastly, I want to invite all freedom-loving South Africans who are interested in clean governance and corruption-free system to come join the EFF on the 26th of July in Khayelitsha Stadium, Cape Town, as we celebrate our 12th anniversary and listen to our visionary leader, Julius Selo Malema, about the next 12 years of freedom and victory. And in closing, I just want to say thank you to all the citizens in Ward 13, Seshefu, that delivered that ward again yesterday to the mighty EFF. As I look over the house, I see a bruised ANC. You are licking your wounds because we've beaten you up. Amandla.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Gericke, for your inputs and deliberations. Honourable members, after a good run in the House, we now go back onto the online platform. It's now the turn of the Limpopo MEC for Transport and Community Safety. That is the Honourable Mache. You have 10 minutes, sir. We see your video, Honourable Mache, but you are still muted. If you can unmute your microphone. There we go. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, permanent and special delegates in the House, Acting Minister of South African Police Services, Honorable Matashe, Deputy Minister, Honorable Matale, Deputy Minister, Honorable Dr. Bushielo, all MECs, both in the House and those in the virtual platform, all men and women in blue led by the National Commissioner General Masemula. Ladies and gentlemen, please receive the warmest greetings from Limpopo Province, the home of peace. Honorable Chair, it is an honor for me to take part in this important debate on the budget vote for safety and security. Allow me to extend my appreciation to the Honorable Minister for the comprehensive and well-considered budget speech. We also acknowledge the hard work by all the men and women in uniform who continue to serve our nation under difficult circumstances. Firstly, I wish to commend the budget as presented by the Honorable Minister. This budget allocation will indeed go a long way in securing the safety and well-being of our people. However, we remain deeply concerned about the adequacy of human capital currently available. In many communities, the distance and times it takes to reach the nearest police station hampers effective service delivery. We therefore urge the ministry to consider the establishment of satellite police stations or makeshift service points to bring service close to the people. In addition, Honorable Minister, the persistent challenge of vehicle shortages continues to hinder the responsiveness of our law enforcement personnel. The number of operational vehicles must be proportionate to the number of officers deployed in order to ensure efficiency. On this note, Honorable Chair, we also call on the Ministry to prioritize the provision of appropriate vehicles in where necessary. Horses for border and control and rural patrols. We are reliably informed that criminals often invade capture due to the difficult terrain and the inadequacy of current police resources. Sustainable mobility solutions tailored to specific terrains will significantly enhance border management operations. Furthermore, Honorable Chair, a swift and deliberate response is required to address the growing trust deficit between communities and the police. One of the recurring concerns raised during community imbizos is the perception that some police officers are either complicit in or turn a blind eye to criminal activities within communities. To restore public confidence, we urge the ministry to invest in modern policing technologies such as body cameras and other surveillance tools to promote accountability, transparency, and professionalism in the execution of police duties. Chairperson, the recent drop of serious crime statistics in Limpopo should be welcomed, for it clearly shows that the men and women in blue are serious in curbing crimes despite the limited resources. But Chair, of major concern is the rise of gender-based violence and femicide cases. Our religious institutions and traditional leaders are some of the most important structures which must assist in reducing this crime. Honorable Chair, it is pleasing to note that the men and women in blue are daily succeeding actually with armed robberies and special cash in transit. These collective efforts by specialized units in SAPS and the private security industry and the broader community is making it easier for us to curb this type of crimes in our country with specific reference to Limpopo. Honorable Chair, it is pleasing to note that SAPS is ready to build more police stations. In our province, there is one police station called Toyando, which is vast and servicing more than 400 villages. We are happy that plans are underway to build one police station around Kuvi area. This will go along in reducing the volume around Toyando police station. Honorable Chair, it is quite worth noting that the community police forums and the community safety forums around the country are highly appreciated to assist police in reducing crimes. However, there is a need for more training programs to be developed and more resources to fund their activities. With these ways, Honorable Chair, as Limpopo, we support the budget as tabled. Nkomo.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, for outlining the program of your department in Limpopo. It is highly appreciated. The next speaker is going to also be on the visual platform. I'll make an appeal that if there's a problem of bandwidth, you can just open your video for a second or two so that we capture you in this ICT of Parliament, and then we can close the video immediately after that. Over to you, Honorable Mroeng from Northwest, the MEC for Safety and Community Safety and Transport Management.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportune moment to greet you, and then greet the acting minister, Honorable Mantashe, greet the deputy minister, Honorable Castle Matale, also greet the deputy minister, Honorable Poli Bushielo, greet the MECs on the platform, greet all members attending today, General Masamula and the SAPS management. Honorable members, as is the case elsewhere around the country, our biggest security threat is the unceasing crime. But as demonstrated by the fourth quarter crime statistics for the figures collated from January to March 2025, there's been a reduction of some crime patterns. As the Northwest Province, we achieved 7.6% reduction on all 17 community-reported crimes. For the first part of this year, we recorded 1,972 cases, less than for the same period last year. Chair, despite this reduction, we remain unfortunately high and in the top 10 countrywide on a variety of crimes. Our biggest conurbation, Rustenburg, is number 2 on robbery at non-residential area premises and number 7 in property-related crimes, respectively, in the country. Ikageng in Potchefstroom is number 5 in assault GBH, and Taung is largely rural, is number 7 in the country with stock theft. The farmers in Taung, they have traced their livestock in faraway KwaZulu-Natal through decade analysis and crime threat analysis, following arrests made in some of the reported cases in Taung. It has been established that livestock stolen there is sold outside the province, especially in Gauteng, and to some auctioneers in Northern Cape. It has also been established that some of the local people are working with the people from outside the province who are essentially marketers of the livestock, of the stolen livestock. In areas bordering Botswana, the problem is also on the up. This is as a result of the porous, dilapidated border fence. Through the Province, we have engaged the Botswana security agencies to address this transnational problem. As the Northwest Province, As the Northwest Department of Community Safety and Transport Management, we have played our oversight role on the public through announced and unannounced visit to all 86 police stations. We have found out that our stations are not adequately capacitated in terms of human and physical resources. Unavailability, insufficiency, and poor conditions of detention facilities contribute to administrative burden, including transporting detainees to other facilities. This, nevertheless, to say, affects service delivery and non-compliance with the provisions of the National Instruction 13 of 2029. The purpose of this oversight, honorable members, is to administer a national monitoring tool with the purpose of assessing SAP's performance in relation to compliance with various regulations, frontline service delivery, and implementation of recommendation. The assessment focused on custody management, which we did at 40 police stations. In ensuring the implementation of the revised Domestic Violence Act, our assessment and monitoring was on administrative and operational compliance. This included completion of registered, proper recording, filing of documents, training of members, and serving of protection order to respondents. The assessments were through administration of the Domestic Violence Act audit tool. As part of providing support to SAPS, the department, in collaboration with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, conducted workshops at all 4 districts in the province, focusing on the implementation of Domestic Violence Amendment Act 14 of 2021. These workshops focused on implementation of the new act to ensure understanding of new definitions and interpretations, online application of protection orders, service of all documents, and any other information that will ensure there's compliance on the side of the police. Honorable members, we encourage ordinary members of communities to bring complaints to us if they are unhappy with the police service delivery. We received correspondence by means of letters, telephone, faxes, emails, or community can visit the department to report their cases. For the 2024-2025 financial year, we have received 115 new complaints and 65 were successfully resolved. The remaining 50 are still under investigation. As Honorable and Minister and Deputy Minister will recall, towards the end of the last year, we together in Stilfontein dealt with illicit mining. The success we had there was short-lived as the problem resurfaced in Bujanal and some areas in Ngakamudermulema district. It is worth noting, however, that the illegal mining crime levels at stations in Dr. Kenneth Kaunta have decreased. As the Minister Mantashe has said before, permanent solution to illegal mining is rehabilitation and permanent closure of shafts that are used by illegal miners. Often those who defend illegal miners will say due to a fragile economy. These are community members who do the best they can under trying circumstances for their family. However, statistics are indicating something different. Of 1,831 suspects of illegal mining in Stilfontein, 99% were undocumented. Foreign nationals from Mozambique, Zimbabwe, DRC, Malawi, Lesotho, even some from Pakistan. There's now a new phenomenon of illegal miners using properties in and around miners' area, like private houses, to enter disused shafts. In some instances, they even blast open some of the rehabilitated miners. This criminality is found in areas that previously never had these problems, like Moses Kotane, Masibudule, and Ramotseremuilwa, and Otoswop outside Mafikeng. Honorable members, we acknowledge that policing as a national competence is facing various challenges due to budgetary constraints. It is, however, our considered view that fighting crime today should use the elements of fourth industrial revolution. The budget must take into account crime dynamics and ensure resources are allocated accordingly. Northwest is largely rural, and therefore the budget must ensure that rural safety is enhanced. We must also include in our crime fighting equipment added to vehicles and helicopters latest state-of-the-art technologies like the drones, biometrics, facial recognition devices. We must ensure we restore confidence of the community in law enforcement by protecting those who tip us off on criminality. It is not only about trusting police, but the people fearing for their lives if criminals know who reported them. It will help us to only encourage communities to be our eyes and ears, but there is no demonstrable evidence that they are protected. Communities will remember how many whistleblowers have lost their lives because statistics are there to remind them, but will not know how many have been protected. We must improve communication with the police and ensure tools such as 1011 are working not only effectively but efficiently. It is disheartening to engage community members who tells us that they report crime for statistical purposes as belief of them being attended is almost zero due to lack of vehicles and other resources. Response time to crime scene must also improve to ensure crime scene is not compromised. We need more awareness campaigns to empower community members to support community police structures. We must also do more to highlight the work done by other structures in the fight against crime, such as Civilian Secretariat and Directorate for Priority Crime Prevention Investigation. We must also encourage community, especially young men and women, to ensure they report the slightest indication of gender-based abuse. This is the only way we can succeed in the fight against the scourge. Let's restore our family values in the boy children to respect their mothers and sisters. Let's also discourage the indecent popular culture of blamed drinking that often lead to decay of the moral fiber. As the Northwest, we support the budget. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mureng, for your articulate presentation. This House cannot agree more with you on the issue of supporting the women and men in blue. So the next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Billy from KZN. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, Honorable members of this House, and more importantly, fellow South Africans, good day. Obviously, this budget has understandably been overshadowed by recent explosive revelations within the South African Police Service, which my colleague, Honorable Mokai, has touched on, and many other colleagues here today. Honorable members, allegations of a criminal syndicate involving senior police officials and politicians are deeply concerning and threaten to destabilize the very institution tasked with protecting our citizens. Honorable members, while the President has announced the establishment of a commission of inquiry, and I just want to say this, Honorable DM, that Honorable Mokai was not necessarily saying that it does not work, but we need to ask ourselves a question as to if the Commission of Inquiry was working and doing the work that is expected from it. Some of your colleagues, some of your comrades would be sitting in jail, the Guptas would be in jail, and many others would be in jail. That is the question that is being raised about this. But having said that, honorable members, we must be clear that this does not absolve Parliament of its constitutional duty, its constitutional obligation to act with urgency to probe these serious allegations and restore confidence in law enforcement. Chairperson, we must now, of course, turn our focus to the future. The credibility and functionality of our police service hangs in the balance. This budget and the 2025-2026 annual performance plans must serve as a roadmap for restoring trust, rebuilding capability, and delivering safety to all South Africans. These are the few issues that need our urgent attention, Honorable Minister, Acting Minister. The DNA backlog, which has been spoken about at length, despite consistent promises, the DNA backlog remains one of the most crippling failures in our justice system. As per the APP, the SAPS Forensics Division has yet to meet its target. This backlog is not merely administrative. It denies justice to rape survivors and allows dangerous criminals to roam free. It is unacceptable that SAPS still struggles to meet its turnaround times for forensic evidence. This must be prioritized, Minister, and not only spoken about. We must urgently prioritize resourcing our police service. The crime rate remains intolerably high, yet SAPS continue to suffer from severe personnel shortages and even uneven resource allocation. Many police stations, especially in rural areas, townships, and gang-afflicted areas, are severely undercapacitated. A recent reply by the Minister of Police to a DA parliamentary question revealed that at Flagstaff Police Station in the Eastern Cape, where myself and Honorable Nokonyana come from, the officer-to-citizen ratio was 1 policeman to 2,236 people in that area. An appalling neglect of poor, predominantly Black communities. Chairperson, no democracy can justify discrimination in access to safety. The people of Flagstaff too deserve a working police station with enough police officers, with enough vehicles. And qinisekile uba inkosi yami Honorable Nokonyana uzawuvumelana nami ukulwela abantu base Flagstaff kule issue. Honorable Chairperson, equally alarming are the continued killings of both police officers and criminal suspects, something that is prevalent in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate, which is mandated to investigate such abuses, remains underfunded and understaffed, not enough investigators. IPID's 2025-2026 APP identifies resource constraints as a major hindrance to fulfilling its constitutional role. Worse, the toxic relationship between SAPS and IPID has become an obstacle to justice. This internal hostility must be condemned and resolved. A professional, cooperative relationship is non-negotiable in a constitutional democracy. On the issue of police body cameras, Honorable Acting Minister, the DA has long called for the widespread of deployment of body-worn cameras to improve transparency and accountability. And I'm happy to report to this House and to South Africans that through the DA's sustained pressure, the current budget finally makes a provision for the procurement of 100 body-worn cameras. While we welcome this, it is obviously not enough and a drop in the ocean, considering that there are over 170,000 police officers in South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, moreover, SAPS has still not finalized the standard operating procedure for this. Chairperson, I'm certain that South Africans across our provinces and in many provinces, in KZN in particular, are tired of empty promises. They are tired of criminals terrorizing our communities. The DA supports a professional police service free from political interference and rooted in a constitutional values. Let us not wait for another tragedy, scandal, or commission. Let us act now because the safety of our people can never be postponed. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Billy, for your articulate presentation. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Inkosi Unonkonyana. Over to you, sir.
Mgcinihlalo namalungu alendlu abakekileyo mandithi ngqanga nentsiba zayo. Ndiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili ngoba unditefise nam ndithabathele konke ukuze egameni lombutho wesizwe iAfrican National Congress ndibeke yonke into enziwe ngulo mbutho ukusukela uthabathe intambo zolawulo kweli lizwe. Abantu mabaqonde bakhumbule ukuba urhulumente we-ANC wenze inguqu kuphuhliso lopoliso kweli lizwe ukuze bonke abantu emakhaya kwingingqi abahleli kuzo nakwizwe lonke jikelele bakhuseleke ukuze bahlale kakuhle bephila impilo enhle nengcono ekufuneka ixhanyulwe nazizukulwana. I-ANC kuphela kombutho onamava ukulwela amalungelo oluntu ezweni nasehlabathini jikelele. Kule ndlu yowiso-mthetho i-ANC ayinantanga kwaye nguwodwa umbutho onamava ukulawula urhulumente kwiminyaka engapha kwama-30. Ewe, sinayo imingeni, kodwa siyazi into okokuba sinayo intonga esemqubeni ukulungisa undonakele. Siyazi nalapha esipoliseni ikho imingqandandana ethi gqolo ukuzibandakanya nabantu abathe gqolo ukulusana umthetho nemigewu imbala. Asizolala buhlayo mhla ngaphambili uqinisekisa uba urhulumente namasebe onke alawula kwelizwe ulawulo lusezandleni zamathandazwe aziyo uxanduva nathi wona olo xanduva alukhulele. Amathandazwe anganachaphaza ubuqhophololo nobuchwemeshi. Kungoko ke njengabathunywa be-ANC sixhasa ulwabiwo-mali kwisebe lopoliso yaye sinoxanduva lokuyolusa imali yabarhafi ukuqinisekisa uba iinkonzo ziyaya ebantwini yaye sizojonga inkcitho ngeso lokhozi. Ndivumele ke mhlali ngaphambili nani mawethu ndilumele le ntetha yam ndisebenzise ulwimi lwasemzini. Ndenjenje. ANC welcome and support the budget allocated for police, civil secretariat and independent police investigative directorate, as it is anchored by the National Development Plan, which is aligned to the ANC manifesto commitments, which include intensifying the fight against crime, strengthening our response to gender-based violence and femicide, keeping our homes and streets safe, protecting our borders, and creating employment opportunities for all. As we all know, policing and safety are among the most significant priorities for the ANC-led government. The Civil Secretariat Police Service, which I will refer to herein as Civil Secretariat, plays a central role in shaping the landscape of policing in this country, ensuring accountability, upholding democratic values, and serving as the bridge between our communities and law enforcement agencies. This is in line with Freedom Charter's vision, people shall govern. We welcome the budget allocated to the Civilian Secretariat for Police, and we are confident that it will enable the department to carry out its mandate effectively and efficiently. This increment is a clear signal of the government commitment to strengthening civilian oversight over the police service in South Africa. Honorable Minister, it is important that we use this allocation not only to support the Secretariat's core responsibilities, but also to enhance the broader goals of police transformation, accountability, and community safety. The Civilian Secretariat work is multifaceted, involving everything from policy formulation and analysis to community policing, gender-based violence and femicide, oversight, and monitoring of police conduct. It has the responsibility of ensuring that the South African Police Service is accountable, efficient, and operates within the confines of the Constitution, human rights, and the law. One of the key functions of the Civil Secretariat is to ensure that communities are actively engaged in policing efforts. It must ensure and make an intensified effort to build trust between the police and the public, and foster cooperation to combat crime and violence in the entire security cluster at all spheres of government. The Civil Secretariat is also responsible for coordinating and integrating crime and violence prevention strategy, which aims to reduce violence and crime in communities through preventative and proactive measures, alongside working closely with other government departments and civil society. Through its oversight function, the Civil Secretariat ensures that the police operate in a manner that is respectful of human rights, transparent and accountable, while also focusing on professional ethics and integrity within the South African Police Service. Another key area for investment is the development of e-policing systems and digital platforms for better monitoring and engagement. The Secretariat must aim to invest in case management systems that will enhance its ability to track police conduct, manage complaints, and ensure intervention and avoid backlogs when necessary. The days of keeping physical records must come to an end, both in the spirit of running an efficient and responsible administration. We strive for the day that we will be able to receive live status updates of the movement of case dockets. The remainder of the budget, as we have seen, is allocated to research, training, community engagement initiatives, and national crime prevention programs. These activities are essential in ensuring that the work of Civil Secretariat remains grounded in evidence-based practices and that it remains engaged in communities across the country. We are confident, Honorable Minister, that with the 2025-2026 budget allocation, the Civil Secretariat will be in favorable position to execute its core mandate with efficiency, transparency, and accountability. The increasing complexity of policing landscape in South Africa demands that the Secretariat not only oversees, but actively works to ensure police service transformation and stability. The growing epidemics of GBVF in South Africa requires an urgent and robust response for all sectors. The Civil Secretariat must continue to monitor police stations for compliance with the Domestic Violence Act and track South African Police Service's effectiveness in handling GBVF cases, even beyond the 90 days GBVF blitz. We need visible policing and lasting strategies. Furthermore, we must ensure that the police stations are adequately trained and equipped to provide necessary support to survivors of GBVF, including compliance with the Domestic Violence Act. As I conclude, Chair, 2025-2026 budget allocation for this for Civil Secretariat for Police Service is an important step, enhancing the efficacy, accountability, and professionalism of the South African Police Service. We will continue to strengthen our oversight functions, engage with communities, and ensure compliance with the national policies, especially the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. As the African National Congress leaders have said before me, we have no hesitation in support of this perfect vote. Before I leave, though, this platform, I need to correct certain things. One, the DA and its ally, Freedom Front Plus, being part of the GNU that is governing this country, continue to embarrass itself as part of government, as it is the government on the one hand and opposition on the other at the same time. Honorable Godsell and Honorable Billy, your party is running with hares and hunting with hounds. Its rebel-rousing argument will, in the final analysis, impress a rabble, as majority of entailing masses of our country will not be fooled by false propaganda of your party. DA is economical with the truth by claiming easy victory on achievement of the ANC government thereby demonstrating on a daily basis that it is unfit to govern. Sithi caca bhokwe uba ufile ungabe lifa lempethu.
Point of order, Chair. All right, Honorable Nonkonyana, there's a point of order.
I got it in just in time.
What
Before you
will
left.
advise-
Rule 61B, Chair.
61B, yes?
Yeah, Chair. May I continue? You just made a deliberately false statement. The DA rules in the Western Cape may rule very well here. Thank you, Chair.
It's a point of debate, it's not a point of... Over to Honorable Nonkonyana.
Is irrelevant. Again, Honorable Godsell, he knows as well as all other members, I'm the whip of that select committee. Our minister was here in Cape Town. Where were they?
Point of order, Chair.
Can you take your seat, Honorable Nonkonyana? Over to you. I hope that, yes.
I rise on Rule 51, Chair. Rule 51.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Honourable Nkunama. What you're just saying is irrelevant to this debate. So I'd like you to rule on that. He's not talking about police. He's talking about the DA. We're not the police. This is the police budget debate.
All right.
Relevance, Rule 51.
All right, Honorable Badenhorst, your point of order is not sustained. It's a point of it's a point of debate.
Thank you, Chair. It is the DA that has accused the ANC-led government of not having a political will to address. I'm responding to that. As my colleague Godsell is known from the legal profession, he must not be economical with the truth. He knows, as I know, that this ministry has been there. Secondly, he knows that the conflict, and he knows. And again, they then also, him and Honorable Billy, they at one stage wanted us to actually summon the Lieutenant Commissioner Mkwanazi from KZN, accusing him of being a butcher. And we then stood up and said, the police are doing their duty and...
Honorable Nonkonyana, there's a point of order. On what rule are you rising, Honorable?
Rule 61. Rule 61. No, Chairperson, I just want to bring it to your attention that the statement being made by Honorable Nonkonyana is incorrect and false. The letter that we had sent to the chairperson of the committee specifically asked Honorable the General to come to our committee in order for him to be allowed an opportunity to ventilate the allegations which he had made. And the ANC refused to do that. And hence, General Mkwanazi ended up speaking to the media because this parliament, under the Honorable Nonkonyana and the chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, they refused to allow General Mkwanazi to come to parliament to be able to tell Parliament the allegations. And hence today you've got this mess which they can't deal with.
Thank you, Honorable Billy. I think what you are putting me in a precarious position because I don't have the records. I don't have the records of the Select Committee. So I cannot make a ruling now. What I can undertake is that I'll have to request the chairperson of the committee to share that thing with me. Please, I've already made a ruling.
Satisfied with that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Chairperson.
All right, over to you, Honorable Nonkonyana.
Chairperson, the truth hurts. The Honorable Billy knows that they were accusing the police that they are trampling upon the rights of the people when the police were defending themselves against criminals. And Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, as well as particularly, were in the forefront of that, and they wanted them to come. And we said, we cannot actually ask the police to come for that, because we know that this country and this democracy of ours is under threat from the criminals. whom you wanted to give them rights over the police. And we said, there is a justifiable homicide if the police are killing in self-defense. And EFF...
Point of order, Chair.
All right. All right. On what rule are you rising?
I'm rising on Rule 61B because this member continues to mislead this House. Our very purpose in this House is oversight.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. I'm not going to sustain it because no, Honorable Badenhorst, you cannot cast aspersion on a presiding officer. You are out of order. You are out of order. You are out of order now. No, I won't give you that. I'm not going to give you that. Over to Honorable Nongo.
EFF, the belligerent ex-ANC Youth League Brigade, and the reactionary MKP, both of you, you will live to regret betraying the cause of struggle waged by our forebears. Nevertheless, because I'm not going to go down with you so that these people can praise, because it is their strategy to divide the African people. And that is why, therefore, we will accept you back and at an appropriate time. And at that time, you will have manned your ways and be able to govern with us effectively. Mphathiswa kunye negqiza lakho siyabulela kakhulu ngomsebenzi omhle wenzayo mqwathi. Qhubekani kuya phambili. General Masemula and your team, we are firmly behind you. We are not going to disclaim you because of the few rotten apples. As the ANC and the people of this country, we are firmly behind you. Continue to do your work without any fear or favor. Sikona. Fellow South African and the people of South Africa, led by the ANC, I want to assure you, the ANC will never let you down.
On that note, your time has expired. All right, honorable delegates, honorable Deputy Minister, really, you listen to the last part of the speech outside there. Then. All right, without further ado, Mkwati, you have heard what the people have said. It's your time now to respond. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start off by appreciating the broad support of the budget. The three budgets that have been submitted. Thank you very much for the support. But let me make a few comments on issues that came out of here. The first one is that there's nothing as irritating as a party that has no program. Because once there is chaos and disorganization, they climb on that and make it their program. Saram has raised issues that are given to the commission, and that commission must investigate them, give us outcomes. But there are people who are writing on that and create it as a counter-revolutionary program. That belongs to them. It is not, the president has appointed a commission, that commission must be allowed to do its work to the completion. Now, there must be no threats and there must be no disruption. Allow it to continue. particularly MKP, a party that has two of its senior people arrested out on 50,000 rand bail, and no action was taken. All of a sudden, they wake up, they're in the streets. It cannot work that way. Raise your fingers when your senior members are arrested. Raise your finger. We don't see it. I'm leaving that. The second one is, I want to advise the DA. Please review your strategy on the GNU. We can't take responsibility for divisions in your party. Where you want to be in the GNU and be part of the government and also act as opposition from within. We can't carry that. The GNU must never carry that responsibility. So come to the GNU or leave the GNU. Those are the two options. Now, the issue therefore is, please do what is correct for your party. If your party is uncomfortable to be in the GNU, walk out of the GNU. If you are comfortable, work in the GNU. We don't have DA ministers. We have ministers of the state. I'm leaving that. Now, the third point is, it is a strange democratic government that is allergic to political presence. Once there is political presence, it is political interference. When there is no political presence, it is negligence. What should we do? It's a political system. We have political parties. They live in my department, and now I'm acting here. I'm called executive authority because there is bureaucracy and there is executive authority. They work together for the success of a department. So this thing of political interference for executive authority is actually something that does not exist. I wanted to give it a name. I don't want to. But it's not there. It's a question of executive authority must work with the bureaucracy to make the department work. Lastly is our friends from the DA, they counterpose G20 to community engagement. Strange. G20 is an institution. It is rotating from one country to the next. Fortunately, it is in South Africa today. We have a responsibility to make optimal use and benefit optimally from it because it is here. It was in Brazil last year, it is here now, it is going to the US next time. So let's make use of it. It's with us. This thing of being suspicious of everything that comes our way is a sign of cowardice, actually. You are not brave enough to confront challenges and opportunities that face you. Opportunities are going to hit us in the face. We fall on our back because we are running away from opportunities. G20 is an opportunity. We must use it. We'll spend money, but there's more money that will come to the country out of the GNU, out of the G20, because G20 is going to promote tourism and influx of people in South Africa, and I can tell you they will spend money here. Thank you very much. Thank you for the support.
About the dogs.
I'm sick as a dog. No, don't make me sick, please. That's why I don't want to shake your. How are you?
Honorable delegates, in particular from Bukoni, Bupirima, the Western Cape, please behave. Honorable delegates, we have come to the end of the debate on budget votes 28, 24, and 21. I would like to thank the minister, the acting minister, the deputy minister, the MECs, and the select committee for their participation in this debate. You are released. You are okay. All right. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the fifth order, which is the policy debate on budget vote 31, employment and labor appropriation bill. I now call the Honorable Minister and Math, the Minister of Employment and Labor, to open the debate. Over to Math.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you, ministers, deputy ministers, and my deputy minister, Honorable Sibia, Honorable NCOP members, MECs, provincial delegates, Acting Director General of the Department and the senior management of both the Department of Employment and Labor and its entities, distinguished guests, provincial delegates, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Honorable Chairperson, we present an abridged version of Budget Vote 31 speech as a moral reckoning with the crisis of unemployment that continues to grip our country. It is a policy instrument for reform and an institutional roadmap for a department that must do more with less for more people. We meet amid the daily struggles of millions of South Africans who rise each morning with hope, but without work. Young people who possess qualifications yet lack opportunity. Families who stretch every rand to meet basic needs. Workers who labor without adequate protection, voice, or dignity. We confront the hard truth of unemployment and inequality, which calls for us to account plainly and directly for where we stand. South Africa is not immune to global geopolitical instability. One of the more immediate risks lies in trade relations, especially with the United States, where uncertainty surrounds our continued participation in the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. Should access to preferential trade be restricted, the impact would be felt deeply across key labor-intensive sectors, including steel, automotive, manufacturing, textiles, and agribusiness. These sectors employ tens of thousands of workers, many of whom are women, youth, and from the rural communities. Thus, the importance of a stable, equitable, and fair domestic labor market becomes even more critical. Labor laws remain a central defense, ensuring decent work conditions, protecting vulnerable workers, and supporting business continuity amid uncertainty. Emerging from a history in which the majority were denied dignity, decent work, and protection in the workplace, the labor laws of this country have undergone significant transformation. They are now structured to create a fair, dynamic, and harmonized labor market that supports inclusive growth and economic transformation. These laws respond to evolving work arrangements, emerging technologies, and persistent inequalities. During the 2024-25 financial year, the department promulgated 3 regulations: explosives, physical agents, and noise exposure. Further, we published the construction regulations for public comments. These seek to align occupational health and safety laws with Constitution, promoting fair labor practices, and ensures coherence with related statutes such as the Labor Relations Act and the Mine Health and Safety Act. The national minimum wage has raised income levels for many low-wage workers, including domestic workers, farm workers, women, and youth. It has supported household livelihoods and local economic activity. The department is advancing the National Labor Migration Policy and the Employment Services Amendment Bill. These instruments regulate access to employment in a fair,
transparent, and rights-based manner. The approach promotes local participation while observing international obligations. I'm pleased to confirm, Honorable Chairperson, that the National Labour Migration Policy has been approved by Cabinet. The Employment Services Amendment Bill was also approved by Cabinet for submission to Parliament. This provides a legal framework to regulate the employment of foreign nationals and addresses misuse by labour brokers and the exploitation of undocumented foreign workers. Honorable Chairperson, structural inequality in the workplace remains evident in employment equity data. Despite a robust legal framework, transformation has progressed slowly since the dawn of our democracy. The recently published 24th Commission for Employment Equity Annual Report indicates 62% of top management positions are occupied by white South Africans. Women hold 26.9% of top management and 37.7% of senior management positions. Persons with disabilities only make up to 1.2% of the workforce. These figures show continued exclusion of many qualified South Africans from full economic participation. Addressing this is essential to building equity and promoting social and economic development. The department continues to invest in new labour market research to ensure labour market policies aligned with real-world developments. In 2025-26, research focus will be on the effects of the platform economy, including gig work and unemployment patterns and worker protection. The application of equal pay for work of equal value, which remains a challenge in various sectors. The use and outcomes of employment equity tools, including codes of good practice and sectoral guidelines. Conditions of decent work in the hospitality sector, where informality and vulnerability remain common. The reported dominance of the higher education and training sector by foreign nationals. Contribution of demand-led sectors and the informal sector to job creation. This budget is aligned with the national priorities outlined in the Medium-Term Development Plan 2024 to 2029 under the Government of National Unity. Every line item in this budget has been crafted to reflect the strategic imperatives of the 7th administration, as led by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, with a focus on ensuring labour market interventions contribute directly to tangible social and economic outcomes. One of the department's critical instruments to achieve this is the National Employment Policy, which is at advanced stages. This policy sets out a coordinating framework to align various policy instruments that promote employment growth. The NEP calls for a paradigm shift toward better policy coordination that enhances firm productivity and job absorption capacity, supported by macroeconomic, industrial, and skills development policies. It promotes stronger public employment programs by supporting both market and non-market forms of employment to convert socially necessary but unpaid work into viable earning and learning opportunities, upholding the principle that everyone who wants to work should have the opportunity to do so. Working with the private sector through the government business platform, we are intensifying coordination and collaboration for jobs drive, including creating opportunities for those in need for on-the-job training or experiential training. We'll be accelerating the vital work of the National Pathway Management Network, coordinated in the Presidency and operationally managed by Harambee. Notably, the South African Youth Platform, which forms part of this network, has registered over 5 million young people and placed 1.57 million into earning opportunities, 70% of whom are women. These are not mere statistics. They reflect concrete outcomes, households supported, futures stabilized, and resilience built. Aligned with our 5-year strategic plan and 2025-2026 APP, the department has set a target of creating 2 million jobs by 2030 through an integrated employment agenda. Unemployment in South Africa is a crisis. As of the first quarter of 2025, the official unemployment rate stood at 32.9%, with youth unemployment at an alarming 62.4%. These figures speak to the urgency of placing employment at the heart of national development. We are building a whole-of-government, whole-of-society approach to employment, one that is inclusive, strategic, and accountable. no job creation effort, whether in the infrastructure, public works, industrial policy, or the social economy, should exist in isolation. The department will ensure all efforts are connected and directed toward common outcomes, particularly for youth, women, persons with disability, and the long-term unemployed. The department plays a central role in shaping the labor market through regulation, social protection, job placement, and institutional development. In a constrained fiscal environment, we are guided by realism, though not deterred by limited resources. Instead, we are responding with innovation through reprioritization, institutional redesign, and administrative reform. For 2025-26 financial year, the Department of Employment and Labour has been allocated 4.153 billion rand, distributed as follows: 1.598 billion rand for compensation of employees enabling core service delivery by funding inspectors, career counsellors, client service staff, and provincial managers. 694.789 million rand for goods and services covering critical operations, ICT tools, and stakeholder engagement that drive daily functionality. 1.738 billion rand for transfers and subsidies supporting key partnerships with CMA, Productivity SA, Network, and civil society actors involved in employment activation. 121 million and 33 for capital assets, financing digital infrastructure upgrades, and modernization of labor centers and satellite offices. Major social protection interventions will be delivered through the Unemployment Insurance Fund and Compensation Fund. In 2025-26, the UIF will manage 38.4 billion rand with 19.2 billion rand for direct benefits. Over 10.98 billion rand is allocated to labor activation program, targeting 240,000 placements this year and 690,000 over medium term, half of which are reserved for youth, women, and persons with disability. An additional 1.4 billion rand is allocated to the TER scheme to protect jobs in distressed companies, while 55 million rand will fund the business turnaround program to assist 80 companies and save 3,750 jobs. To boost efficiency, 1.13 billion rand is committed to digital transformation, including biometric verification and integrated claim system. 17 mobile buses will extend UIF access to less serviced areas. The compensation fund is allocated 1.6 billion rand for pensioners and injured workers, 5 billion rand for medical claims, and 1.85 billion rand for capacity building, supporting digitization, medical staffing in provinces, and outreach to vulnerable workers. In strengthening the institutional capacity, as of mid-June 2025, over 79% of funded vacancies have been advertised, and we aim to reduce the vacancy rate to 12% by year end. The focus is on post-critical to service delivery, labor centers, operations head, inspectors, career counsellors, and frontline staff. In parallel, we are modernizing the department's digital ecosystem. Bandwidth upgrades have been completed at 16 priority sites. New data centers and ICT infrastructure are being rolled out to support digital transformation at the UIF and CF. The department is shifting toward cloud-based architecture and preparing for digital-first service delivery. The department has provincial footprint in all provinces with regard to services and support we are providing to the citizens of our country. Honorable Chairperson, our department continues to deepen its presence across the country to bring services closer to the people, particularly in historically underserved and rural communities. Nationally, we operate a total of 793 service points, including 125 labor centers, 33 satellite offices, 443 visiting points, 39 Tusong service centers, 133 kiosks, 7 employment youth centers, and 13 mobile offices. The provinces with the largest reach include Western Cape at 123 service points, Eastern Cape at 113, the Northern Cape at 106, demonstrating our commitment to ensuring that no citizen is left behind in accessing labor market services. Honorable Chairperson and members, through our inspection and enforcement services, the department is intensifying efforts to uphold compliance with labor legislation. In the current financial year, we have set an ambitious national inspection target of 298,104 inspections covering the Employment Equity Act, Basic Conditions of Employment Act, and National Minimum Wage Act, Occupational Health and Safety Act, Unemployment Insurance Act, and the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act. Provinces such as KZN with 63,720 inspections, Gauteng with 61,236, and Eastern Cape with 31,884 are leading in enforcement efforts. In parallel, for our public employment services, targets reflect our commitment to activating the labor market. We aim to register 1 million work seekers, fill 70,000 opportunities, and offer 270,000 counseling sessions across all provinces. Notably, Gauteng, KZN, and Eastern Cape are expected to account for the highest number of registered work seekers and placements. These figures demonstrate our comprehensive approach, ensuring workplace compliance, expanding access to employment, and protecting the rights and dignity of every worker. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Budget Vote 31 is a policy stance affirming that even under fiscal strain, we'll honor our duty to deliver public value with urgency, clarity, and measurable outcomes. Let us be remembered, not for the challenges we inherited, but for the solutions we executed. This budget reflects a state that is working visibly, efficiently, and ethically for its people. I present this Budget Vote 31 to this House. Let us use it as a lever of delivery, inclusion, and renewal. Let us move forward with purpose, with unity, and with resolve to leave no worker behind. I thank you. We thank you so much, Minister, for a well-delivered budget speech. We are now proceeding to the next speaker, which is Honorable Boshoff, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade. Over to you.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, DM, Honourable members and fellow South Africans, good afternoon. And hello to my esteemed members from the NA up in the gallery. As Chairperson of the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade, I rise to speak on Budget Vote 31 with the seriousness and responsibility this moment demands. Let me state clearly the majority of committee members support this budget vote. However, Minister, support does not mean blind endorsement. It comes with expectation of accountability, delivery, and meaningful change. The Department of Employment and Labour carries one of the most critical mandates in government, especially in a country where unemployment remains staggeringly high, poverty deepens, and opportunity feels increasingly out of reach. This is not a time for empty promises, Minister. It is time for honest reflection, constructive oversight, and clear expectations. Chairperson, let me turn to the APP and the strategic plan for this department. For 2025-2026 financial year, the department is allocated 4.153 billion, of which 1.598 billion goes to the compensation of employees, 694.7 million to goods and services, 1.738 billion to transfers and subsidies, and 121 million to capital assets. The Public Employment Services Program receives 900 million, aiming to register 1 million job seekers, provide 270,000 employment counseling sessions, place 70,000 job seekers in jobs, and create 152,000 temporary opportunities through the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. Chairperson, these initiatives are welcomed, but they must not stop at temporary relief. We must see to it that our people are connected to permanent, meaningful work. The Inspection and Enforcement Services Program, with 2.1 billion over the MTEF, targets nearly 1 million workplace inspections, which are indeed necessary. I'm glad the DM is listening. The recruitment of 20,000 young inspection interns, alongside the national rollout of the Disability Employment Subsidy to 2,500 persons with disabilities, are welcome signs of inclusion. However, Chairperson, inclusion must then also extend to the supported employment enterprises. Chairperson, the committee notes that 94.75 million has been allocated to the supported employment enterprises, a critical program designed to create meaningful opportunities for persons with disabilities. While we welcome this allocation, an honest concern must be raised. The current funding and support for SEEs are not yet sufficient to unlock their full potential. These enterprises have capacity, they have skilled workers, and they have a mandate, but they remain underutilized and largely excluded from public procurement opportunities. The committee therefore calls on the department to develop a clear strategy to strengthen SEEs, integrate them more effectively into supply chains, and ensure they are positioned as a flagship of inclusive employment and not left on the margins. This opportunity, Minister, may not be missed, as it is a pathway to champion inclusive employment. Chairperson, while NEDLAC's direct oversight resides with the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour, we recognise its important role as a social dialogue platform under this department, and we trust that the department will continue to strengthen its support to ensure NEDLAC remains a credible and inclusive forum for engagement. Now, the controversial one. On transformation, Chairperson, the committee recognises its undeniable importance and the need to advance it in a manner that is both fair and effective. Chairperson, the committee acknowledges the essential importance of transformation and the intent behind the amendments to the Employment Equity Act, which, inter alia, will from August 2025 see the placement of new demographic targets on businesses, including those that are small and medium enterprises. During our engagements, however, concerns were raised by some of the members that there is no clear skills pipeline to help businesses meet these targets, that support mechanisms are limited, and that there is insufficient flexibility for varying local conditions. It has been emphasized that transformation cannot be driven by penalties alone. To succeed, it must be enabled through investment in skills development, meaningful engagement, and practical support, ensuring that inclusive job creation remains the shared goal. Chairperson, the Auditor General's findings paint a troubling picture for this department. Unfortunately, not me speaking, but the AG. 107 million in irregular expenditure at the department. That's shocking. Weak internal controls at the UIF and a disclaimer of audit opinion at the compensation fund, with material losses, fraud risks, and ineffective systems. These issues, Honourable Minister and DM, strike at the heart of public trust and financial integrity. On the institutions underpinning our labour market, we must also be vigilant. Chairperson, I wish to note for record that the UIF is projected to manage 38.4 billion in the 25-26 financial year, including 19.2 billion for direct benefits, as well as substantial allocations for the labour activation programs, for the TERS funds, for turnaround support and investments in digital and mobile infrastructure. Minister, here, however, I wish to appeal to you that hopefully any future investments will not follow the same path as the failed investments at Daybreak, where we saw 800 million, of which 400 million from the UIF and 400 million from the compensation fund being invested, effectively amount to employee monies down the drain, because nobody knows where that 800 million is. Chair, we are also scheduled to engage with the UIF on 23 July 2025, where the committee will have the opportunity to assess its annual performance plan and its strategic plan, and to exercise our oversight role regarding the application of contributors' funds and the delivery on its mandate. In addition, Chairperson, the Compensation Fund is another key entity under the department, playing a vital role in supporting workers injured on duty and their families. For the 25-26 financial year, the fund has been allocated 1.6 billion for pensions and benefits, 5 billion for medical and related claims, 1.85 billion for capacity building initiatives, including digitization, provincial medical staffing, and outreach to vulnerable workers. Well done. These allocations reflect the department's recognition of the Compensation Fund's important mandate. While the fund's strategic plan and APP have not yet been presented to this committee, I note this today not for debate, but simply to acknowledge the fund's significance within the department and to highlight that the committee looks forward to engaging with the fund in due course. This will allow us to ensure that these resources are effectively utilized to serve injured workers and claimants and to strengthen accountability and service delivery in line with our oversight responsibilities. Chairperson, while I recognize that we are not debating the UIF or the Compensation Fund specifically today, it is important to highlight that these entities are integral arms of the department. Their governance, their financial health, and delivery directly affect millions of workers and employers, and it remains our committee's duty to hold them to account. Chairperson, within the department's 25-26 transfers and subsidy vote of 1.738 billion, the CCMA is among the key institutions supported, namely NEDLAC, Productivity South Africa, and others, as mentioned by the Minister. The CCMA has demonstrated strong performance in 24-25, meeting 90% of its targets, serving over 208,000 users, achieving full client satisfaction and delivering a substantial surplus. However, and now this is the crux of the matter, it continues to face financial constraints and longer turnaround times, with average case resolutions going down, which now stand at around 120 days. That's not on. Thank you for the acknowledgement, DM. The committee remains committed to oversight of the CCMA's funding, performance, and service delivery to ensure it continues to serve workers, employers, and our broader labour market efficiently. Chair, oversight visits have shown us what's possible. In our June 25 oversight to the province of the Free State, a visit to the Bethlehem Labour Centre, the committee observed efficient service delivery, modernized IT and case management systems, and a highly committed staff complement, a clear example of what is possible when good governance and resourcing come together. However, Minister, in other labour centres across the country, it has been found that they operate with broken infrastructure, outdated systems, and long queues, a reminder that good service cannot be the exception. Following the deliberations during meetings, the committee makes the following recommendations. Implement a turnaround strategy for the UIF and Compensation Fund with proper audits and accountability. Strengthen partnerships with the private sector to create sustainable jobs. Ensure digitization is paired with reskilling and training so jobs are not lost. Replicate best practice models like the Bethlehem Labour Centre across provinces. Enforce consequent management where audit failures persist, and fast-track outstanding labour legislation, including COIDA, the BCEA, and the LRA in a timely, consultative manner, because it's been under Programme 4 for many, many years. Chairperson, we acknowledge the progress made and the fact that the majority of committee members support this budget vote. But let us be clear, South Africa's unemployment crisis will not be solved by outdated systems, rigid policies, or short-term fixes. Chairperson, the work of the Department of Employment and Labour touches the lives of millions, from young persons searching for their first job to the injured worker waiting for payout, to the employer seeking fair and clear labor guidance. But for too long, trust in this department and its entities has been eroded by delays, inefficiencies, and unmet promises. If we are to rebuild that trust, we must turn this department around, not through slogans or symbolic reforms, but through decisive action, transparent systems, and consistent delivery. The people of South Africa are not asking for favors. They are asking for a government that listens, a department that works, and institutions they can believe in again. Minister, the time for rebuilding that trust is now. The committee is ready to work alongside you in the department to ensure the hard work ahead delivers real results for the people of South Africa. Chair, in closing, please afford me the opportunity to thank the committee members for their robust and constructive engagements, and then also, last but not least, the committee officials for their support, their dedicated support this past year. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff. I'm now calling upon the next speaker on my list, Honorable Modise.
Honorable Chairperson, Refilem Mutshweni, Deputy Chair, Governor, Honorable National Shop Steward, Honorable Deputy National Shop Steward, Honorable Chairperson Ryder and Khatebe, Honorable members and the people of South Africa. Today I rise on behalf of the mighty African National Congress to lend my voice in the support of Policy Budget Vote 31 of Employment and Labor for the fiscal year 2025-2026, a critical instrument through which our government commits to the fundamental goal of reducing unemployment and creating a more equitable, just and inclusive society. This budget is more than fiscal allocation. This budget is more than fiscal allocation. It embodies the ANC unwavering resolve to address the socio-economic challenges that have persisted for decades and to advance the priorities articulated in the State of the Nation address. Our commitment is clear. We are dedicated to build an economy that works for all South Africans, especially those who are grappling with remnants of apartheid-era economic disparities. Honorable Chair, South Africa faces a persistent and deeply entrenched unemployment crisis, with the latest figure currently at 32.9% as of the first quarter of 2025. This reality threatens the stability of our democracy, hampers economic growth, and undermines social cohesion. It is within this context that the importance of strategic focus and well-resourced employment policy becomes evident. The specific measures contained within the budget are designed to confront these challenges head-on, aligning with the broader national agenda to stimulate economic growth, foster industrial development, and promote social justice. Despite such hurdles, House Chair, we commend the department's commitment to job creation, including the set target aim of generating 2 million jobs through initiatives such as Unemployment Insurance Fund, the National Pathway Management Network, and the Public Employment Services. Furthermore, we welcome the notable achievement of over 200,000 jobs created across various schools, revitalizing roles such as educational assistants and general assistants. This initiative, now funded by the Department of Labor and Employment via the Unemployment Insurance Fund, and represent the largest youth employment program in South Africa's history. Such efforts are vital in addressing youth unemployment and fostering sustainable economic growth. Honorable Chair, the objectives outlined in this budget are in harmony with the priorities outlined in the State of the Nation address, which highlights the pressing need for job creation, revitalization of industries, and the empowerment of our citizens through skills development. The State of the Nation address underscores that we must accelerate infrastructure development, support small and medium enterprises, and ensure that workers' rights are robustly protected. That emphasis on inclusive growth and social protection reflects the core ANC policy stance, and I stand in firm support of these commitments. One of the key pillars of this budget is the expansion of labor activation program, which has the potential to transform the landscape of employment in our country. Through tailored reskilling initiative, it aims to address skills mismatch and to provide meaningful pathways into employment for the unemployed, particularly in the provinces of Northwest and Eastern Cape, where unemployment rates are highest and rural poverty is most severe. The relevance of this initiative is undeniable and is directly tackles the structural barriers that trap many communities in cycle of poverty and unemployment. By fostering local demand-driven training that is aligned with regional economic realities, we can promote sustainable employment, reduce dependence on social grants, and ultimately uplift the entire communities. The deployment of labor activation programs efforts is coordinated through various sub-programs, including the support for distressed businesses via the turnaround solution programs and temporary employer-employee relief scheme, which receive allocation of 4.6 billion to support employee retention. The sector that has benefited from the labor activation program require ongoing support from Productivity SA to ensure that productivity levels are maintained and improved. By enhancing the productivity, these companies can expand their operations, increase efficiency, and ultimately more employment opportunities created. Supporting these businesses is essential for fostering regional development, as increased productivity can stimulate local economies and contribute to sustainable growth across different provinces. This coordinated approach will help drive economic resilience, promote industrial excellence, and ensure that the benefits of programs translate into tangible improvements in employment and regional development. Honorable Chair, in the pursuit of economic empowerment, this budget further emphasizes the importance of strengthening partnership with local industries and sectors. The recognition that job creation must be rooted in regional strength and opportunities guides the strategic approach to labor and industrial policies. By working closely with such sectors as agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and emerging industries, we can develop training programs that meet actual market demands, thereby increasing the likelihood of employment absorption. Don't worry, Honorable Zulu, I am not coming for the MK. This demand-driven model embodies the ANC's policy inclusive growth, supporting local enterprises, fostering entrepreneurship, and leveraging resources to generate employment. Moreover, House Chair, support on sustainable small business development and community-based employment projects remains very fundamental. This is so because such initiatives are crucial in rural areas where formal employment and opportunities are of limited opportunities. Therefore, small enterprises serve as engine of job creation. They stimulate local economies and empower individuals to take control of their livelihoods. At the same time, these measures bolster social cohesion and reduce regional disparities, aligning with objectives of the ANC of building resilient and inclusive communities, Honorable Pina. The importance of fair labor practices and social protection cannot be overstated. National Shop Steward, we note and acknowledge the Project 20,000 that seeks to enhance the work of the inspectors. This proactive stance is critical in combating exploitation, unsafe working conditions, issues that continue to undermine worker dignity, and social justice. Campaigns aimed at educating workers about their rights, coupled with strict enforcement, strengthen protections, and ensure fair wages are paid. Such measures aligned with democratic principles enshrined in our Constitution. The protection of workers' rights and the promotion of decent work, particularly farm workers and domestic workers, is extremely important to us. This commitment to accountability and continuous improvements reflects our focus on effective and result-based management. While acknowledging these proactive measures, we must also recognize the challenges that remain. 1, structural constraints. 2, economic uncertainties. 3, global disruption poses significant hurdles. The strength of this budget lies in the holistic approach, combining skills development, support for local industries, fair labor practices, and social cohesion to forge a resilient path forward. It emphasizes collaboration among government departments, labor unions, business sectors, and civil society. Hence, the national dialogue remains very fundamental, Honorable Badenhorst, in ensuring this realization. This collective effort is essential if we are to realize the full vision of employment and social upliftment coupled with inclusive economic growth. As we move forward, guided by the priorities of the State of the Nation address and our steadfast commitment to the principle of equality and social justice, let us remember our shared prosperity depends on our ability to act decisively and compassionately. The future of our nation rests on the foundation we lay today, foundation built upon opportunity, empowerment, and hope. Chairperson of the session, we must also address the elephant in the room. It is said that the deepest sin against human mind is to believe things without evidence. For too long, the Democratic Alliance has taken this podium to advance lies, lies that they themselves have become to believe to be true. Chairperson, lie number one is that the DA believes that they're in grand coalition with the ANC or that they are co-governing with the ANC. The reality is that they are mere partners of the government of national unity led by the African National Congress. And in fact, Chair, I think it is time that we replace Honorable Badenhorst with Honorable Farmer. Western Cape will be covered, and replace Honorable Mokai with Honorable Van den Berg, and Northern Cape will be covered to show that they are not leading with us. Chair, cadre deployment is done across all political parties. And we are all here seated today because we've been deployed as cadres by our own political parties. Unless, of course, DA does not understand what is the meaning of cadre deployment. 3, when the ANC deploys you to a position of responsibility, it means you as a president, deputy president, minister, deputy minister, premier, or mayor, you are a deployee of the ANC to serve that constituency that you are deployed to. You are not a deployee of the ANC to serve ANC members. So there's no DA minister that's supposed to serve DA members. It's a minister deployed by the DA to serve the people of South Africa. What the DA is doing, calling people DA ministers, simply means where they govern, they serve DA constituents, and they don't care about Kylie, Nyanga, and everyone else. But the real reason, Chair, the DA hates cadre deployment so much is because of the following. 1, the Premier of Gauteng, Panyaza Sufi, the Premier of Limpopo, Popira Matupa, and the Premier of Northern Cape, Zamani Sol, and all of other premiers are all university graduates. Now tell me, which university did the Premier of Western Cape graduate from? Allen Windy. No university. Yeah? The only thing he has is matric. As if that's not all, Chair. ANC cadre deployed, Joe Maswangai, Poppy Bushielo, have just recently graduated with their PhD. What does it mean? It means from NQF level 1 to NQF level 10, they finished all of them. Now tell me, Chair, which university did Minister Stenesen graduate from? And this is a deployee of the DA. I have asked, Chair, almost everyone who is a lawyer, if it is possible that you can serve articles without a law degree. And all of them in unison agrees, Honorable Boshoff, that you can never be able to serve articles without a law degree. However, Natasha Mazioni claims to have served articles, but she has no law degree. The last lie, or the second last lie about the DA, they claimed not so long ago that they are going to walk away from the GNU after their deputy minister was recalled. Up until today, we're still waiting. What they are doing now, they are telling us that they will not be part of the national dialogue, as if they are important to be part of that. If you have time, just check the Minister of Agriculture in July 2024 against July 2025. He's now thick, the cheeks are shining, the neck is so visible because he's now enjoying the perks of being in the executive. They are lying, Chair. They are not going to leave government of national unity. It's just not possible. The last one that makes the DA hate cadre deployment because they're unable to deploy those who've got skills and the capacity is that Solim Simang, when he was the mayor of the DA, because he's never a mayor of anyone but the DA, when he was a mayor of the DA in Tshwane, together with Silas Brink, This is what they did. They deployed a lady by the name of Ocamp who forged qualification because he had nothing. She did not have anything, but she was deployed as a chief of staff. Imagine, the second to that is that they deployed a fellow by Stefan de Villiers, a bodybuilder by profession, who only had matric as an executive director. When these things were exposed because they are white, they were push under the carpet. After Solim Simang, guess who they deployed? And the mayor that came after Solim Simang, you know what he did? He turned the municipal offices into a brothel. The things that they did in those municipal offices are scary. At least, Chair, Honorable Masipa here is a graduate of university. He understands the importance of working that stage. In conclusion, Chair, we can put all our qualifications here across this house and you will see miracles here. Some of them are leading, but they've got nothing except for matric. In conclusion, I reaffirm the support of the ANC to this policy budget vote, not simply because it embodies our policy commitments, but because it represents an opportunity to translate policy into tangible results of job creation, skills development, fair working conditions, and economic inclusion. Honorable Chair, as I sit down, I want us all of us to remember this, that even if you dance in water, your enemies will accuse you of causing dust. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bones Matambo.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Mudise. We are now taking the next speaker, which is Honorable PLENARY.
No, unfortunately not. Chairperson, nice to give the chair again. Honorable members, achtbare minister, achtbare deputy minister, my fellow members of parliament and the NCOP, and most importantly, as always, my fellow South Africans. Honorable Mudise, you cannot expect me not to say something after that rabble you just spit out here today. It's quite sad. You started off your speech as a DA MP, but you ended it in complete chaos. It's quite unfortunate that we have a critical department such as employment and labor, and the last 10 minutes was wasted on nothing, while millions of people sit at home without work. At the start of the 7th administration, South Africa was hesitantly hopeful. For the first time, the country would not be led by a single party, but by a coalition of parties united in one mission: to rescue South Africa from the wolves at the door. Yes, the road has been uneven, progress has been slower in some ministries and far more forward-thinking in others. But one thing is clear: the wheels of change are turning. The Democratic Alliance has made it clear that job creation and economic growth must be the priority of this government of national unity. And we are pleased to see that the Department of Employment and Labour has, at least in part, taken that ethos to heart. The department's first stated priority is, and I quote, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. They've gone further than that by committing to creating 1 million jobs by 2030, which is, on the face of it, commendable. However, Honourable Chairperson, as always, the devil lies in the detail. We must ask, and rightly so, what kind of jobs are these? And most importantly, are they sustainable? Let's unpack the breakdown of the 1 million projected job opportunities. 650,000 through the National Pathway Management Network, 280,000 through the Public Employment Initiative with no clear description, and 20,000 attributed vaguely to new individuals, whatever that might mean. Honourable Chairperson and members, majority of these are not private sector jobs. They are government-created positions, tax-funded and not wealth-generating. They are not sustainable or economically transformative. These are not the kinds of jobs that restore pride and dignity to millions who are unemployed, as lasting skills are not being transferred to further people's ambitions, hopes, and dreams. This is not economic growth. This is simply moving money from one state department to the other. And now listen closely, Honorable Gericke, please. Taxpayer funds being shuffled within the same system, from Treasury to the department, to public employees, and back to Treasury as tax. It's like a poorly run recycle plant with lots of movement, but nothing new is being created. We need real employment opportunities created outside of government, not more jobs within it. At times, Chairperson, it feels as though government still doesn't understand how economics work. You do not grow the economy by swelling the public sector. Minister, through you, Chairperson, we urge the department focuses more on enabling the private sector to lead job creation. Decrease dependency on state employment, do not increase it. The department claims it will engage the private sector, but if that's truly the intention, then it must be said more forcefully and acted on more decisively. Chairperson, my concern is that state dependency is becoming the new policy direction. Let me be clear. Government should serve the people, not more people serving government. Since 2020, over 17 million South Africans have registered for the 370 social relief distress grants. This is not something we should be proud of. It is a sign of desperation. No one can survive on 370 Rand a month. It is temporary relief, not a future, and it cannot hold back the tide forever. We should all be pulling in the same direction to create meaningful employment opportunities and build an investment-friendly environment, not just shifting people from welfare to public sector jobs. Meanwhile, instead of building that environment, the department focuses on punishing small businesses through even stricter employment equity targets, risking becoming a bureaucratic bully rather than a partner in growth. Chairperson, the solutions exist. The department's own data shows unemployment in the Western Cape stands at 19.6%, compared to the Eastern Cape, Honourable Peter, at a shocking 37.2%. The voters, I will not go into time explaining why these striking differences. The voters already know the reasons. What I will do, however, is encourage the department to pick up the phone and call the Western Cape government. Yes. Ask how they've done it. I am confident they would be more than happy to help. I do not say this, Honourable Gericke, to be arrogant. I say this because we must learn from each other within the GNU if you want to succeed as a collective. In closing, Chairperson, I want to assure the Minister that the DA will hold this department accountable every step of the way. Under the leadership of our Select Committee Chairperson, Honourable Boshoff, we will scrutinise service delivery, and where reform is needed, we will ensure for it. We will be watching, Honourable Minister. Siyabonga, I thank you. Bye, dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Pienaar. And thank you very much, honourable members. It now gives me pleasure to call upon one of my comrades from home, Honourable Sabia, the Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members of the Parliament, the Minister Meth, who's part of us here, the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labour, and the officials from the department. It's interesting at times, Chairperson, to listen the debate, and you can get carried away and want to respond. But at times you realize that it's just hot air. You don't have to bother yourself with hot air. You must focus on the task at hand. The assembly is convened ahead of the 2025 International Nelson Mandela Day. Themed, it's still in our hands to combat poverty and inequity. Numerous programs and activities have been observed throughout July to commemorate Nelson Mandela Day, designated as Mandela Month. These commemorative efforts align, Chairperson, with values associated with Nelson Mandela, reinforcing commitments to addressing poverty and inequality and working towards inclusive communities based on justice and reconciliation. Chairperson, the hard-won victories for workers in this country that were achieved when the democratic government took over in 1994 remain an indelible mark in the face of this country. We couldn't be doing justice if we don't salute the work of our government that it has done in shaping the lives of workers in this country. It was out of political will and deliberate stance by the democratic government of the ANC to radically adopt laws that protect workers. Workers remain the backbone of every country that want to be successful. They are the backbone and drivers of the economy. The ANC government understood the importance of adopting the laws that protect workers. On the other hand, making sure that employers do thrive. This balance is very, very delicate, Chairperson. At times, it can be very treacherous in seeing the ANC government out of its visionary and revolutionary morality. It established institutions to mitigate any challenge that can be arising in this space. Whether it is organized labor, business, or community involved, institutions like NETLEC are hailed the world over for their capacity and capabilities to facilitate dialogue between government, labor, business, and community organizations. CCMA remains the beacon of hope when it comes to the dispute resolutions at the workplace for both workers and employers. Having peace at the workplace, Chair, is a priority. So to have a thriving economy, it is important to have stability at a workplace. This shows a well thought out process by the ANC government that the democratic government undertook. And even today, that process is still yielding positive results for this greater country of ours. You can see that there is stability at a workplace because of the processes that we went through as the government since 1994. The reality is that a lot has been done in this country by the democratic state at the interest of all citizens, but in particular the black majority, who are the ones that have suffered for many years. Yes, we must agree that there is still a lot that still needs to be done, Chairperson, and it must be done with speed. We all agree to that. Sadly, the doomsayers are getting more ears. Like in any situation where there is crisis, lies are easily acceptable in a society that doesn't demand evidence. We need to deal with the challenge of being a society that doesn't want to be critical on things that are said to us, even by the people that we know they have nothing to offer, and we start to see them as messiahs. No matter how gloom the situation, Chairperson, it might look, but I can assure you that things can be seen as gloom today, but the sun will rise again. We are at work every day. We are committed to jobs creation, worker protection, and a thriving economy that we want to build, which needs a thriving environment for the business also to thrive. We have no choice but to deliver to our people. We want to caution the country that we are seeing a decline when it comes to the organized labor and unionized workers in this country. This will significantly harm workers. Organized labor plays a massive role towards the protection of workers, but also the implementation of our labor laws at the workplace and safeguard these labor laws. But also they bring stability at the workplace. That relationship between the employer and workers represented by unions is very important for any country, especially for the stability at the workplace and the stability of the labor market in this country. We are not just, we are saying workers are not just cogs in a machine, Chair. They are human beings with dignity and worth. Any exploitation of workers is still an indication of oppression by some employers. We need to be hard on inspection and enforcement to address the root causes of inequality and create a more just society. We should prioritize creating good quality jobs with fair wages and benefits. IMF doesn't feature in what I'm saying unless you don't know what I'm talking about. The South African Constitution, Chairperson, enshrines fair labor practices as a fundamental right. Central to labor legislation is safeguarding vulnerable workers and ensuring that their rights are preserved. The Basic Condition of Employment Act, which is BCEA, and National Minimum Wage, support fair remuneration and employment standards. The Decent Work Agenda guides inspectorate-related efforts to prevent job losses. The Medium-Term Development Plan, MTDP, prioritizes tackling poverty and reducing living cost. The Department of Employment and Labor is responsible for the enforcing compliance with labor laws during the 2024-2025 financial year. Chairperson, 310,798 inspections were conducted, focusing on BCEA, Minimum Wage, and Occupational Health and Safety Act compliance. Employer Audit Services inspectors carried out 30,053 inspections related to Compensation of Injuries and Diseases Act and the Unemployment Insurance Act. Enforcement actions recovered about 1.1 million 386,541, of which 78 million addressed wage and salary underpayment. This resulted in direct payment to employees. We are a department at work. We were able, Chairperson, to recover more than 78 million rands from companies that are not complying back to the pocket of workers. And that is work that we are going to continue doing. Employer compliance levels during inspections averaged at 53% across various legislations in 2024-25 financial year, which is not a good sign. We are a country that is not complying, and it needs all of us to start making compliance as a religion. It must come natural. It must be a culture to comply. All of us, even those that believe that they must continue saying things that are dividing this country, they must know that it starts with you to create a better country by avoiding things that can be divisive and destroy this country. Service delivery processes and strategies have been adopted to meet changing labor markets, Chairperson. Collaborative efforts with departments such as Home Affairs, South African Police Services, and other institutions have enabled high-impact inspections across sectors. These measures support effective policy implementation. Chairperson, one of the entities that we are having in the department, which is the supported employment enterprises, employ over 1,000 persons with disabilities, with the potential to expand to over 3,000 entities. Entities are encouraged to allocate at least 5% of budgets to certain goods and services to SEE, incorporating disability empowerment into public procurement. Even the departments, government departments, all of them, we would want them at least to reserve some of their percentage in terms of their budget and procure from the SEE. Chairperson, I must say that CCMA manages 193,069 cases referrals in 2024-2025, up by 2% from previous years through governance, stakeholder engagements, and collaboration. The CCMA continued its work in a labor stability and dispute resolutions. Public sector entities face funding challenges and weak economic conditions. The CCMA depends on government funding and has encountered reductions. Consequently, revenue generation initiatives are being explored as authorized by Labor Relations Act of Act 66 of 1995. Chairperson, we must say that our commitment in building a country that is better is one thing that we are focusing on. We want to make sure that our children inherit a better country than the country that we inherited. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subia. Honorable members, we now go to the virtual platform where we have the MEC for Economic Development and Labour from the Eastern Cape, the Honorable Peters. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening to you, And good evening to the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, MECs, Acting DG, and
Honorable Peters, can you put on your video just for a few minutes so that we can see you?
You can't.
No,
My
we
video
cannot.
is on. The same challenge last week. But my video is on.
No, we cannot see you. Can we give you a few minutes to sort that out while I go to the next honorable member? I'll give you a few minutes. We then call upon the...
No, can you see me now, honorable member?
All right,
that's
okay,
it.
we can see you now. We can see you now. Please proceed.
And I was saying, a distinguished guest, Manenane Manenekas, those who have connected at home, Damesendiere, Dianbuli Sanonke, Huyenant, good evening to everybody. Can I switch off the camera, Chairperson?
Yes, you may, Honorable.
Thank
MEC, you may. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Eastern Cape continues to grapple with a persistent, stubborn, and fluctuating challenge, which is unemployment. The sting of joblessness is felt most acutely by the youth and women of our province. According to the most recent census of 2020, Stats SA 2023, our population grew by 10.2% between 2021, 2011, and 2022, reaching approximately 7.23 million people. This growing population, juxtaposed with a high unemployment rate, demands urgent, bold, and coordinated interventions. Our focus as the provincial government is clear, is to create jobs, build skills, and unlock economic opportunities, especially for the most vulnerable. To quote the statesman Uthabo Mvuyelwa Mbeki, I quote, "Gloom and despondency have never defeated adversity. Trying times need courage and resilience. Our strength as a people is not tested during the best of times," close quote. It is precisely because of our steadfast courage and in partnership with social stakeholders that the province closed the fourth quarter of 2024 with increased employment to 1.45 million. True, although we faced a setback in the first quarter of 2025 of an increase of 2.7% in unemployment. True to the resilience that characterizes the soul of the Home of Legends, we remain on track to our goal of reaching 2.4 million jobs by 2030. Honorable members, our 2023 Provincial Economic Development Strategy is our blueprint for inclusive growth and recovery. It is anchored on a sectoral development agenda that seeks to unlock the potential of 8 high-priority sectors, with particular emphasis on expanding the job absorbing capacity of our economy, especially for youth, women, and persons with disabilities, from a low skills base, and driving transformation by broadening asset and capital ownership, income distribution, and spatial economic participation in line with our regional competitive strength. The Eastern Cape Province is home to 2 South Africa's oldest and most developed special economic zones, alongside several industrial parks. These strategic assets, coupled with sustained provincial investment facilitation, have attracted 5.4 billion in new investment in the last financial year alone, sustaining over 20,000 jobs. Our pipeline of investments span renewable energy, manufacturing, and the automotive sector. Once implemented, these projects will still significantly absorb a portion of our unemployed citizens, particularly the youth. But our responsibility does not end with creating new jobs. We are equally committed to protecting existing employment. Between 2019 and 2024, our manufacturing companies in distress program supported 396 companies, positively impacting 10,743 jobs. Through our job stimulus intervention, we safeguarded over 5,126 jobs by supporting 192 companies with 91.2 million in financial aid. We also understand the critical role of small businesses in employment creation. Our department supports SMMEs through training, mentorship, incubation, technical assistance, and strategic partnerships with both public and private institutions. As the late Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela once said, overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life, close quote. Addressing youth unemployment requires a multi-pronged approach that is strengthening education and skills development by expanding access to quality basic education in rural areas, invest in TVET colleges, and ensure alignment with market demands. Also by boosting youth employment and entrepreneurship. We do that by scaling up public employment programs, support youth enterprises through funding, incubation hubs, and mentorships. Also by promoting local procurement from youth-owned businesses. We're also addressing gender disparities by launching women-focused employment initiatives in male-dominated sectors, enforce gender equity policies in recruitment and workplace practices. Also, we're tackling discouragement and labor market access by establishing youth employment centers, offering career guidance and job matching, deploying mobile outreach services to rural and remote areas by also expanding access to internship and learnerships, especially in public sector. We're also improving data and accountability by tracking local level those who are not in employment, education or training, and unemployed trends to inform targeted interventions, local level need and unemployment trends to inform targeted. We are also driving skills development initiatives through sectoral learnerships and center-led programs, as it was mentioned here by the Minister. Future-focused skills interventions, such as the Tooling Artisan Program, launched in 2022 in partnership with national and provincial entities. In the words of the late former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, he once said, young people should be at the forefront of global change and innovation. Empowered, they can be key agents of development and peace. Honorable members, our strategy is not just about jobs. It is about restoring dignity, unlocking potential, and building a resilient, transformed economy, and one that leaves no one behind. I conclude my remarks with the words of the son of the soil, who hails from Graf Reinet in Dr. Beyers Nodie local municipality in Sarah Baartman district, Africa, who was affectionately known as the Prof, the late Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, when he said, there is no greater honor than participating in the development of the nation, close quote. As the Eastern Cape government, we support the budget vote 31 for the Department of Employment and Labor. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peters. We now move on to the next honorable member to contribute to this debate, and that is Honorable van den Berg, who has 5 minutes.
Goeienaand, voorsitter, eerbare kollegas, belanghebbendes en burgers van die land. Die VF+ is verbind tot 'n arbeidsmark wat ekonomiese vryheid, minimale regulatoriese laste en werkskepping deur die privaat sektor prioritiseer. 'n Arbeidsmark met geleenthede wat alle Suid-Afrikaners, as ook kwesbare groepe soos jeug, vroue en persone met gestremthede insluit. Dit is van kardinale belang dat die Departement van Indiensneming en Arbeid tasbare resultate verseker en nie herhaalde beloftes maak nie. Die VF+ bepleit 'n arbeidsmark wat werkerbeskerming kan balanseer met ekonomiese groei. Ons ondersteun beleid wat bureaukratiese rompslomp verminder en privaat sektor indiensneming aanmoedig deur belastingverligting en buigsame arbeidswette, maar ook vaardighede wat ooreenstem met markbehoeftes bevorder. Alhoewel ons billike lone ondersteun, waarsku ons teen rigiede minimumloonverhogings wat belegging en werkskepping kan afskrik. Ons fokus op 'n besigheidsvriendelike omgewing waarby werkgewers lewensvatbare winste sien wat volhoubare werksgeleenthede verseker. sonder oormatige staatsinmenging en bovenal glo ons in 'n werksomgewing met gelyke geleenthede vir almal en vra ons vir 'n einde aan diskriminerende rasgebaseerde BEE wetgewing. Deur met hierdie beleid te volstaan en selfs te verskerp, is die ANC besig om sy eie legitimiteit te vernietig en sal hy as net nog 'n onderdrukker in die geskiedenisboeke verskyn. The Department of Employment and Labour's budget for 2025-26 is 4.15 billion, up by 7.1%. It funds 4 programs: administration, inspection and enforcement services, public employment services, and labour policy and industrial relations, as well as entities like the UIF, Compensation Fund, CCMA, NEDLAC, Productivity South Africa, and Supported Employment Enterprises, C. Additional allocations include 350 million for the National Pathway Management Network available to privileged Black graduated youth. This reminds me that maybe not all the white people were as privileged as you might think, Honorable Modise. We had to pay for education by ourselves. 62 million is budgeted for G20 employment activities. The FF Plus questions whether this spending is prioritizing efficiency and private sector collaboration, or is it just another bloated public sector program? The compensation and employment funds both face persistent dysfunction, with audit findings and unpaid medical claims, and even recent arrests in Bloemfontein. The FF Plus calls for forensic audits and consequence management to restore trust. Both the select and portfolio committees highlight employment and labour's history of unmet job targets, as well as UIF and compensation fund inefficiencies. South Africa rejects recycled promises, and we can see this at the voting station. Die Vryheidsfront Plus eis 'n arbeidsomgewing wat belegging lok deur buigsame wette en aansporings, nie swaar regulasies nie. Toekomstige minimumloon en arbeidswetwysigings moet strenger geëvalueer word om werksverliese en diskriminasie te vermy. Digitalisasie moet geïmplementeer word om beter beheer en meetbare produktiwiteit te verseker. By die Departement van Indiensneming en Arbeid is daar nog baie skaafwerk nodig. En kom ons rol maar die moue op en ons sit skouer aan die wiel. Ek dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable van den Berg. We now move on to the next contributor to this debate, and that's the Honorable Masipa. Honorable Masipa, you have 10 minutes.
As Chairperson, Minister, members, South Africans at large. Honorable Chairperson, today's debate on Vote 31, Employment and Labour, takes place against the harsh reality of job crisis that has become chronic in our country. South Africa has one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, sitting at 32.9% in Q1 of 2025. That means over 7.9 million South Africans are without work. And if you include discouraged work seekers, the figure rises to over 11 million. This is a national crisis. Yet this budget is debated while red tape, rigid labor regulations, flawed racial quotas, and misguided policy instruments like BBEE continue to act as barriers to job creation and investment. We are not just facing a lack of jobs, we are confronting a policy framework that actively obstructs economic growth. While Honorable Modise used the stage to attack the DA, we are not going to stoop down to his level. Let me first turn to the budget itself. Ironically, it is one of the smallest in the national framework. Despite unemployment being our most urgent crisis, The department's core programs such as Program 2, Inspection and Enforcement Services, tasked with regulating employment and non-employment conditions, received 690 million over medium term. Of this 581 million, 84% goes towards compensation of employees. One must ask what value is being delivered for this significant investment in staffing. Program 3, Public Employment Services, meant to assist companies and workers to adjust to changing labor market conditions. It received 683 million rands, with 340 million rands for cost of employment and 280 million rand for NGO transfers. Yet, we see little evidence of these services translating into meaningful job placement. Program 4, Labor Policy and Industrial Relations, focus on labor relations, research, and supporting social dialogue. This received 1.3 billion rands, with 1.09 billion rands going to departmental agencies like the CCMA. These entities may be necessary in theory, but in practice, their work is often duplicated, ideologically skewed, or inefficient. While the UIF has a role to play in addressing challenges of unemployment, the AG has repeatedly flagged issues of irregular expenditure and weak internal controls. House Chairperson, the recent amendments of Employment Equity Act provide a case in point. The introduction of sectoral numerical targets has sent shockwaves across industries, Honorable Modise, especially among farmers and SMMEs. These amendments impose impractical racial targets with little regard for sector-specific realities. I hope the minister was listening, but she's got stuff in her ears, so she can't hear the speech. The process followed in setting these targets was deeply flawed. Targets were not circulated in advance for meaningful engagement. Input from participants were stifled, with questions relegated to chat box and largely ignored. No evidence-based justifications for targets was provided. Agri-Western Cape made a formal submission highlighting how the process violated Section 15A(4) of the same Act. They also argued that Section 15A gives excessive discretion to the minister. Section 27(4) extends the mandate of the National Minimum Wage Commission beyond reason. And Section 53 unfairly penalizes employers even when compliance is impossible. The reality is that most primary agricultural operations are family-run with lean structures and limited capacity for multiple management tiers. Forcing these businesses into compliance with urban-centric quotas, especially with the 50-employee threshold, is not just unworkable, it is destructive. There is still no clarity on whether seasonal workers are counted, placing thousands of farms at risk of non-compliance. All of this points to a bigger issue. The rigid labor environment in South Africa is a major deterrent to investment and job creation. The World Bank's Ease of Doing Business Index previously ranked South Africa poorly in the category of employing workers, one of the key areas where inflexible legislation, powerful unions, and burdensome dismissal procedures discourage hiring. And then there is a BEE, a policy originally intended to redress historical injustices, but which has evolved into a tool of elite enrichment and bureaucratic gatekeeping. After years of enforcement, BEE has done little to reduce unemployment or widen access to economic opportunities. Instead, it has imposed high compliance costs, undermined procurement efficiency, and contributed to South Africa's economic stagnation, with GDP growth averaging below 1% for the past 5 years. We are trapped in a policy cycle, Honorable House Chair, that prioritizes ideology over outcomes. We have over-regulated ourselves into economic stagnation, and ordinary South Africans are the ones who suffer. Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance believes in economic justice, not through punitive racial targets or populist slogans, but through empowering people with the tools they need to thrive. That means supporting small businesses and entrepreneurs, cutting red tape and reforming labor laws to make hiring easier, protecting property rights and securing investor confidence, ensuring the right skills are developed for modern economy. This is the basis of the growth for jobs strategy being implemented here in the Western Cape, where unemployment is at least 10% points lower than the national average, where we focus on enabling environments, not punishing policy. Minister, it seems some in your department could benefit from a workshop, and the Western Cape is more than willing to offer that free of charge, Honorable Minister, because let's be clear, job creation isn't about rigid enforcement and ticking compliance boxes. It's about creating policy certainty, restoring investor confidence, and enabling the private sector to thrive. As I conclude, House Chair, let us not forget that the government of national unity is now in charge. Policy and legislation must reflect the collective will of that government, not the outdated dogma of the ANC. The people have spoken. They no longer trust the ANC to govern alone. No longer trust the meanders and meanders. Minister, I urge you to consult with the capable SA ministers from the Democratic Alliance who understand the scale and complexity of our agricultural economy. The Western Cape is responsible for more than 50% of the country's agricultural export and employs close to 270,000 workers in the sector. These are not just numbers. They represent families, communities, and livelihoods. It will be a grave mistake to penalize the one province that continues to deliver growth, jobs, and effective governance. It is cold outside, Minister. You must also be alert of the ideological infiltration in your department, remnants of the EFF and the MKP who have no interest in growing jobs or building the economy. Their role is purely destructive. They cloak economic sabotage in revolutionary rhetoric, but offer no solutions, only slogans. Let us also not ignore the role of the so-called Prisoners Alliance. Their obsessions with undermining the DA, despite the facts. Their leader, Gayton McKenzie's failure to deliver on his grand promises, leaving residents in Beaufort West jobless and disillusioned. They have no demonstrable record of economic growth at all. Through you, Chair, Minister, the Standing Committee of Agriculture in the Western Cape has written to you, Minister, requesting clarity on the issues raised in this amendment bill of employment equity. While we fundamentally oppose the current form, we have given you the benefit of doubt to respond and engage, because these issues are not just administrative. They can either enable or collapse our fair trade agreements. Let me remind you, one of the basic requirements of fair trade is legal compliance. If your department makes it harder to comply, then it becomes a deliberate effort to shut down trade and stall economic opportunities. So while we may not oppose this budget outright, we do so with firm reservation. Our support is not unconditional. We will not sit back while ideologues hijack our policies and sabotage the sector that are still sustaining our economy. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Good evening again, delegates. Minister, the debate continues, and the next speaker at the podium is the Honorable Farmer from the Patriotic Alliance.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans, again I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, who died on the cross for our sins. Honorable Boshoff, let me remind you, being the chairperson of our select committee, it is imperative that you should seek to uphold democratic principles. If the majority of the committee supports the budget, that inevitably means that the committee supports the budget. It is a fundamental democratic principle of majority rule. A leader should seek to unite rather than create an impression of division. How sad. Honorable Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to further support Budget Vote 31
Honorable Farmer, won't you take your seat for a minute, please? Honorable Bartnos, what's your point of order?
On the principle here, as this book allows, this honourable member is causing aspersions on the integrity of the chair of the committee. Majority means she doesn't know, like all of us, who is going to vote for what on the day of the vote. So nobody knows that. So the majority simply means that the honourable chair of the committee is stating to this House that she's on. The majority of the people are going to vote in favor of this. But she doesn't know for sure because they still have to vote.
Thank you, Honourable Badenhorst. I do believe that the phrase, the majority in the committee, is an accepted phrase that is regularly used in processing the business of this chamber. It's certainly my recollection that this has been used repeatedly, certainly in the last 6 years that I've been a member of this House. And I do think that the phrase is an acceptable one to use when delivering a speech, Honourable Farmer. So, yes, I do think that your objections are probably misplaced, and you may well indeed be casting aspersions on the intentions of the chairperson of your committee. Can I ask you, therefore, to continue with your speech, please, taking that into account? Thank you, Honourable Member.
Chairperson, while all of this happened, my clock kept on running.
That's okay. No, that's fine.
No, it's not okay. It's not okay.
As far as I can see, the clock is paused, Honourable Farmer.
When you started to rule, he paused it.
Are you fighting with the chair?
Yeah, confirmed with the table staff that the clock was paused, but please continue, Honourable Farmer.
You paused it late, my brother. Chairperson, because we know that the dignity of our people begins with a job, not a grant. Chairperson, unemployment is not just a number in a quarterly report. It is a daily heartbreak in millions of households. It is the reason young people stand on street corners instead of in classrooms or at work. It is the reason families go to bed hungry despite the promises we make in this House every year. We must confront the hard truth. South Africa cannot afford an employment strategy that works only on paper while our people stand in queues that lead nowhere. Honourable members, this budget must be a catalyst, not a cushion. For real measurable change, the Patriotic Alliance support this budget because we believe it holds the tools to fight unemployment from the grassroots up, strengthening labour centres, fighting exploitation, upskilling for the future, support small business and informal traders. Chairperson, the hustle is real. Township businesses, street vendors and spaza shops are the real backbone of many families. Let us clear red tape, provide microfinance, training and market access, and protect them from crime and extortion. Promote fair labour practices. Let us face facts. Farm workers and outskilled labour is not treated fairly, taxed fairly, and accounted for under the same labour law, especially in the Western Cape. Chairperson, we also demand accountability. Every rand spent from this vote must put our people to work, not line the pockets of consultants or disappear into fruitless plans. We must measure success not by how many indabas we host, but by how many families are lifted out of poverty, how many mothers and fathers can put food on the table with pride, and how many young people no longer dream only of leaving this country, but building it instead. Honourable members, it is time for bold partnerships. Government cannot do this alone. We call for real collaboration with the private sector, unions, training colleges, and local governments. Localized procurement. Build community-owned enterprises. Bring the factories closer to the people, not just the people to the factories. Chairperson, if we do not tackle youth unemployment, our democracy stands on shaky ground. Idle hands become targets for gangsterism, drugs, and violence. Let us invest in learnerships, apprenticeships, job placement programs, and make sure they deliver more than headlines. We do not want young people to be statistics of despair. We want them to be builders of this nation. The Patriotic Alliance support this budget vote, but we do so with a message to every official and partner. The time for empty promises is over. Put our people to work. Protect their rights, grow their skills, and open the doors wider than ever before. Chairperson, South Africans are ready to work. They are ready to build. They are ready to contribute. Let us match that readiness with real plans, real oversight, and real results. We stand with this budget because we stand with the worker, the job seeker, the street trader, the young graduate, and the parent who wants only one thing: to work, to earn, and to lift their family up. Let us not betray that hope. Let us match it with action every day in every province until the queues for jobs and social grants is shorter. We are not here to manage poverty. We are here to end it, job by job, worker by worker, community by community. Salute. Thank you for the extra minutes, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. Honourable members, moving to the virtual platform, we are going to the Northwest Province. The MEC for Public Works and Roads in that province is the Honourable Makua, who has been given a 10-minute slot to speak. Honourable Makua.
Good evening, Chairperson. I hope I'm visible to on your side. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, MECs and honorable members of the House, good evening. We must all agree, honorable members, that workers are indeed the steam engine and the backbone of the economy of every country. The engineers design most intricate road networks and the artists' impressions of the most modern buildings cannot come to fruition without the hard work of the men and the women who implement this project. The working class is responsible not only for building roads, but they also teach our children. They nurse us when we are in hospitals, they save lives and they give lives. A lot of strides have been made to protect the rights of the workers since 1994, when the African National Congress took over government. They are now free to associate with any organization of their choice without fear of being victimized, harassed, or even dismissed. The Labor Relations Act is now enacted with the aim of advancing economic development and social justice, labor peace and democratization of the workplace, fulfilling the primary objects of this act, which is to give effect to and regulate the fundamental rights conferred by the Section 27 of the South African Constitution, is one of the greatest milestones our democratic government has achieved for the workers. This act further prohibits unfair labor practices such as discrimination, victimization, and unfair treatment of employees, and also provides protection against unfair dismissals. These are the things that in the past could not be done at the drop of the hat against workers. Some of the victories of the workers also include the May Day now that it is a holiday that is paid. The implementation of the national minimum wage, the workers' rights to collective bargaining, as well as the legislation such as Basic Conditions of Employment Act and the Labor Relations Act being in place to protect the rights of workers. We must concede that more still needs to be done to protect workers. Whenever the economy starts to hemorrhage and market starts to become unstable, the workers become the first casualties through job losses. It cannot be that the people who put the shoulders to the wheel and grant to make the economy of the country to grow are the first to be laid off, while captains of the industry come out barely unscathed. The figures presented by the minister regarding the recently published 24th Commission of Employment Equity annual report is indeed worrying in a country where women make up a majority of the country's population. It cannot be that 62% of top management positions are still occupied mainly by white South Africans, while women hold a paltry 26.9%. We need to do better as a country. As a Department of Public Works in Northwest, we have made a conscious decision to be biased towards women through our gender mainstreaming initiatives. The department is implementing specific interventions to give effect to the requirements outlined in the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation and auditing framework as introduced in the 2018. We have set the targets for public procurement from the designated groups to increase over a 5-year period from the baseline as follows: women from 20% to 40%, youth from 18% to 30%, persons with disabilities from 1% to 7%, military veterans from 1% to 5%. In addition, all public employment programs, that is projects and programs implemented under the extended the EPWP umbrella, have the following targets attached to them. Women, we are making sure that we are employing at least 60%, persons with disabilities at least 2%. The department is also implementing several programs and advocacy interventions that are both internally and externally focused. These interventions include the following: the Youth Empowerment Workshop, as well as targeted activities, commemoration of National Youth Day annually, the department's 8th principal plan of action for the promotion of women empowerment and employment equity in the workplace. Our province is one of the hardest hit in terms of the unemployment rate, and we are called upon to do more to ensure that this matter or this question receives attention. We are very much attuned to the strategic priorities of the 7th administration of driving inclusive economic growth and job creation. We continue to ensure that each infrastructure project that we implement in the province respond to this and other priorities as spelled out in the medium-term development plan 2025-2029. With the 201 million allocated to the province by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for the implementation of the Welisizwe Rural Bridge Program, we plan to create 580 job opportunities in the current financial year, with 40 job opportunities created for each of the planned 14 projects. Furthermore, we have set out 476 million of the Provincial Road Management Grant allocation for rehabilitation and upgrading of the road infrastructure through the utilization of the block paving. By so doing, we will be ensuring that these projects are labor intensive, thus yielding the creation of job opportunities in the province. The following are some of the projects that we will be implementing through this method. Paving of roads Z473 from D3545 to road D41 in the Takong village in Ngaka Mudirimulema region in Mafikeng, where the provincial government is. It will be receiving 4.4 kilometers of paving road. Upgrading of road D39 from Mooifontein to Lombardslaagte, approximately 6.5 kilometer. Phase 1 of it has already started. Upgrading and special maintenance of road D210 from Mudimong to Taung, approximately 14.7 kilometers. I must hasten to highlight that the roads that I'm mentioning, it is the roads that are in the rural of the ruralist. Contractors for these projects have been appointed and are currently busy with mobilization and site establishment. In addressing the concern raised by Honorable Minister of dominance of the higher education and training sector by foreign nationals and the 62.4% unemployment rate among the youth, we are striving to get more of our youth in the province qualified as professional engineers in different disciplines through candidacy development program. The objective of this program is to create a pool of professionals within the built environment, like architects, engineering, and quantity surveying. It involves a period of supervised training and mentorship, often lasting several years, before the candidate can undergo a final assessment for professional registration. We are in the process or drafting a retention strategy that will assist us to retain these candidates once they have qualified. The department also continues to develop and empower youth in the province through awarding bursaries in different fields of study related to our mandate as the department. Currently, 67 beneficiaries at various institutions of higher level, we have put them there. We are also working towards strengthening the institutional capacity by having recently advertised 259 funded vacancies. Over 50 of these positions are for artisans in different trades, mostly targeting youth. We have made an undertaking to get some of the 240 recently trained artisans recruited in the system over time to cap the unemployment rate, especially among the youth. Despite the budget...
MEC, I'm afraid your time has expired.
Okay.
Thank you very much, MEC.
All right. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed to MEC Mokua. Honourable members, the next speaking opportunity falls to Mkonto Sizwe. It's a 9-minute slot, which will be taken up by the Honourable Mokoena.
Honorable Chairperson, to the members of the delegates of the NCOP, Minister, your Deputy Minister present today. This department should change this title because it's no longer ensuring employment and labor. It's clear as day. What it does is it administers poverty, mismanaged joblessness, and produces endless plans that serve no one except the well-paid officials who draft this to justify their salaries. Chairperson, after listening to the minister, I believe the only thing confirmed is that this department has no clue how to fix the crisis it helped to create. The minister says the department is responding to unemployment crisis. What she isn't telling you is that under this very plan, the department expects unemployment to still sit at 27.5 5 years from now. That's not a solution, it's a permanent resignation to failure. The minister boasts about mobile job centers and self-service kiosks, but she left out that these gimmicks do not create jobs. A kiosk does not build an economy. A pamphlet on a bus will not change the fate of a hungry graduate in Pietermaritzburg or KwaMhlabuyalingana. She tells us about inclusive growth. What she isn't telling you is that most of that growth excludes the Black child, the rural youth, and the working class of South Africa. Growth under this department is a luxury enjoyed by a few, while the rest of the country drowns in unemployment. We once had artisan training programs aligned with industry. Today, there's no coordination between the department and the Department of Higher Education. Our graduates are being trained for jobs that no longer exist, while thousands more have qualifications that mean nothing to this economy. Then there's the labor inspections. Let's be honest, they have collapsed a long time ago. Workers are exploited in textile factories, farms, and warehouses across the country, and this department does nothing. It has the audacity to claim it protects workers' rights, when in truth, it has vanished from the very places where they are needed the most. Chairperson, we are not fools, nor are the people of South Africa. Your so-called vision of 2030 is not a vision. It's a confession of failure. We need just over 1,000 people need to enter the job market in South Africa every year. And yet we are being told that the target for 25-26 PES is a mere 130,000 jobs. Now, what kind of leadership presents these numbers with a straight face? As if this was not enough, we heard from the chairperson about the Daybreak Foods scandal, a damning indictment on the abuse of the UIF, something that's meant to be protecting the vulnerable in our society. And now you want Parliament to rubber stamp a budget that rewards corruption. No, Chairperson. The MK Party will not support this insult to the unemployed. Mind you, the moment I leave this podium, they will all probably rise in the House and manufacture outrage about the 9 wasted ton. But they won't tell you the truth, because here it is. President Zuma left you with a growing employment rate, a functional EPWP, thriving SETAs, and rising Black industrialists. I would like to see someone say it ain't so. He left you with the Rural Development Program, infrastructure build, and a country that held its head high in the BRICS, not one today that you find begging for IMF projections. He left you with a state that still tried to intervene in the economy, a state that saw people not as burdens, but as the center of its developmental agenda. And who will tell you of these wasted lies the loudest today? It's the very people who sat next to him in cabinet. People who won elections under his leadership, and now that the cookie has crumbled, they blame the one man who built what they couldn't sustain. Honorable Masipa, normally I wouldn't entertain you, but today I just want to make it very clear to you, and it's unfortunate he's already left the building. That shows you how serious he is about this subject matter. Clearly outside. Umkhonto wesizwe is not the problem. It is the last living hope for land, dignity, jobs, justice. That is why the people like you or like him fear us, because we speak for the very people that have been abandoned. We are not here to play politics with suffering. We are not here to stroke your delicate egos or maintain all friendships. It's over. We are here because our people are dying poor, jobless, and humiliated in their own country. Now, as a consequence of a government losing control of its electorate, the economy, and its own credibility, we are presented with an alien, a khoho, a nunu, called the GNU. Let us call it what it is. A panic-driven arrangement stitched up nicely together by the same political elites who failed to deliver on their own mandates. There is no unity here. It was clear as day today. Only the confusion of like-minded, power-hungry people who have run out of ideas. They did not come here together to serve the people. They came here to preserve each other. And now, in their desperation, they are accommodating illegal labor practices, tolerating undocumented exploitation, and turning a blind eye to economic sabotage. The Department of Employment and Labor is not a vehicle for development. It is a cul-de-sac. It is a wrong turn. It is a dead end. A deliberate punishment for the poor, a museum of failed plans where dignity goes to die. We reject this budget. We reject the deception. We reject this GNU government that governs through the 3 Ds. Government of delays, government of denial, and government of disaster. What a crying shame. I thank you.
Thank you for those interesting perspectives, Honorable Mokoena. Honorable delegates, we move on, and the African National Congress will now be represented by the Honorable Sitole, who has 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, the Deputy Chairperson, the Minister, Mayor Noma Khosazana Met, the Deputy Minister in absentia, Minister Jomo Sibiya, the Chief Whip of Council, fellow delegates, good afternoon. Today's policy debate on Budget Vote 31 of Employment and Labor takes place just a day before we celebrate the 15th anniversary of Nelson Mandela Day, an annual global event held on the 18th July to honor the respected life and enduring legacy of the founder of our democracy, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Former President Nelson Mandela was devoted his life to saving humanity. As a prisoner of conscience, international peacemaker, and an advocate of social justice, he dedicated his entire life to fight for equality, justice, peace, and reconciliation, both during and after his imprisonment for opposing the horrid apartheid system. Honorable House Chair, this policy debate embodies our collective commitment to honor the legacy of Nelson Mandela by working tirelessly to build an inclusive society where every individual, regardless of their physical or socio-economic circumstances, has the opportunity to contribute meaningful to our economy and society at large. It reaffirms our unwavering policy of supporting disadvantaged and marginalized groups within our population, particularly those living with disabilities. It also embodies our steadfast commitment to ensuring that our transformation agenda is not merely a duty, but a moral responsibility that reflects our nation's pursuit of equality, social justice, and human dignity. It also describes our steadfast commitment to ensuring that our targeted investment, strategic policies, and ongoing oversight encourage economic participation and social cohesion. Honorable House Chair, it is noted that the budget allocation for supported employment enterprise remains steady at 45.9 million over the 2024-2025 and 2025 to 2026 financial year, reflecting a continued commitment to supporting this vital sector despite economic challenges. While the stability of this budget demonstrates ongoing dedication, the substantial tasks ahead, such as expanding employment opportunities and improving sustainability and productivity of C, necessitate further support. Despite the flat funding, different government departments must prioritize C product to help the enterprise generate sufficient revenue, thereby enabling expansion and increased job creation, particularly for vulnerable groups such as people living with disability. Although this allocation provides a solid foundation aligned with the sector needs, ongoing and increased investment remains essential to address the sector's evolving challenges and to maximize its potential for economic and social impact. Honorable House Chair, this enterprise serves as a bridge between the government and the private sector, facilitating employment opportunities for individuals living with disability. It must, however, be noted that Mpumalanga is the only province that does not have C factories, which limit people with disabilities in Mpumalanga from actively participating in the workforce. Meeting quality standards, we are actively working to dismantle the barriers that hinder the PWDs from entering the workforce and to curb the high dropouts rate in education programs. Honorable House Chair, supporting the PWDs through employment not only enhances their dignity and independence, but also enrich our society by harnessing their talent and potential. Employment instills a sense of purpose, boosts self-esteem, and reduces the social exclusion that many PWDs face daily. Moreover, integrating PWDs into the economy aligns with our broader development goals of reducing inequality and fostering sustainable economic growth. It is essential to recognize that creating a pathway for the PWDs in the labor market amplifies economic resilience and promotes social harmony. Despite this progress, House Chair, we remain resolute that strategic focus must be channeled investment into the sector with big potential for job creation and social impact, especially those that formalize and support township enterprise in the undeserving communities. We must prioritize development effort in local industries and sectors that uplift vulnerable groups. This approach aligns with the goal of the district development model, which emphasizes localized development efforts tailored to the unique realities and potential of each district. As the ANC, we believe that by empowering districts and municipalities to take charge of their economic destinies, we promote sustainable growth that benefits those who need it most and reduce a reliance on centralized decision-making. Honorable House Chair, the district development model enables more effective resource routing at the grassroots level, supporting infrastructure development, local entrepreneurship, and employment opportunities. It aims to reduce a socio-economic inequality and building resilient community capable to sustain their development trajectories. The department's role in supporting this model, primarily through targeted investment such as labor activation program, which Honorable Modise reflected on, is vital. The resources must be deployed strategically to promote and formalize the informal sectors, stimulate entrepreneurship, and create work opportunities tailored to the specific needs of each district. Such an approach not only nurtures local economic growth, but also enhances accountability by increasing proximity between policymakers and beneficiaries. Honorable House Chair, as the ANC, we support the national dialogue. We believe it is crucial for fostering unity of purpose amongst government, labor, business, and civil society. This platform will facilitate consensus building and coordinate action across sectors, strengthening our collective efforts to implement inclusive growth strategies. By engaging all stakeholders, we will ensure that policies are better aligned with the realities faced on the ground and that the execution of development program is more effective. We say this because Nelson Mandela taught us that inclusive dialogue serves as a vital mechanism to reinforce our shared commitment to social justice and economic fairness, ensuring that benefits of growth are distributed broadly and that no one is left behind. With further note that the growing concern over the foreign nations in South Africa illegally, as evident by the recent incident in Sarah Batman district, especially in Adu, the ongoing march in KwaZulu-Natal, we commend the Cabinet for approving the National Labour Migration Policy and Employment Services Amendment Bill, which aims to address the challenges related to illegal foreign nations in South Africa, particularly in the workplace. Honorable House Chair, a key component of the government strategy remains the implementation of a national minimum wage, which is pivotal in reducing income inequality and providing a safety net for the most vulnerable workers, particularly farm workers and domestic workers. Policy aim to stimulate consumer spending and economic activities from the bottom up, fostering a more resilient economy. It aligns with our belief that a shared prosperity is fundamental to societal stability. When workers earn fair wages, communities thrive, and social cohesion is strengthened. We must support and uphold this policy even amid economic uncertainty and fiscal constraint, recognizing that it is essential for building the equitable society. In recognizing these strategic priorities, we must also face the reality of resource constraint and the need for more efficient management. The department must optimize resource use, prioritize high-impact programs, and focus on scalability and sustainability. We have observed that ineffective resource deployment hampers progress. Therefore, initiative must be streamlined to deliver tangible results. This involves strengthening audit procedure, improving monitoring mechanism, and ensuring that vacancies do not impede program implementation. These administrative enhancements are crucial for building more resilient and accountable institutions that can effectively fulfill their mandate. In conclusion, although we recognize the shortcomings and obstacles, we remain dedicated to our strategic priorities. We believe that through focused investment, inclusive industrial policies, and enhanced social dialogue, we can accelerate progress towards our objective. We recognize that resource constraint and administrative issues pose challenges, but resilience and strategic planning will help us overcome these obstacles. Our collective responsibility is to ensure that funds are used effectively, programs are well executed, and that the benefits reach the communities that need them the most. We are emboldened by our shared purpose and our commitment to transforming South Africa into a society where opportunities are accessible to all. Dignity is a fundamental right, and economic prosperity benefits everyone. We call on all stakeholders, including government, labor, business, and communities, to renew their dedication, work together with unity and purpose, and harness our collective strength to create an equitable and inclusive nation. As the ANC House Chair, we support this budget vote. Thank you very much.
Honourable Sithole. Honourable members, we now go to the Mpumalanga MEC for Economic Development and Tourism. That is the Honourable Siddel. Honourable Siddel, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I don't know what happened here. No, thank you very much, House Chair. Am I audible?
You are audible, Honourable Member, but we can't see your image. If you can turn your camera on for us, please.
I'm trying to do that quickly. Are you able to see me?
No, there seems to be a problem with the camera. I see your camera is open on the system, but we're not seeing anything on our side. If you can try speaking again, it may just trigger it.
I'm trying to work on that. Unfortunately, I'm disadvantaged here, Chair.
Honourable Siddel, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to suggest we take the next speaker, and then we'll revert to you once she is finished. If you can just make arrangements to ensure that your connection is adequately sorted out, that we can have visuals and sound as well. So you have about 8 minutes to sort yourself out, and the debate will then continue with the Honourable du Plessis. Honourable du Plessis on behalf of the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister, members and resilient South Africans, we have all been holding our breath for the moment when the most vulnerable in society can easily access economic opportunities, because there is no opportunity like a job opportunity. It redresses the injustices of the past. However, it is clear based on data that the barriers to entry for the most vulnerable in society have not been addressed, as evidenced by the various quarterly employment statistics. In fact, unemployment amongst youth, people with disabilities, and women has increased. It is further estimated that the unemployment rate will increase over the next year, with an increasing Gini coefficient pointing to the ever-rising inequalities in our society. Every weekend, I work with about 200 people from a disadvantaged community. Only 3 of them are gainfully employed. The others, not by choice that they are unemployed, but by circumstance. This ratio does vary in different communities, but in each community, we still have insiders and outsiders. In a recent Mail and Guardian article, it commented South Africa's unemployment is not a statistical construct, it is a real and painful hardship. No one can deny the impact of unemployment. Within the social cluster that I serve in, I see it every day. The social cluster has the lion's share of the budget, yet economic development is not assisting social development. It makes me think, incorrectly so, that there are no solutions in the world or any best practices that can be shared and implemented with by South Africa and in South Africa from other developing countries. Because if I am to consider the alternate of an uncaring government, it is just too ghastly to consider or to think. The Department of Employment and Labour was instituted to address the societal inequalities in the economic and in economic access as a regulator and as a contributor to the creation and coordination of employment in South Africa. And on reading the approved reports as an alternate in the Select Committee, there is general support for the ideals of the department, but with great concern about the actual impact of key performance indicators. There is an additional concern about the systemic rhetoric that hides the true state of affairs that needs to be addressed, but can only be addressed through political will. There is a need for tangible implementation of strategies, not continual strategic talk shops. Accountability measures, not only for the concerning dysfunctions in the UIF and the Compensation Fund, but for all employees and politicians in this department. Additionally, a clear demonstration that the department is equipped to respond to the scale of the crisis has not been found in the presentations by the department. What is of further concern is that the two programs receiving the largest budget and have the highest expenditures are administration and labour and industrial relations, which if they showed historic return on investment, it would be less concerning. It seems money is just being thrown at a problem without actionable concern for reaching the program's key objectives or the department. It is like believing trickle-down economics works. It doesn't. Enriching the rich does not assist the poor, and it is against the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Many solutions have been discussed today and in the past, but not implemented over the years. These solutions have been proven to work in other developing countries within the modern and ever-changing world that we find ourselves in. Developing partnerships with the private sector is a solution, and it is proven when there is no maladministration or fraud in countries that were classified as developing, like Brazil, that it works. Closer to home, Madagascar, and even closer, the small municipality of Midvaal. All of these municipalities and countries and provinces have been top contributors to job creation in 2024-25 by using this as a strategy. We live in a digital world, yet as a country we have not caught up with a readily available and affordable technological world. This phenomena seems to be in many departments, which is why it is not surprising that the Select Committee is calling for the retraining, reskilling and upskilling of the current cohort. This will need to be done with strict performance management to ensure that training is not delivered by a tenderpreneur and is not a tick box exercise. Training is not tick box. It is a mechanism for sustainable and effective redress. Implementation of policies that are internationally tried and tested needs to be implemented in small, consistent steps from today onwards. And labour centres need serious performance management to ensure that the work done creates an environment for plentiful, gainful employment. And for the future, for a future, The department and the minister need to put in place mechanisms of oversight, accountability, and consequence management so that the injustices of the past are not repeated through a network of maladministration, fraud, and corruption. It is time that this department has a positive, has a tangible impact on the lives of so many South Africans, including the vulnerable who have been treated as outsiders. We are losing incredible knowledge, experience, dedication, and passion by losing or leaving so many people out in the cold. Creating a viable and growing economy takes a multi-pronged approach. Many things need to work together to create an environment where the characteristics of your birth do not determine your journey through life, nor should the circumstances of your birth be the determinator of the success that you achieve through your own talents, motivation, and drive. Regulatory reforms can be effective, but they also can perpetuate a system that increases a Gini coefficient and destroys jobs. Entrepreneurs need to be fostered, but an understanding of how business works and how the market works needs to be shared without promoting quick wins like fraudulent tenders and corruption networks that destroy rather than build. Real investment in human capital, it isn't a tick box. Local and international knowledge is available, and the tried and tested solutions are plentiful. Take up the plea of the Select Committee and clearly demonstrate over the next year that the department is equipped to respond to the scale of the inhumane crisis that so many South Africans are facing. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Places, for your input you've just made here. And then we have to revert back to Mpumalanga on the visual platform. All right, we are getting a report that she's not yet ready to participate in this debate. So what we'll do, we'll request the next member who must come to the podium, Honorable Peter from the Eastern Cape.
Sihlalo wendlu make nikhumshe xa ndithetha nominister noko inkosazana le yephondo lam endihlala kuyo ndingathethi isiXhosa. Honorable from the vulnerable, robbing from the desperate, and bleeding dry those who already live on the edge. And what does the department do? It just issues compliance notices. This is a slap on the wrist. There is just no accountability in the Department of Labor. While workers are being robbed, it doesn't end there. Some officials are literally sleeping on the job. They arrive late to the office, go for long tea breaks, and when you finally get to the counter after waiting the whole day, abantu mphathiswa omhle abasebenza kwiofisi zesebe lakho basebenza ingathi basebenza kumakhaya abo okanye kwibusiness zabazali babo. Urhulumente ulahlekelwe sisidima xa uthi uyoma etyhwini uma kugqithe ne-30 minutes bephunga iti. Minister, isebe lakho liyonzakala. Sicela ukuhlangula ukuba ikhona ingxaki. Now, let us speak frankly about employment equity. The Employment Equity Act was not born out of malice. It was born out of the need to heal a broken country. Yet the workplace in South Africa remains largely untouched by the winds of transformation. The boardroom of Sandton still look like they are located in Europe. Advantageous monopoly capital continues to guard the gates of opportunity, while the disadvantaged majority, particularly our youth, are stuck outside. Sifuna ufakwa nathi. Zimpula zikaJaco ezi zikhalayo ke minister. Xa ndigqibezela, we need a department that works, a department that serves, a department that acts. Ngoko ke owerabhi minister makabe serabhini, owesoka abe sesokeni. Sikho thina for ukukuncedisa. Ngoko ke iUDM iyayipasisa le budget. Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. Thank you, Honorable Peter. And the next speaker on the podium is Honorable Machoweni from the Eastern Cape.
Evening, Honorable Chair, Honorables. You disturbed me. Honorable Minister.
Don't disturb the Honorable Member.
And the Deputy Minister in absentia. All South Africans. Chairperson, before ndingene kwi-speech sam, ndine confusion enayo on my left-hand side. I don't know i-DA kumnandi, abe kwi-GNU xa kumnandi. Akukubi abaseyo GNU. Babasithi thina abantu bengekho kwi-GNU. So ndi-confused yile nto enzekayo. Andiyazi bana thina ke ngoku thina singekho kwi-GNU bathi masenze kanjani. Hayi, Honorable Chairperson, firstly, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to congratulate the ever hard-working ground forces of the EFF in Limpopo, who came out in numbers to reclaim Ward 13 in Seshego in Limpopo, the ward where the president and the CIC of the economic freedom fighters come from. Chairperson, this year marks a very important milestone in the politics of South Africa and the working class struggle. The economic freedom fighters, the only radical and militant economic emancipation movement for our people, celebrates 12 years of unbroken struggle. This year marks 12 years of unbroken commitment to a fight for a national minimum wage equal to a living wage. And this year marks 12 years of defending workers from racist establishments that continues to exploit domestic workers, security guards, gardeners, artisans, drivers, nurses, mine workers, and many other workers. Chairperson, let me now turn to the budget vote debate on employment and labor vote 31. Chairperson, by this department's own admission, the unemployment rate in this country remains above 32%, with youth unemployment at 39.4%, with women disproportionately affected. Yet the budget represented before us today is not explicit on how young people of this country, especially those living in rural provinces such as Eastern Cape, where I come from, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga, will be targeted, or how it will assist farm workers in the Western and Northern Cape, where violation of labor rights remain rampant. This budget does not speak to the informal economy workers and EPWP workers who remain excluded from full social protections and labor bargaining frameworks. And it provides no provincial breakdown of targets or differentiate interventions for urban versus rural employment realities. Chairperson, the EFF is deeply disturbed by this department's admitted incapacity to enforce labor law. The Inspection and Enforcement Services Program has a target to inspect just over 298,000 employers nationally. Yet, there are over 2 million businesses, most of which operates in the informal economy. In Mpumalanga, only 21,528 inspections are planned. Despite rising reports of mining sector violations, labor brokers exploiting workers, and dangerous workplaces. We are also disturbed by how this department further admits that it has high vacancy rates and is unable to fill posts and continues to rely on understaffed provincial offices, and at how the Employment Insurance Fund, UIF, and the Compensation Fund are dysfunctional, unresponsive, and riddled with maladministration. Their failures are not only technical, but political, as workers have to wait months, if not years, for EUIF payouts. Medical professionals are also owed millions by the Compensation Fund, and audit findings over 3 years have been ignored, with no senior officials facing consequence management. The EFF would once again like to reiterate that if workers' funds cannot be managed with integrity, then these institutions must be placed under administration with immediate forensic audits. The EFF is also particularly concerned by how this department still cannot ensure universal workplace equity for people living with disability. While the supported employment enterprise project is commendable, the department's claim that it will support 2,500 disabled workers in 2025-2026 is laughably small, considering millions of South Africans with disabilities are unemployed or excluded from the economy. As much we reject this budget vote as undermines the department's ability to deliver on its mandate, we reject the budget, a department which is responsible for a decade-long trend of rising unemployment, which has continued unabated without any viable solution to speak of. The Commission of Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration, CCMA, is also underfunded, leading to growing backlogs, delays, and inability to secure justice for most vulnerable, especially farm workers. The cut in CCMA's operational capacity also means that farm workers will lose dismissal cases due to lack of legal representation and case follow-ups. The Labour Inspectorate remains unresourced, especially in Mpumalanga, Northwest, and in the Eastern Cape, where mining and farming sectors violate labor law with impunity. UIF claims remain backlogged, disproportionately affecting dismissed or retrenched low-income workers. This department is digitize its services, but rural labor centers lack connectivity, and many unemployed persons do not have smartphones or data to access their services. Chairperson, what is indeed is more detailed district-level employment targets with monitoring and enforcement mechanism in place for agricultural and domestic workers where exploitation is entrenched. What is needed is less talk of massifying PEPs like EPWP and CWP, but rather ways in which they can be transformed into decent resource employment pathways. EPWP wages remain below a living wage, reinforcing the very poverty the state claims to be combating. This department needs to truly address the systematic corruption found in labor centers, CCMA referrals, UIF delays, and EPW recruitment manipulation. What is needed is more transparency around EPWP beneficiary selection, as this is often politically manipulated at municipal level. Transform EPWPs in state-led employment agencies by providing a living wage, pension contribute and promote PAC. Nationalize UIF and compensate fund administration and make disbursement transparent. Double the CCMA budget and establish rural labor clinics. Provide mobile legal units to support farm, domestic and informal workers, and provide legal representation for these vulnerable categories. Chairperson, the South African working class remains the engine of production and reproduction in this country, but the current administration treats its workers as statistics, not as authors of economic transformation. The EFF persistently offers feasible solutions to the mounting unemployment problem, yet these suggestions seem to be disregarded by the ruling party. The EFF will therefore not support a budget that entrenches new liberal dependencies on the private sector, fails to give young people decent jobs. The EFF does not endorse this strategic plan or APPs. They are not bold enough. They are not working class centered. They do not confront the structural causes of unemployment, exploitation, and economic exclusion. We reject this budget and demand a radical plan for workers' employment, economic transformation, and dignified employment for all. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Machoweni, for your maiden speech. I think that it was very coherent.
Still has 4 minutes.
That was her maiden speech. Honorable Machoweni, thanks a million for your maiden speech. It was very coherent and articulate. Yeah. So the next member now who's supposed to come back here is going to be the MEC of Mpumalanga, Honorable J. Sidel, MEC for Economic Development and Tourism. She has changed the gadget. She has changed the gadget. Emma. She has changed the gadget. She cannot use the video in that gadget. So we have accepted that she's just going to speak without showing her face. Over to you, Honorable Sidwell.
No, thank you very much, House Chair, and accept my humble apologies for the inconvenience caused. House Chair, let me extend my warm greetings and acknowledge the Deputy Chair, the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister in his absentia, members of the NCOP, my colleagues from the provinces, MECs that are present in this debate. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to switch off my video now, Chair, if you permit. Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to participate in this significant debate, which addresses the issues of employment and job creation at the heart of the department's mandate that I lead. I must, however, indicate from the onset, Honorable Chair, and esteemed members of the National Council of Provinces, that this is my maiden debate as the member of the Executive Council for Economic Development and Tourism since my appointment by the Honorable Premier Mandla Ndlovu on Tuesday, the 15th, 2025. Indeed, I am humbled by the confidence he has shown in me and believed in my capabilities to lead this very important portfolio. It is a huge responsibility, Chair, because the department is tasked mainly with the two priorities that are very key to the department, to the development of society, namely inclusive growth and job creation, as well as issues around poverty and how we should tackle the issues of high cost of living. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to borrow from the late Anton Lamberte, a profound intellectual and a pioneer of revolutionary thought, who once opined that, open quote, we are not called for peace, comfort, and enjoyment, but to hard work, struggle, and sweat, close quote. In invoking these words, we are reminded that our mission in this House and beyond is not one of complacency or personal preservation, but of principled leadership, unwavering discipline, and a tireless commitment to the transformation agenda. As custodians of the people's mandate, we must embrace the difficult path of accountability and internal coherence, for it is only through unity of purpose and strategic focus that the ideals of our forebearers will be realized. Honourable members, youth unemployment remains entrenched socio-economic crisis with structural barriers to entry into the labour market continuing to marginalize the majority of young people, particularly those in historically underdeveloped and rural communities. Despite various policy interventions, access to meaningful employment opportunities remains proportionately skewed, perpetuating circles of poverty, economic exclusion, and social instability amongst the youth. The overarching objective of our democratic developmental state remains the transformation of society and the improvement of our people's quality of life. To this end, the National Democratic Plan charts a long-term vision towards 2030, anchored on inclusive growth, poverty eradication, and the reduction of inequality. Honourable Chairperson, cognizant of that, we draw closer to the medium-term strategic framework 2019 to 2024. It operationalizes the vision of inclusive growth and poverty alleviation, aligning the government's program of action with the imperatives of the NDP. Honourable members, according to the latest quarterly labour force survey of Stats SA, South Africa experienced network losses of almost 300,000 in Q1 of 2025, and Mpumalanga experienced around 43,000 net job losses. Interesting enough, the majority of the provincial job losses were in the formal sector of Mpumalanga. The provincial unemployment rate also increased slightly to 35.4%, which was the fourth highest of the 9 provinces. The female youth and graduate unemployment rate also increased slightly in the process. Honourable Chairperson, the medium-term development plan job creation target for Mpumalanga is 60,000 new and sustainable jobs per annum and the unemployment rate of 25% by 2030. It is challenging but possible to achieve this, especially if we can increase our economic growth rate to at least 3% per annum. Now, if we are to meet our employment target of 60,000 new and sustainable jobs per annum, all our economic plans should promote inclusive growth and job creation, which will assist in the dismantling of the stubborn triple challenges of high poverty, unemployment, inequality in Mpumalanga. According to the Mpumalanga Provincial Growth, through the Department of Economic Development and Tourism and its public entities, we will continue with all the catalytic economic projects and plans to stimulate the economy and contribute to the creation of the much needed jobs for our people. Equally, we must also ensure that addressing the high youth unemployment remains a top priority for the government and business. We will also continue to assist our young people to obtain the high qualifications and skills in line with the needs of the economy. Young people should be employable at all times. In our quest to empower youth-owned businesses through the Mpumalanga Tourism Youth Fund, the department, in collaboration with the National Youth Development Agency, has already dispersed funding with 3.5 million rands to 23 tourism youth businesses in Mpumalanga. The fund aims to empower young entrepreneurs in the tourism sector by providing financial assistance and resources to help them grow and expand their businesses, ultimately stimulating the economy and creating jobs, especially in rural areas. Honorable members, as a province, we are also going to leverage the 500 million rands fund to support spaza shops owned by local South Africans. It is a historical fact that spaza shops play a vital role in South Africa's informal economy. These businesses provide essential goods and services and contribute to job creation. As government, we are duty-bound to open up equal opportunities for our people without any fear of contradictions. All the main sectors that we have prioritized as a province to grow the provincial economy and create jobs, women and youth must feature high on the initiatives driven by government. Industries with high potential for job creation include agriculture, agro-processing, manufacturing and construction, the trade industry, tourism, MSMEs, including the informal sector and finance. Infrastructure investment has high GDP and employment multipliers. Therefore, huge infrastructure investments and projects are central to the economic success of high-growth economies in the world. This should serve as an example for South Africa and other provinces going forward. Chairperson, after taking the oath of office, Premier Mandla Ndlovu gave me the marching orders to fast-track the implementation of catalytic projects geared towards stimulating economic growth and job creation. As we accept the challenge, we are doing so with a great sense of responsibility, precisely because we believe that if we fully implement, we are going to make a significant dent in the current unemployment figures. Hot on the heels of my appointment as MEC, the Premier directed us to accelerate the implementation of the high-impact projects which are geared towards the realization of inclusive economic growth and massive job creation. Honorable members, I refer to, amongst others, hosting the Mining Indaba Investment Summit, finalizing the feasibility studies of the Mariskop mountain cable car and the Hazelview waterways, operationalization of the Nkomasi SEZ, support tourism development and product offerings in the various nature reserves, and also finalization of the petrochemical and forestry industrial parks, support economic infrastructure projects, conduct a feasibility study on the 4th casino license, and lastly, establish training and incubation programs to enhance skills development. Honorable Chairperson, I can say without any fear of contradiction that if we can fully implement all these high-impact projects, we will surely be able to uproot the scourge of unemployment, which continues to bedevil our people, particularly the youth. As I conclude, as part of our intervention in pursuit of job creation, we will continue to support all our MSMEs and township enterprises. We will continue to drive localized industrialization in such sectors as agro-processing, manufacturing, construction, and the green economy. The National Democratic Revolution remains a strategic lodestar of the ANC, providing an ideological framework for the transformation of our economy. Through the industrialization of the key sectors, we seek to drive inclusive growth, build productive capacity, and assert national sovereignty over our economic destiny. This is central to dismantling the structural foundations of poverty, unemployment, and inequality that continue to oppress the downtrodden masses of our people. In addition, we will also intensify.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. It's very unfortunate that your articulate speech has to be cut because according to Rule 59, you are given a particular time slot to finish your speech. It was 10 minutes and it's done and dusted. But congratulations on your appointment, and let's hope that you serve the people of Mpumalanga with dignity and determination.
Thank you, Chair.
The next speaker on the platform is Honorable Kotsel from the Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, and also to those at home who rely on this establishment to create labour and employment. The Department of Employment and Labour plays a crucial role in shaping the dignity and economic well-being of millions of South Africans. Its mandate includes, inter alia, regulating labour relations and supporting job creation. For labour to work, Honourable Chair, it must be productive. It must be honest, and it must provide dignified work. Otherwise, working labour and employed labour becomes an oxymoron. Some examples of oxymorons would be being gainfully employed, as we've seen with the ANC's cadre deployment policy. And another is being permanently in temporary employment, acting DG, acting this, acting that. In this budget vote on APP, the department commits to inter alia register 3.15 million work seekers and place 70,000 annually in opportunities. This is a serious undertaking. Chairperson, although we are under no illusion that this will be no easy feat, we are motivated to support this budget because it provides an opportunity for us as the government of national unity to do things differently. In last year's election, South Africans rejected oxymorons. Oxymorons don't deliver. Oxymorons do not provide a government that works. South Africans have seen that DA policies work, not just in the Western Cape, but in Midvaal, in Umgeni, and in Koga, where it is implemented by the best person for the job, regardless of whether they have a degree, Honourable Modise, as long as they are fit for purpose and honest. According to Stats SA's Q1 2025 Labour Force Survey, the Western Cape has the lowest official unemployment rate at 19.6%, the lowest expanded rate at 24.7%, and added 49,000 jobs, more than any other province. Now, I hear the oxymorons roll their eyes, but are these not the results we want nationwide? Here's another stat some would rather ignore. The Western Cape is the only province with significant net in-migration. People come here for opportunities. We're not just creating jobs. Don't worry, Honourable Gereke, they can't hear you. They can only hear me. We're not just creating jobs. We're creating more jobs for more people. Let that sink in. How? Honourable Modise, it's simple. DA policies, merit over cadre deployment, digital access, not paper queues, private sector partnerships, not state dependency. Listen, whilst Honourable Dlamini will no doubt return to this podium only to criticise Cape Town, I hope she's taken notes because stats don't lie. So Honourable Dlamini, instead of recycling false RET sewage stories and defending oxymorons, why not tell us how we can work together to make labour work for all? There are some good initiatives in this budget. For example, the 2.6 billion rand allocated to public employment services to register and assist work seekers. Also, the 2.1 billion rand allocated to inspection and enforcement services to modernize workplace compliance. If government implements these things with Western Cape vigor, imagine what the National Labour Force Survey will look like then. Honourable Mokoena, you said the MKP is the last living hope for jobs. Yeah, but under your watch, the only people who got hired were the Guptas, and South Africans are still paying their salaries. Yes, and if the 3 Ds defining the GNU are denial, disaster, and delays, the government under Zuma and his RET mates, some of who are still here in the House, was defined as delusional, dangerous, and deceitful. In 2019, the EFF promised to build a school for the poor in 5 years. Now it's 2025 and there's no school. Just a cult of criminality and a luxury wardrobe. South Africans see it now.
Honourable Delegate, will you please give Mr. Honourable Machoven, you are given a chance to speak. Please, let's give Honourable Kotsel a chance to speak too.
The truth hurts. South Africans see it. The EFF's idea of a job is someone carrying Julius's Louis Vuitton bag.
Honourable Kotsel, there's a point of order from Honourable Gereke.
Yeah, Chair, can I just ask if the I want to ask.
All right.
whether the representative of the DA in the Western Cape will he take a question.
Are you going to take?
Because normally they don't take questions, they run away.
Are you going to take a question, Honorable Kossel?
No.
Oh, you said no.
It's because Baden wrote the speech.
We already know who carries Julius's handbag. So if your idea of a job is someone carrying Julius's handbag, that is not employment. Honorable Machobeni, that is an episode of The Real Housewives of Joburg. And then the Polsmer Alliance, their idea of job creation is bribing a DA candidate to withdraw from a by-election. And in Nelson Mandela Bay last night, the PA arrived with ministerial blue lights and 100 Rand notes. But not enough. The DA still won Ward 34. The ANC comes here, debate after debate, even when it has nothing to do with municipal services, and all they can offer are tired tales about Cape Town's poor. Honorable Modise, are you not in the RET faction? You did not talk about the REC obsession Cape Town once. Your 5 lies are actually 5 projections. If cadre deployment worked, we would not have had Dudu Mnyeni, Tom Moyani, and Brian Molefe, just a trail of collapsed institutions and corruption. The national dialogue is not a dialogue when only ANC cadres are eating. It's a monologue. And apart from Honorable Mabibo, who is so skinny he fell off his chair yesterday, there are not many skinny comrades at the table. As for qualifications, it is not degrees that gave us load shedding, sewage spills, and 50%.
Did you refer to Honorable
Mabibo.
Mabibo. No, you cannot refer to the fiscal features of a member.
It's not even my baby.
No,
he said
I was not on the platform during that time, but you cannot do that.
Well, then
it's not right. It's not right. It does not mean that when he was allowed to say it. What is allowed to say it? It does not mean.
Is that the chair's objection or
the rules? Okay, that's the rules.
All right.
Over to you.
All right.
Over to Honorable Kossel.
Thank you. So the sewage spills, the youth, it's all thanks to your party's well-employed, well-fed failures.
Kossel,
I need a lot more time, Chair. This is becoming ridiculous.
On what rule are you rising, Honorable Farmer?
I'm rising on a principle, Chair.
Oh, please, you don't have any.
It's unparliamentary speak to refer to a honorable member as skinny.
And coconut?
And a coconut?
That's what all right. Thank you, Honorable Telekes. Thank you, Honorable Telekes. It's true. You cannot refer to the physical features of a member. We cannot refer to the physical features of a member. It's offensive language, Rule 61.8. It's offensive. We cannot do that. You can finish your speech, Honorable Kossel.
Chair, I'm now on 4 seconds. The time has been running. No, it was.
Point of order.
Anyway, Honorable Mabibo was so supple, he fell off his chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kossel, for your input. Thank you for your input. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Dlamini Logotwayo. Umuhle mntwana enkosi.
Honorable House Chair.
Can we give Honorable Dlamini a chance to speak, please?
Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister. Honorable Deputy Minister in his absence. Indeed, our honorable appointed national shop stewards. I'm wearing red today, Honorable Minister. in honor of your appointment as National Shop Stewards, the Red Revolutionary Unionists of South Africa. You are representing them very well. Honorable Chair, let me first thank the presiding officers of this Honorable House for their support during my bereavement and the family after losing my mother. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your support and the comforting words. It is because of those words today I'm standing here firm and accepting that my mother is no more, and I know I have mothers and fathers in this house. It is a profound honor to stand before you today to express our unwavering support to the policy, Budget Vote 31, Employment and Labor. As we gather here to deliberate on this crucial fiscal allocation, I wish to emphasize that this budget represents more than just numbers. It embodies our collective commitment to advancing the strategic objectives of the NDR. At a time when our economy is navigating turbulent waters, faced with sluggish growth, constrained fiscal space, and global uncertainties, our wavering resolve must be directed towards fostering inclusive, sustainable, and resilient growth that empowers our people and rescues a better future for all. Honorable House Chair, the NDR envisions a society where democratic governance, social justice, economic transformation, and active participation are central tenets. Therefore, this budget aligns with those principles by prioritizing policies that aim to reduce unemployment, improve labor rights, enhance social protection, and promote industrialization and economic diversification. It recognizes the social dialogue, workers' rights, and effective dispute resolution, and are foundational to industrial stability, which in turn underpins economic growth. Our strategic objective focus on creating an enabling environment for job creation, ensuring fairness and labor practices, and supporting vulnerable groups, especially women, youth, people living with disability, and informal sector workers, to participate fully in the economy. Honorable Masipa, the sector that you referred to here earlier on, that this sector, which is farming, is suffocated and strained by the labor laws. This is the most sector that is exploiting workers in this country. And we're calling upon the ministry and all role players that are developing, amending the labor laws of this country to come together and firm up the labor laws of this country for the sake of those people. However, achieving these lofty goals amid fiscal constraints requires prudence, discipline, and innovative approaches. Our economy's sluggish growth is a pressing concern that demands our collective vigilance and a strategic focus on efficiency. The reality is that the revenue generation faces headwinds due to low growth, declining commodity prices, and external shocks. Consequently, the available fiscal space is limited, necessitating disciplined expenditure management. It compels us to prioritize programs that deliver the highest impact while phasing out or restructuring those that are less effective. The essence of good governance and fiscal discipline in these times is to ensure that every rand spent brings tangible benefits that support the overarching goals and of job creation, industrialization, and social cohesion. And Honorable House Chair, this policy debate today, it really speaks to that. And the minister was explicit, including the deputy minister, in explaining those interventions. And in that, Chair, we are very humbled as the African National Congress. Honorable Minister, within the context, I wish to reaffirm our support as the ANC for the focus areas outlined in the budget that seeks to leverage social protection, funds, and catalysis of inclusive industrialization and sustainable growth. The strategic use of funds like the compensation fund and the unemployment insurance fund is critical. They should be reformulated not to merely as a social safety net, but as an active instrument of economic transformation. Tools that support skills development, facilitate workforce transitions, and stimulate targeted investment. For an example, expanding rehabilitation efforts through the compensation fund and employment retention initiatives via UIF can help workers transition into priority sectors aligned with industrial goals and also be included in the broader labor market. We are also, as the ANC, very humbled with your intervention, Minister, and the department and the President with the terms that we have signed off to the South African Post Office to really protect the plight of those workers who suffered far too long in that entity. We really appreciate that intervention. Honorable Pina, the 370 interventions, we don't expect you to understand it. It is the intervention that is very important to our people. Yes, indeed, it is not enough, but it makes certain impacts in the individual and daily lives of our people. And we don't expect you to understand that. Holding executive accountable. It is a parliament process. It is a parliament responsibility. It doesn't resonate and reside within DA. It is a responsibility of Parliament to hold the executive accountable. And we are going to do that as parliamentarians through our committees differently. Hold all, I'm saying all and I mean all, executive accountable. There is no minister that is better than the other in the collective cabinet of President Cyril Ramaphosa. Even if, Honorable Pina, you can speak with an emphatic voice in holding ministers accountable, we know that you don't mean to hold them accountable the same. You mean that others will be held accountable with strong voice, others with soft voice. We have observed that. Honorable Van der Berg, BEE is here to stay. Whether the court battles, the legal battles, transformation agenda is here to stay. And the ANC-led GNU government is going to ensure that the transformation agenda is here to stay. It's better if we prepare yourself to live with it, because fighting it is a waste of time. Honorable Masipa. Honorable Masipa, the minister, Math, her ears are wide open. She is listening to each and every stakeholder. That's why the committee approved the budget. It is because the minister and her collective listen. But we don't blame you. you are not part of the committee. And those who are part of the committee from your corner, they did not tell you maybe. Equally, the DA is not leading government. As much as you claim that the ANC got less, of which is a known and it's undisputable fact that ANC got more, hence we are in the less, hence we are in the GNU. There is no need for you to come here and emphasize something that you already know, because neither DA is leading government. Honorable Mokoena, what do you have said here, my dearest sister? I was a worker and an employee at the time you referred to. I know and experience the opposite of what you have raised here during the tenure. Unfortunately, my sister, I don't agree with you, and that is not the truth. Workers in this country faced and are still facing tremendous exploitation challenges and pain and hurt. Hence, we are applauding the interventions from the minister. So no one will claim to have saved workers in this country. The workers in this country are going to be saved by the only organization that cares, the African National Congress. The unemployment, the interventions placed by the department is going to make sure that moving forward, we address the issue of unemployment. Neither the DA will save workers against the unemployment, because the DA, as we speak, they are at the forefront of making sure that the transformation agenda is not happening in this country. They make their daily business that the transformation agenda is not happening. Honorable Kosel, nyenzeni moyo ngcwele ngakafiki nokufika kuipodium so lokho ukhala ngami ukhuluma ngabe. Honorable Chair, ngabe nyenzeni mina ngakafiki. Honorable Kosel, I was not even here. You are already referring to me, my brother. Nyenzeni, I know when I'm approaching this podium, you might have chest pains, but today I'm still mourning, I'm fine, I'm humble. I'll see you next time, my brother. The ANC support the budget. Thank you very much.
All right. Honorable delegates, Honorable Acting Chief Whip, please don't disrupt the House. Honorable delegates and Minister Math, you have heard what the team Employment and Labor has said. Will you please respond to them? Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to just read a message that I received few weeks ago from one of the partners on the Labor Activation Program, saying, Minister, we would love to thank you for the program. The project is doing well in Queenstown. Learners are still excited and happy about even the stipend that is paid on time. The impact this has had in their families is amazing. The usage of drugs and alcohol has decreased by a huge number, which shows a lot of dedication from the learners in changing their lives. We were so shocked to hear how people held 3,000 rand for the first time in their lives. They said they have confidence in the Department of Employment and Labor. So we are changing lives. Really, I believe in the saying that says poverty is like heat. It has no color. If you have never experienced it, you will never understand. Hence, other members have audacity of standing here and reduce and ridicule the program that is making a serious impact in the people's lives, in particular, the black majority, poor black majority of our country. Honorable Chairperson, I want to appreciate the overwhelming support that we received from the members. I understand those who come here just to come and oppose for the sake of opposing. So it's nothing new to us, the EFF and the MKP. We want to say to Honorable Machobeni, she doesn't know what she's talking about when she's saying there is no consequence management. Unfortunately, I can't present the detail of what we are doing. As we speak today, we have an acting DG, because the DG who was involved in corruption was fired. We have an acting commissioner of UIF, because a UIF who was alleged to have been involved, the corruption is under DC as we speak, and the list is long. So we are serious about corruption. Again, Chair, I hear Honorable Machobeni saying we can't fill posts. Which posts? Where do you stay, Honorable Member? Because every week we are advertising since the past 3 months. If you can visit the DPSA website, you will see that the Department of Employment and Labour is recruiting. Hence, we even put the number that we are in terms of the progress and what we are targeting as unemployment rate by the end of the financial year. Now, DA government is claiming to create jobs in the Western Cape, but they are the same ones who said it's not government whose responsibility is to create jobs. It's a confusion, because the reality is Western Cape has been a hub for all the things by the apartheid. If you look at those businesses that are there, in particular in agricultural sector, are not because of the DA which got into power a few years ago. It is because of the deliberate development, industrialization of Western Cape that was done by the apartheid regime. And up to now, even those workers, they are still the most discriminated workers in the Western Cape, in particular the black majority and the women in particular. That's why the PA is on the neck of the DA, taking all the members who are colored to them, because we are not servicing the Africans, we are only for white people. We want to also say, Chair, we appreciate the fact that today we've got a DA.
Mr. Please.
We've got a DA that is here, that is for equality, that is for transformation. I agree with Deputy Minister of Police to say there's 2 DAs. The one that is outside the GNU, that once took us to court, and the one that is inside here, who is fighting for equality. Please go and convince Madam to say, let's all talk about equality, because as we speak, you are in court because of you. We thank the President for the infrastructure that he has pronounced 1 trillion rand over 3 years, and the role that will be played by the private sector, because really it can't be government only. Who has to expect the Department of Employment and Labour to create jobs? But thank you, Chairperson of the Select Committee, for being a level-headed leader who's always very objective in criticizing us and balanced to say, this is what is happening, but we shall continue to hold you accountable. So we are thanking that, and we are saying, we wish, Madam, don't fire you for being true to the cause. And lastly, Chair, we want to thank the members who understand, including the MECs who discussed here, who presented a POE to say it can't be government only, it can't be the Department of Employment and Labour that deals with the sluggish economic growth. The provinces have a role to play, including public works in terms of infrastructure. Hence, the DA can stand here and claim that in the Western Cape is doing some job, which I know it's a lie, it's an economy of truth, because as I said, it's because of the history that they are where they are in the Western Cape. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable delegates, first of all, I really like to thank all the participants in this debate. I think the team Employment and Labour has outdone itself with the job done here. But also someone who has outdone himself is the acting chief whip. We really appreciate for you holding the fort there. You've done an extraordinary job. And then, honorable delegates, I would like to thank the minister, the deputy minister, permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates, and Salga representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Recording stopped.
MK, don't leave the house without pay. Okay.